this. Beautiful. Beautiful. A lot of children here, actually. It's just amazing to see. Really good for them. Build a foundation. Learning how to stick up for yourself. It's beautiful. Stick up for yourself, stick up for your country, stick up for the world. But your spirit strong in me, my flesh may fail, my God, you never will, and I may be weak, your spirit strong in me, my flesh may fail, my God, you never will. Sing it. I may be weak, your spirit strong in me. My flesh may fail. My God, you never will. Give me faith. That's what you say. That you're good. Your love is great. I'm broken inside, and I give you my life. I'm broken inside, but I give you my life. I'm broken inside. I give you my life. Oh, yeah. Baby, your spirit is strong in me. Freedom! Guys, you're gonna go over here, stop by somebody that I know here, working together here since day one. I don't know if he's here or not right now, but I know this is his truck anyhow. And it's at Shots by Hill on Instagram. He came down here expecting to just spend the day, and he's been here for I think 9 days now. So it's been quite a wild ride. He's been helping out the truckers like you wouldn't believe. Absolutely beautiful. And here he is right here, folks.
Oh yeah, guys,
Brother.
if you're live right now, we've had the haters out here on me since day one. Guys, last night my truck was hit. I got to give a huge shout out to the truckers out here that have my back day in and day out. I got a phone call this morning at 4:30 a.m. telling me my truck was hit. The truckers jumped out to save me, to save my truck. They tried to smash my windshield. They tried to break my windows. Guys, they threw the flag off the back of my truck. They cut up the trucker's flag beside me. And, these truckers are out here heavy. They're watching us. It's nothing but support, nothing but love. The haters can kiss my fucking ass because I'm here to stay. I'm not going anywhere. You guys give me the energy to stay positive. You guys give me the energy to stay put where I am. I love every single one of you guys, man. All my haters are amazing, and I can't thank you guys enough for keeping me here. Hell yeah.
You're doing an amazing job. Amazing.
Not going anywhere, bro.
Guys, this is Shots by Hill at Shots by Hill. Instagram, make sure you follow him. He's doing God's work out here. He is absolutely crushing. This old man right here.
How you doing?
A legend. Look at what this man has created.
He's the legend. He's the legend.
God bless you, brother. Yes. But yeah, so apparently some people came to mess with his truck last night. He was swatted the day before. Somebody made a false report in to the cops saying that he was carrying a gun, which is absolutely ridiculous. And it's just because he has been spreading such good vibes out here. He was gone live. I think he had maybe 20 people watching him in his chat room. And I texted him. I'm like, hey, brother, I've got about 10,000 or 20,000. I can't remember people watching me live right now. I'm like, if you're staying live, I'm going to send all the viewers to you. Are you cool with that? He said, go for it. And then the rest is history. He has blown up since being down here. He's doing all the right things. He's been helping out everyone around him, encouraging the truckers, helping them, supporting them, just giving them, making sure they get everything they need. Nothing but peace and love. It's just an absolutely amazing job he's done. Make sure you check him out.
They shut down everything to do with my message. Whereas they kept funding money for Chaz in Seattle.
I don't really know what that's about. Continue on.
God showed up in my life and he revealed himself to me and he sent me
Yeah, guys, this is just such a, it's unbelievable. This whole experience since the second we got here, it's just been unbelievable. I was watching all the streams before I came down, just trying to spread the word and use my platform to bring popularity to all the live streamers that were down here.
I want to share
And then being down here ourselves, it's just gotten better and better.
I was walking down the street and there was a guy. His name was Jerry.
I don't know, you just feel like sometimes it's just like, like what's your calling, this
he had
is,
a walker.
honestly, it
and he was
feels like
having
this is what it
trouble
is.
walking. But he encountered
Because I'm
God.
bringing
He came to me and
everybody
asked him, I said, "Did
the
I
truth
pray for
here.
you? Did I
Spreading it worldwide.
in my life? I believe God will touch you today." And he said, I believe he will. And I said, come here, let me pray for your life.
I'm just so grateful that I'm able to do it. Bringing them death fluid. If you don't know, These diesel trucks require this DEF fluid. If they run out of it, their trucks do not operate properly. So
Thank you. We need everybody.
we love you, brother.
Thank you.
We love you, man.
Thank you.
Mad respect. Oh, unbelievable. You're welcome, guys. Thank you all so much for watching. I can't chat quite as much as I was doing yesterday, or at least not at the same volume level. I kind of shredded my voice yesterday as more and more people were flooding into Ottawa here to show their support. I was going up and down the streets cheering them all on as they were coming in, so that was amazing. So cool. So cool. Yeah. Sometimes, life works in mysterious ways. Something so terrible. It's gone on for so long now. We're bringing people together. And we're going to not just go back to normal. We're going to go back to normal plus. It's going to be better now than it was before. Almost fell there. Oh, yeah. Pop the hood, let that thing cool off. Oh, I just love a big diesel engine. Big old turbo on it. Yeah, brother. Love this stuff. Freedom, brother. Freedom.
Freedom, power, my friend.
Absolutely.
We're gonna get it.
Yes, we are. Yeah, back to normal 3.0. Exactly. Look at this. Thank you for Melody, age 5. Thanking these guys. Thank you, brother. Respect, man. Love you, brother. Thanks for doing what you're doing. There we go.
These people are all so nice.
Everyone's so nice. It's ridiculous.
This is the most wholesome thing I've ever been to.
Yeah, for real, and that's why it's so important that we're down here showing you what's really happening. I don't know what the news is saying right now about what's happening here in Ottawa.
Down here the whole time?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
I live 20 minutes away, but as soon as I get home, I want to come right back and you guys help us.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So how would you describe the vibe down here? And, what's your take on things right now? You got 1,600 people watching, brother. You loving it? And so you said you just live 20 minutes away?
I live 20 minutes away.
Okay, so amazing. So a local, essentially, that is loving what's going on down
I've
here.
been waiting for you all to come. We have felt very alone in Ottawa. It's a government town, and we've been waiting for Canada to come to us a lot.
Absolutely.
Rutgers did it, and everybody else is rallying behind us.
It's beautiful to see, isn't it?
Yes. And to see people like you just come up and rise to the occasion and share with them.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that, brother.
I appreciate you guys.
Have a great day. Awesome. Beautiful.
Everybody across Canada, everybody around the world, stay strong, unite. And Travis, everybody, the guys stuck out there, Jared, and all the guys that rolled with me from day one, still holding the line. You guys stay strong. We'll be coming in. And we all love you guys. We love you, Canada. Freedom! Yeah! Trudeau, lift these mandates today. Trudeau, lift them today. So everybody can go home tomorrow. It's enough. Enough is enough. It's time to just do the right thing. Do the right thing.
Thank you.
'Cause
Thank
I'm
you.
not the
Family
heartbreak
government there.
kid.
Thank you
I'm
so
the
much.
holiday kid on your front door.
Appreciate anyone who's donated. This is amazing.
Hey, everybody! Almost in the line. We are doing amazing and we are winning. Victory is ours. But you see how nasty the media, the MSM has been with us? The lies that they told about us? How can we believe anything they say? From here on in. I don't believe a single thing, a single word. Don't worry, they're next. We'll take them down next. All right. But we do trust we have some allies with us. We've got Bright Light News with us. Thank God for Bright Light News, guys. Shout out for Gloria Clarks with Bright Light News. We have a few new, alternative news that we're grateful for their support. Rebel's been great, and TNC's been great, and Laura Lynn Thompson's been amazing. So we're building our own media, and you guys are the media. Cameras out, keep recording. Do not engage with the weird lady calling herself the new queen. We just kind of got rid of the last queen. We don't want another queen. We're good. We're fine. Thank you very much. Carry on. Carry on, crazy lady. Okay, I'm gonna bring up someone you all know. He's kind of popular. Yeah. Roger? Oh, right. Oh, we're gonna bring up a doctor. Early treatments, folks. Get your early treatments. Vaccines aren't the only way out of this. Get yourself some iodine. Do some little diluted iodine gargles. Come on. This is supposed to be a super spreader event. So get your early treatments. Yeah. There's more than one way out of this mess. Here, Dr. Roger Hodgson.
Dan Allard,
All
thank you so
right.
much.
Hello again, Ottawa. Hello, truckers. Give them a thumbs up. Yes, man. You are wonderful men and women. You represent Canada that these guys do not. Thank you so much. This is not the freak show. This is the main show. And this show is international. Make no mistake about it. You are leading the world in getting back our freedoms. And you know what? We've already won. He just doesn't realize it yet. He's still hiding under his bloody bed. The truth will always come out. Regimes come and regimes fall. And this one has fallen. We'll be introducing Max in a little while as the new next Prime Minister of Canada. I'd like to give you a little overview of the medical side of things. Some nice take-home messages. It's very simple. I'm going to say 2 words and then you can all go home. It's over. Repeat after me. It's over. How do you spell Enough is enough! Enough is enough! Okay, the medicine side of this. Sorry, this is a lecture. You have to hear the lecture. Nothing works. Nothing did work, nothing could work, and nothing will work. Who was a famous person that said this, doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, and expecting the same thing, expecting it to be different and successful? That is idiocy. Einstein said it. That's what's been happening. These idiots have done everything repetitively that they know don't work, because it's all they could do to maintain the fiction that they're going to wrestle this thing to the ground. Zero COVID. As you'll hear from other people, zero COVID is ludicrous. It's medical madness. It cannot happen. You cannot wrestle an upper respiratory tract virus to the ground. An RNA virus always mutates. It's always ahead of you. You cannot stop it. You have to accommodate to it. Despite the incredible brilliance of modern medicine, we are impotent at stopping COVID. Period. Masks don't work. You've heard me say it. It's like stopping a mosquito with a chain link fence. It's bloody ridiculous. Social distancing doesn't work. It's in every bloody aisle in Walmart, even if there's no one there. Mandates have been so grotesquely destructive for every level of society, particularly our children. People are dying in enormous numbers. I call it a kill. There's a big kill going on out there. You might have heard the numbers coming out of the Indiana Life Insurance Company. 40% increase in the deaths of perfectly well people insured with life insurance companies between the ages of 20 and 60. That industry dies if there's a 2% variance year to year. This is a 40% increase in deaths, not due to COVID. Translation is one of three things, all due to what these idiots are imposing on you for 2 years. It's suicides. It's delayed treatment and investigation for medical conditions that kill you. And it's the consequences of vaccination, which is now known to be killing a huge number of people. This is so unnecessary because this is nothing more than a bad seasonal flu, which we have to accommodate to while protecting Granny in the nursing home by methods that are well known. Every person in a nursing home is by definition vitamin D deficient, and they're not getting it 2 years later. What about the other stuff? Vaccines. Okay, vaccines. First of all, you really have to understand this. Nothing should have happened because this never was a public health emergency. Nowhere close. And if it was not a public health emergency, there is no justification for the emergency use of anything. Everything should have gone through the usual 5 to 10 year clinical trial because we don't know what we don't know. That's why we do clinical trials. And you are the lab rats. Your children are the lab rats. The most disgusting thing you can imagine. I put it this way, talking to any politician. Has it really come to this? Has it really come to this?
I guess so.
Sacrificing our children to appease the new gods? Because that's what's going
dropping truth bombs up
Children
here
are being
today.
victimized, not just with the lockdowns and the mandates and the denial of
This is a
nonverbal
doctor
communication,
speaking,
but
folks.
being suspicious of everyone. It's not
Medically
just that.
trained.
The psychological trauma will be lifelong. And then they have the second whammy of the vaccine that could kill them or maim them for life. But that's not the end of it. Oh no, these idiots are going to make your children pay for their mistake for the rest of their lives because the national debt has to be repaid. And that means increased taxes, reduced services, or some mix thereof. Translation, reduced standard of living for your children, those lucky enough to survive for the rest of their lives. That is their future, and that is what they have caused. So I'm here because this is a turning point in human history. Make no mistake about it. This may be truckers with dirty fingernails. This may be this little place called Ottawa somewhere. All that coming out of a place like this, led by truckers. But make no mistake, this is the turning point of how things are done, generally.
Oh, yeah.
The Great Resetters think they got us on the run, but it's going to bite them in the fucking ass. Be careful of what you wish for. You poked the bear. The Canadian bear is rearing up, and we're coming to get you. And a final point. In all seriousness, this is much more than even a demonstration of democracy. Because China is watching. China is watching what's going on right now as a measure of our will to resist. Because they're coming to get you. They said they're coming to get you. And if you don't have a spine, they will get us. So stand your ground. Support these brave guys. Dig deep.
Dig deep, folks. 100%.
Now, I'm just a warm-up act. The main act's to follow. The main act is the only politician in this country leading a national party that's been brave enough to stand up for you and to stand up for these guys. That man, you know, is Maxime Bernier, heading the People's Party of Canada. A brave man. A man who should have been Prime Minister now. They put a man who should be Prime Minister in jail for talking to 5 people. Is that right? What a man. What a brave man. And it's my honor to introduce him as the next Prime Minister of Canada, Max Bernier. Thank you, Roger. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Freedom fighters, you can be proud of what you're doing. And yes, we are proud Canadians today because we know that we are winning that battle to regain our freedoms. Yes! And I want to thank also, our truckers and Canadians all across the country. You are giving us hope that will end soon. Thank you. And now here today, like me, because you know that our freedoms are under attack, still under attack by these establishment politicians that did nothing the last 2 years, nothing to fight for civilization, to fight for freedoms, to fight for rights. But now the tide is turning, and that's the time, and that's why you are happy and smiling, because we know we are winning that battle for freedom. And as you may know, last summer I was in Manitoba. I've been handcuffed, put in jail for a non-crime after a political gathering in a park. That's not our country. That's not our country, and that's why you can call me Mad Max, because I'm not happy about what they're doing to us right now. And we know that that virus is not that dangerous for younger people that didn't have any comorbidities, like Dr. Roger told us. What we must do, we must be super spreaders of the truth. Because the truth will always win. We must spread the truth against COVID hysteria, the truth against the pseudo-science, the truth against these authoritarian politicians. The truth is our freedoms. Our freedoms and our rights must be protected, and you are here today because of that. You want to regain your country. We will win that together. Et j'aimerais remercier l'ensemble de nos camionneurs, les gens du Québec et de partout au Canada qui sont ici, qui bravent le froid pour défendre nos libertés contre ces gouvernements autoritaires qui ont violé la Charte canadienne des droits et libertés, qui nous ont enlevé 2 ans de notre vie avec les confinements, les couvre-feux, les mesures autoritaires. Et c'est pour ça aujourd'hui qu'on est tous là et on a un message important à dire à ces politiciens-là canadiens. Assez, c'est assez. Nous allons gagner la bataille pour retrouver notre liberté.
Yvonne knows what's up.
Liberté! Liberté!
Liberté! Liberté! Liberté! Liberté! Liberté! Liberté!
Hey, je vais terminer. I just want to quote John F. Kennedy before ending. In the long history of the world, only few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its maximum hour of danger. You are that generation. This is your own. And now is the time. Yes. Now is the time. We will regain our freedom.
Yeah!
Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom!
Freedom. 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 politicians that were not there the last 2 years. Just watch us. We will win. Thank you. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, now you have next an international figure. You've probably heard him before. He's a humble man. He doesn't want to talk about his background, but I'm briefly going to give it to you. This is a man of international stature, Dr. Paul Alexander, a Canadian citizen who was fired from faculty in Canada for standing up and speaking his mind. He was at the table with Trump and Fauci and Birx. He knows chapter and verse about how Trump on a regular basis.
Guys, yeah, I know you guys want to continue to see the speeches, but I do have to take a break. I've been going for 3 hours. Oh, Truthers just walked by me there. Truthers, that's an amazing organization. Amazing organization. Make sure you follow them, get behind them. They've been fighting a good fight for a long time. Truthers on Facebook. But yeah, I've been streaming for over 3 hours now. I can't feel my hands, and I need to eat. I need to warm up a little bit. And yeah, yes, freedom, 100%. I love all you guys. Subscribe to my channel, hit the bell icon so that when I go live again, you'll get a notification, hopefully, unless YouTube stopped doing that for me. That's the way it's supposed to work, though. So yeah, like the video, share, subscribe, all that stuff. I love all you guys. I love this movement that I'm able to witness firsthand and share with all you. This is absolutely amazing. People dancing in the streets, amazing speeches. Here we go. The good vibes. But yeah, guys, thank you so much. I'm going to continue trying to bring you guys all the truth in real time down here in Ottawa until things hopefully get resolved quickly. The quicker the better. Snap out of this trance we're all in here. Not all of us, but you know what I mean. Okay, guys. I love you all. Signing out.
This week on the West Block, from protest to what police and some politicians call an occupation in the nation's capital.
The lawlessness must end.
It's not a protest anymore. It's become an occupation.
There is not a right to shut down our democracy, our democratic processes. There is not a right to abuse, intimidate, and harass your fellow citizens.
Anger and frustration over COVID rules boils into the streets across Canada as protests spread. We'll speak with Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino about what the demonstrations mean for national security.
Hear the other side.
And Conservatives overthrow their leader, Erin O'Toole. As caucus infighting spills out into the open, is the party self-destructing? Former Minister of Foreign Affairs John Baird weighs in. It's Sunday, February 6th, and this is the West Block.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. I'm Mercedes Stevenson. It is now day 10 of the protest that has paralyzed Ottawa. Hundreds of transport trucks, vehicles, and thousands of people have come to Parliament Hill and the surrounding streets to loudly protest COVID-19 mandates, from vaccines to masks, while others are demanding that the Prime Minister and Liberal government resign. Protesters are moving in, literally delivering saunas, building structures, storing large amounts of propane and fuel, and some are even riding on horseback, with one man carrying a Donald Trump flag. Police have described the demonstration as dangerous and volatile. Meanwhile, GoFundMe has cut off the $10 million that organizers had raised, citing evidence from police about illegal activity and violence. Organizers and the protesters say they come in peace and are just fed up with far-reaching government rules, and they're not going anywhere until the mandates do. We are joined now by the minister responsible for public safety and national security, Marco Mendicino. Thank you so much for joining us today, Minister. Obviously, situation on Parliament Hill and unfolding across the country that has drawn everyone's attention. A lot of politicians have described this as an occupation. Others endorse it. How would you describe what we're seeing in Ottawa?
Well, I think in some places across the country, we've seen demonstrations, but we haven't seen significant disruption like we are seeing in Ottawa. I think if you were to ask a number of the residents in Ottawa, certainly they would tell you it feels like an occupation. There have been significant interruptions to people getting to work, families dropping off kids, people who've been threatened, harassed, and worse, and they have every right to expect that the law will be enforced. Ottawa Police is the police of jurisdiction, but RCMP have accepted and approved all of the requests for additional resources on the ground. At the end of the day, this is a convoy about vaccines. 90% of Canadians have gotten vaccinated, including truckers. The convoy can disagree, but they're not above the law, and there should be a peaceful resolution to this as soon as possible.
I just want to go back to asking you, do you think that this is an occupation, or do you think it's still a protest in Ottawa?
Well, I think that there are elements that are concerning, and certainly where you see people who are bringing in propane, jerry cans. When you hear about people who have been threatened, harassed, and assaulted, and where there isn't law enforcement, then they don't feel safe, and that's why it's really important that we see Ottawa Police Service step up the enforcement. There are charges that are being laid. There are criminal investigations. All of that, of course, is being undertaken by the police. The police are not an extension of the political part of the government, but Canadians have a right to feel safe, and certainly we'll keep supporting however we can.
Do you think that the Ottawa police have done an adequate job here? I mean, when you see propane being hauled up onto Parliament Hill, I think back to the Canada 150. If you tried to take a canister of propane through that security, it never would have gone up. And that was certainly a peaceful event. In fact, it was a party. And now we see it right in front of the Prime Minister's office, right in front of large crowds. even if there was to be an accident and nothing intentional, there's a significant safety risk there, a lot of folks are saying. Are you satisfied with the job that the Ottawa police have done, or do you think it's time for the federal government to step in when the police are saying, we're overwhelmed, we're afraid of violence. In fact, we're so concerned about violence that we don't think we can really tell people what to do in this situation?
Mercedes, I share that concern, and I've seen the same images as you, and I've seen other images around fireworks at the National Monument. I mean, we saw some protesters over the weekend who were riding horseback. I think that all of these things are very important questions for the Ottawa Police Service to reflect upon. We have seen some other demonstrations in other parts of the province and around the country where people have been able to express different views, but with safety. And I do think that there is a long-term reflection for everyone. But at the end of the day, what we within the government can do is to provide support where we can. I had a good call with Mayor Watson, and following that, we were able to confirm additional resources that would be provided by the RCMP, and we'll step up as much as we can.
People have asked, why not call in the military? Why not from your perspective?
Well, first and foremost, there is a sequence to how it is that local law enforcement is supported. And I think it's just important to remind your viewers that were the Ottawa Police Service not to feel as though they had the capacity to enforce the law on the ground, that under the law, the first step would be for the police chief and the mayor to request the Ontario Solicitor General to provide additional support through the OPP. That has not occurred as of this moment. And I think in the long run, we want to rely on the law enforcement to deal with a public order event. This is not a military operation. And as you know, Mercedes, you've covered that subject matter extensively over the years. The military and its purpose are not designed to keep the peace locally in our communities. So it's obviously a last resort. In the meantime, it's important that Ottawa Police do their jobs on the ground.
What is the national security picture in this? Because there has been concerns about foreign elements potentially funding. The GoFundMe has been frozen over concerns about violence and harassment, according to GoFundMe. But we've also heard the Ottawa Police Chiefs talk about the involvement of the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security. If they're involved, that would be something your department would know about. So what is the picture of who are the people participating in this protest at an organizational level and funding it? And is there any truth to the fact, any truth to the allegation that some of this funding is coming from the United States, or some concerns that I've heard from national security sources that some of the funding could be coming from China or from Russia?
Well, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on any ongoing investigation. But what I will say in general terms is that it is concerning when you see a large amount of money come in. And I think it is appropriate that GoFundMe asked questions about what were the source of those funds, and more importantly, what they were going to be used for. And clearly from GoFundMe's point of view, there were sufficient flags that they felt it was important to suspend the distribution of those funds and to decide what they were going to do with it. I also know that the Standing Committee on the Standing Committee on Public Safety will be studying this issue very carefully. And I do think that we need to be very cognizant of the fact that there can be influence, but those studies and those actions will be undertaken by the Committee on Law Enforcement independently.
You are a lawyer, but you're also a politician. And we've talked about this just in this interview, even that the demands that are being made here are political, and beyond the demands, the frustration that a lot of folks who are out there protesting and folks who aren't calling, for example, for the Prime Minister to step down or for the Liberal government to be taken away and a government of citizens to be installed. People who are just saying, look, I'm really frustrated with the vaccine mandate and I want my life back. Are frustrated by your government's unwillingness to meet with them. Former Sergeant of Arms of the House of Commons, Kevin Vickers, who of course was involved in the shooting that happened up there in 2014. He was also Liberal leader in New Brunswick, so this is not a Conservative politician, has said that the government maybe should look at meeting with some of these people to try to de-escalate things, to try to listen and see if there are some rational demands to at least make them feel heard. Do you think that by coming out and taking the very tough tone that you have publicly and that the Prime Minister has publicly has fueled some of the radicalism in this? And do you think that perhaps you should meet up with some of the more centrist and rational elements here?
One of the elements of living in a democracy is that there will always be disagreements, and disagreements in an exchange of ideas, including on the pandemic, has been one of the great engines of progress. And I will say that for those who have that sense of fatigue, I think we all feel it. There have been highs and lows in the pandemic, and we all want to get back to life as normal pre-COVID. In our view, and we laid this out in an election very transparently, where Canadians had the freedom to choose, we believe that the best strategy to get there, to get to back to normal, is through vaccinations.
But do you think that you should be meeting as politicians with people who are engaged in the protest to try to de-escalate it?
Well, again, I would just simply underline that quite apart from the convoy, we've been robustly engaging with Canadians in a very vigorous debate about this. And I know that the police have had some dialogue that is perfectly within their domain, and again, operationally independent from the government with some of the leaders of the convoy. But at the end of the day, we have always been prepared to listen, Mercedes, when it comes to having a discussion around the best way out of the pandemic. Science has resolved that debate. You can
but the Prime Minister has said that he won't meet with these people. It's not about the science, but about whether or not he might meet with them. He's saying he won't. We'll see if that changes, or perhaps if you will, but we are out of time for now. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks again for having me, Mercedes.
Up next, Erin O'Toole ousted as Conservative leader. What's next for the party? We'll sit down with former Foreign Affairs Minister John Baird. Just days after Erin O'Toole was ousted as Conservative Party leader, the party's finance critic, Pierre Poilievre, is throwing his hat in the ring to become the next leader of the party. Former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Conservative commentator John Baird joins us now. Thank you so much for making time for us this morning, Mr. Baird. I know you're a close friend of Mr. Poilievre's. Why do you believe he should be the next leader of the Conservative Party?
Well, thanks for having me. I've seen Pierre grow over the years. He's someone who I think will galvanize Conservatives, not just in the parliamentary caucus, but across the country, and galvanize Canadians. You know, you get such a unique background. He's someone who was born and raised in Alberta. He's been elected in a suburban riding in Ontario 7 times. He's got the brains, and more importantly, the backbone to be a very strong leader.
He's certainly a strong Conservative. No one's going to question that. I don't think anyone questions whether he can win this race. Others are just going to be joining, it seems like, to raise the profile rather than because they have a chance against him. It's likely to be essentially a coronation. The question for the Conservative Party, though, isn't whether he can unite Conservatives. It's whether he can unite Canadians in choosing to vote Conservative. Do you believe that someone who has been so bombastic in their past rhetoric and so hard on their conservatism will be able to draw in people who might have voted Liberal or for another party in a past election?
Well, I think he's passionate, and I think he's got strong values and principles, and I think he'll have a message that will excite Canadians. I think the first challenge is obviously unifying Conservatives. We lost 550,000 votes in the last election. We want those people back. We want to get more Conservatives off the bench and in the game. More Canadians who are increasingly dissatisfied with the performance of the current government to pay attention. You know, I served in opposition for 2 years. It's really tough to be able to punch through. Pierre has shown and demonstrated the capacity that he can punch through and get out a message to Canadians. I mean, look, he had 1 million people view his launch in the last 12 hours. 85,000 people like it, coming on 20,000 people retweeting it. So he's already got off to a strong start and showing that he can communicate with Canadians. And I think he's got a winning message. And listen, I first ran in politics with Mike Harris and then federally with Stephen Harper. People underestimated them, and they shouldn't underestimate Pierre. I
think Pierre Poilievre certainly can punch through on social media. He's got a very powerful presence there. That's different than getting people to the polls, though, and to vote for you. And a lot of his language is heavy in the rhetoric. He talks about just inflation for inflation, which is something that countries around the world, the United States, the UK, are also dealing with. He talks about, in his launch video, wanting to make Canadians the most free, getting to keep more of your money, which he says the government is taking away and people are keeping less. The federal government hasn't raised taxes. I mean, there's a lot of rhetoric here.
Whoa. The federal government raised taxes on January the 1st in terms of
that was scheduled. That was scheduled, John. They haven't raised individual taxes on people.
They did. They raised taxes in a big way when they first got elected back in 2015. And let me say this, Pierre Poilievre was talking about inflation. When you print $500 billion, Pierre was warning inflation months and months and months ago. And the government and every major economist said, oh no, there'll be no inflation in Canada. Don't worry. Then it'll be transitory. and now it's one of the number one concerns of Canadians.
Well, and it is for
Pierre's
people in
been
countries
elected-
around the
Pierre's
world
been
too.
elected 7 times in a suburban Ontario riding. It's the riding I used to represent provincially, and he's shown that he's been able to get those middle class and working people to support him and to support his message. He actually went up in the last election in terms of his popular vote in his riding, and I think he'll be very strong at communicating, particularly in the 905 belt around Toronto, which those voters look a lot like the ones that he represents in Parliament.
He's chosen very strongly to associate himself with this truck protest, lots of pictures posing with them. When I went through his social media, he was talking about how it was a protest of peaceful, salt of the earth Canadians who would give you the shirt off their back. You now have the police chief calling this an occupation, saying this is a city under siege. No sense that Pierre Poilievre is going to back away from backing this protest. Do you not think that's potentially a political risk for him?
Well, I think Pierre is speaking to the fatigue and anger over government overreach, and obviously he stand up for freedom. But there'll always be a few bad apples in every basket. But Pierre,
Well, a city under siege is more than a few bad apples, with all due respect.
Comparisons that some media have said that the Russians have endorsed this, or that it's somehow similar to January the 6th in Washington. So let's be realistic on this. That is a temporary issue. Pierre speaking to the future of what we can do to make Canada a more prosperous and a more free country.
Do you think that he will be someone who can unite Canadians? Because a lot of folks say there's just so much division in politics that both sides of the political spectrum are trying to really pounce on this division and to use it for their own political gain, whether it's COVID frustrations or economic frustrations. Do you really believe he can be a unifier? And how does he do that? Does he have to change the past tone?
Well, I think unifying the political discourse in the 21st century has become increasingly difficult. Certainly, we know the incumbent hasn't been able to do that, and I think Pierre has a greater capacity than the incumbent. I think first and foremost, though, we need someone with a vision, someone with a direction, someone with strong leadership, and someone who gives people some hope, but that there's opportunity in the future. And I think Pierre's the one to do that.
Listening to his video, some folks are saying they thought that it was Trumpian. He said things like, what the elites control, I'm going to put you back in charge of your life. He quoted, you are the captain of your own soul, which is likely the case no matter who the government is. And yet he never mentioned the Conservative Party of Canada once. And some analysts look at this and they say Donald Trump, when he ran, didn't talk about the Republican Party. He talked about himself. Is Pierre Poilievre going to do this, creating a cult of personality? Because he's not talking about the Conservative Party or running for that. He's talking about Pierre Poilievre and running to be prime minister, as if the leadership race is over.
I reject the comparisons wholeheartedly. He's not that type of politician. He's demonstrably more thoughtful, demonstrably more experienced. I think what you're going to see is Pierre present himself as an incredibly popular leader of the Conservative Party, and then present himself as a viable candidate to be prime minister and to be a successful prime minister when elected.
John Baird, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure you will likely have a prominent role in the campaign, and we'll check back in with you.
Well, I'm looking forward to working with the thousands of people who've already signed on support, people like Melissa Lantsman, people like Brad Avis, and people like James Bizat. We're really excited with the support that we're getting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baird. We'll be right back after the break. We will talk to a former police chief in Ottawa about the ongoing protests seizing the capital. Welcome back. Ottawa police have faced cutting criticism from many citizens in the capital city for allowing this demonstration to dig in for over a week now. Residents are raising concerns about intimidation and reports of assaults. They say police are not enforcing the law by allowing this to continue. Former Ottawa Police Chief Charles Bourdelot is here to give us some insight into police operations. Thank you so much for joining us, Chief. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, Mercedes. Good morning.
It's been quite a week here in the capital. The police have actually come out and said that they feel they can't enforce certain laws because these are such dangerous protests. I don't think that that's something that people in the city of Ottawa ever thought they'd hear a police chief come out and say, that the police, who we call when we think something is breaking the law to help us, are unable to take this on because they believe it is too volatile and too high of a risk of violence. What are your thoughts on how policing in the capital has been handled over the last 9 or so days?
This type of demonstration or occupation now, as some people are calling it, including myself, is something that we've never seen in our city. In my 35 years of policing in Ottawa and 7 as chief, We've never faced that type of situation in Ottawa. And I think what the big difference here is that as opposed to people snake marching down in the downtown core during a regular demonstration, there were trucks doing that and they stayed there. So that's one aspect. The other aspect, and you touched on that, is the impact that this has had on the residents in the surrounding neighborhood. There's incidents of threats, intimidations, there was assaults, there was reported hate crimes, there were flags being thrown about.
There was a video on Twitter that was posted on Friday night that basically showed protesters kind of chasing police away when they were talking to them. We have seen fuel being taken onto Parliament Hill that I've covered lots of Canada Days, and if you tried to walk up there with a tank of propane, there was no way you'd get on. And folks are looking at this and saying, it feels like the police have lost control. So how do we get out of this situation now from a policing perspective, and how dangerous do you think it is?
Well, from a policing perspective, there are opportunities to try and, they've been successful in trying to negotiate and reduce the number of demonstrators. So that's one success from that perspective. But now you've got a core group of people that have decided to stay, and you've got an influx coming in this weekend. So how do you manage those? And I think the time for negotiation with respect to police and trying to get them, I think that's been exhausted to a certain amount of time. So now it's a matter of the application of use of force to start removing individuals and removing equipment. That comes with some consequences and a high risk of injuries. And I don't have access to the intelligence that they have, but there may be other threats that are there that are factoring into the equation as to when to move and when not to move. And history has shown that when police go in and use force in breaking down demonstrations, there can be disastrous consequences.
The police have taken a lot of criticism for not planning adequately for this and for allowing it to get where it is. But how much do you hold police accountable, and how much do you hold politicians accountable for what are political demands?
So I don't have access to the plans. So I think it's too early to determine whether or not they had the right plans, and if they had the right plans, what went well and what didn't go so well. So there will be time to review that. But I can tell you that this is, and the chief alluded to it in one of his press conferences, as far as this may not be a policing solution. I think in large part it's a policing solution that is needed. However, there's things that can be done at the political level or not be done at the political level that will help manage the adverse impacts that we've had. We've had politicians go up and take pictures with some of the demonstrators. And I can get it when normal demonstrations take place that are contained on the Hill. That's normal, and that's normal practice for politicians to do that. When knowingly they know that this has had a tremendous impact on our businesses, our residents in the downtown core, and they've been living through hell for the past week with the noise, the diesel smells, the intimidation, that them going out and taking pictures is just like taking a jerry can full of diesel fuel and going out and fueling those trucks that are actually parked in neighborhoods. They're giving them legitimacy, and they're fanning the flames and of this protest, and that has to stop. And because they have a huge role to play in trying to de-escalate and to help Ottawa Police and help this community go beyond this and solve this.
Chief Borlo, that's all the time we have. Thank you for your insight and your expertise.
You're quite welcome, Mercedes.
That's our show for today. Thanks for watching. We'll be back here next Sunday for the West Block. I'm Mercedes Stephenson.
Merci beaucoup. Après 500 milliards de dollars de dépenses inflationnistes de ce gouvernement, on voit aujourd'hui le plus grande augmentation d'inflation en 30 ans. À 4,8 %, le taux d'inflation impose de coûts additionnels sur les familles pour la nourriture, l'essence, le chauffage et surtout l'immobilier. Ce qui est intéressant parmi les chiffres aujourd'hui, c'est que les augmentations les plus exorbitantes ne sont pas pour les produits qu'on achète du monde. C'est pour des produits que nous avons ici au Canada. Par exemple, la nourriture. On voit une augmentation de 6 pour le poulet, de 12 pour le bœuf, de 20 pour le bacon. Nous produisons tous ces produits ici au Canada. Donc, nous ne devrions pas dépendre du reste du monde pour les chaînes d'approvisionnement. Le gaz naturel pour chauffer nos maisons, c'est produit ici au Canada. Nous avons ici au Canada 1300 milliards de pieds carrés de gaz naturel ici au Canada. Donc, nous ne dépendons pas sur le reste du monde pour fournir le gaz naturel. C'est produit ici au Canada et l'augmentation de 20 est incroyable. Finalement, l'augmentation de l'essence de 30 Encore, nous avons le troisième plus grand montant de pétrole au monde. Donc, c'est encore un produit domestique qui augmente. Finalement, l'immobilier. Évidemment, nos terrains sont ici. On ne les achète pas du reste du monde. Nos maisons ont été, la plupart de nos maisons sur le marché ont été construites avant le COVID. Donc, les chaînes d'approvisionnement internationaux ne sont pas responsables de cette augmentation non plus. Je remarque aussi que le taux d'inflation est incroyable de 4,8 ne calcule même pas l'augmentation des prix d'immobilier. C'est parce que la méthode de Statistique Canada n'inclut pas le prix d'immobilier dans le calcul. Donc, si on avait inclus l'augmentation de 26 dans le prix des maisons, le taux d'inflation aurait été même beaucoup plus grand. Et cet aspect de notre économie est énorme. Il ne faut pas oublier que dans l'année dernière, on a eu 450 milliards de dollars d'achat des maisons et d'immobilier. Et ça comprend à peu près 20 de notre économie en termes de PIB. Donc, on exclut toutes ces augmentations du calcul. Pour résumer, les politiques du gouvernement fédéral augmentent le coût de la vie. Et Justin Trudeau ne fait rien pour combattre l'inflation. Aujourd'hui, il doit annoncer un plan pour renverser l'augmentation dans le coût de vie que son gouvernement a causé auprès des Canadiens. Ce n'est pas assez de blâmer les autres pays. Il faut un plan ici au Canada pour combattre l'inflation parce que nos familles ne peuvent pas payer le prix. Et je remarque en conclusion que l'augmentation des salaires était de 2,6 la moitié de l'augmentation dans le coût de vie. Ça veut dire qu'après, on fait les ajustements pour l'inflation, les Canadiens ont eu une réduction de paie dans les 12 derniers mois. Donc, les réductions de paie, les coûts plus élevés, une économie faible, c'est le temps d'agir. C'est juste l'inflation et les Canadiens en ont eu assez. Merci, monsieur. Merci tout le monde. Et maintenant en anglais. Thank you very much. And now in English. Today, we got news of another record-breaking inflation report. 4.8%, the highest inflation since 1991. And that 4.8% does not even include real estate prices, which are excluded from the calculation of the Consumer Price Index. Increases of 26% in real estate, record-smashing and world-leading, are not even included in today's incredible inflation numbers. But what's also incredible is that prices are rising fastest for the things that we source right here at home. Chicken, up 6%. Beef, 12%. Bacon, 19%. Natural gas to heat our homes, 20%. Gasoline, 30%. These are all things that we provide here in Canada. We have more farmland per capita than almost any other nation on earth. Therefore, we domestically source our food. We have 1,300 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, among the biggest reserves on earth. We source that here too. And in terms of gas prices, we have the third biggest reserves of oil on planet Earth. In other words, the biggest increases for consumer products have been those that we source right here at home, not those that depend on foreign supply chains. Finally, real estate, of all things, that is not dependent on global supply chains. All of our land is already here. It has no supply chain. And almost all of the houses in the market today were built before COVID even happened. And therefore, the cost of materials would not include the increases that have happened since COVID. In other words, home price inflation is a homegrown problem. Why is it, if, as the Prime Minister claims, that it's global supply chains that are to blame for rising prices, that the products that we make here at home and that we have in abundance within our own borders are the ones that are increasing fastest in price? So the answer, of course, is that Justin Trudeau's $500 billion of new spending in the last 2 years, a third of which had nothing to do with COVID, have sent more dollars chasing fewer goods. His taxes on our domestic supply chains have made it more expensive for farmers to produce food, for energy companies to supply gas and home heating, for workers to work. All of these governmental costs are driving up Canadians' costs. The more he spends, the more things cost. Today, I expect he'll try to blame the rest of the world for his inflation, and he'll offer no solutions. Well, Conservatives are demanding that he announce today an immediate action plan to reverse the rising cost of living that his government has worsened through its taxes, spending, and red tape. Conservatives have real suggestions. Stop energy tax hikes. Stop payroll tax hikes, remove red tape and taxes on our farmers and energy producers so that they can supply more energy and nutrition to our population at more affordable prices. In other words, make more, cost less with paychecks, not debt. Otherwise, the Prime Minister might as well just admit that this is Justinflation. Thank you.
We'll start with questions in the room. Commençons avec les questions de la salle.
Bonjour, M. Poilievre, Louis Blouin de Radio-Canada. Ce matin, le directeur parlementaire du budget dit que le gouvernement n'a pas réduit ses dépenses en relance économique comme il l'avait promis à mesure que l'économie reprenait du mieux. Est-ce que vous croyez effectivement que le gouvernement doit réduire ses dépenses de relance économique? Quelle approche ou comment ajuster l'approche du gouvernement au budget qui s'en vient là?
Mais la réponse est oui. Les dépenses que le gouvernement fait ne fait rien pour la relance économique. Le directeur parlementaire du budget a révélé aujourd'hui que le gouvernement les mesures introduites par le gouvernement ont augmenté le coût du gouvernement par 500 milliards de dollars, donc un tiers n'a aucun lien avec la pandémie et qu'il n'y a aucune logique dans les dépenses supplémentaires que le gouvernement prétend faire pour la relance. La relance économique au Canada va se produire si les Canadiens et les entreprises ont l'argent dans leur poche pour pouvoir investir et créer davantage de produits et services. Et ça doit être mené par le secteur privé. Le gouvernement devient trop lourd et c'est pour ça que nous avons un grand déficit avec grande inflation.
Vous blâmez le gouvernement en bloc pour l'augmentation de l'inflation, du coût de la vie. C'est pas un peu facile de faire ça si on considère que plusieurs pays dans le monde, à commencer par nos voisins qui sont confrontés aux mêmes problèmes et même à un taux d'inflation qui est encore plus élevé que chez nous?
Oui, la raison pour ça est évidente. Les énormes déficits aux États-Unis, financés par leur banque centrale, augmentent le coût de la vie des Américains. Non, ce n'est pas. Parce que ce n'est pas un problème en Suisse. Pourquoi pas? Parce qu'en Suisse, ils n'impriment pas l'argent pour payer les factures du gouvernement. Ils ont un petit déficit, donc ils ont une petite inflation. C'est bizarre que dans la zone euro, on a une inflation d'à peu près 5 %. En Suisse, qui est dans l'Europe, on a un taux d'à peu près 1 %. Et pourquoi? Parce que la Suisse contrôle son argent. Ils ont le franc suisse au lieu de l'euro. Donc, oui, c'est vrai que les autres gouvernements sont irresponsables aussi. Le gouvernement aux États-Unis, voici un fait. Aux États-Unis aujourd'hui, 1/3 de tous les dollars qui existent ont été créés dans les derniers 2 ans. On se demande pourquoi il y a de l'inflation aux États-Unis. C'est évident. Ils impriment l'argent pour payer leurs factures. L'autre chose qu'il faut reconnaître, c'est que le taux d'inflation ici au Canada est supprimé par le fait que la propriété n'est pas compris dans le calcul. Et ici au Canada, l'inflation se concentre sur l'immobilier. Aux autres pays, leurs inflations est concentrée dans d'autres secteurs. Mais ici au Canada, l'inflation le plus exorbitante, c'est dans l'immobilier, ce qui n'est pas compris dans le calcul. C'est une des raisons pour lesquelles notre taux est supprimé par rapport aux autres pays où aussi l'immobilier n'est pas compris, mais où l'immobilier n'est pas aussi grand comme facteur de leur augmentation de coûts.
Nous allons passer aux questions au téléphone. We'll take questions from the phone. Operator, first question.
Thank you. Our first question is from Wyatt Sharp from the Wyatt Sharp Show. Please go ahead. À vous la parole.
Hi there, Mr. Poilievre. I just want to ask you, first of all, about the vaccine mandate for truckers that came into effect. So obviously conservatives support vaccination, as you and your leader have pointed out previously and numerous times. It seems, though, as if obviously you don't support forcing people to get vaccinated because you have concerns specifically for the mandate for truck drivers that it could put more pressure on the supply chain. So do you have any measures that, could help get truck drivers vaccinated that wouldn't be in the form of a mandate and that essentially wouldn't put as much pressure on the supply chain?
Thanks very much, Wyatt. Great question. We do not support the Prime Minister's vaccine vendetta on our truckers. This policy is going to drive truckers out of the country or out of business, and it is going to drive costs up for Canadian consumers. If you walk into a grocery store and you see products on the shelves, thank a trucker. If you walk into a grocery store and you see empty shelves, thank Justin Trudeau. His policy of vaccine vendetta against our hardworking truckers is going to drive up the costs for our people, drive people out of work, and leave us with empty shelves. We think the best way to get people vaccinated is through persuasion, not intimidation. We don't believe in robbing people's freedoms. We believe in convincing them through data, science, and logic. And we think that the Prime Minister's attempt to attack people who have different points of view on this is only dividing the country and threatening public health.
Okay, and then thank you for that. And then in terms of inflation, obviously it's rising in Canada. You mentioned it's the highest it's been in quite a while. It's obviously rising too in many other parts of the world. Some countries, the U.S., it's climbed 7%. And that's the largest rate in the United States since 1982. So I'm just wondering specifically, obviously Canada can take measures to address it here at home. What do you think should be done though to address it? Because obviously, Canada can address it here at home and that's great, but if other countries don't address it, it could also have an impact on, the goods that we import and export. So how can we ensure that inflation rates, are lowered, not just in Canada, but around the globe? And what kind of role does the Canadian government play to make sure that they can be lowered, not just in Canada, but around the world?
Great question, Wyatt. Well, first of all, you're right. The Americans have 7% inflation. Why? Because of their stupid monetary and fiscal policy. It's that simple. They're running massive deficits and printing money to pay for it. The $1 in every $3 in circulation in the U.S. economy today was printed in the last 2 years. More dollars chasing fewer goods means higher prices. So what do you get with that? You get inflation. What we should do is avoid following that policy. We should do the opposite of what the Americans are doing. That's what Switzerland has done in Europe. While the Eurozone has inflation around 5%, Switzerland has been closer to 1%. Why? Because the Swiss have their own franc. They don't print it to pay the government's bills, and therefore they protect the purchasing power of their people, even though they rely on the same supply chains in the same continent and face the same pandemic as their European neighbors. So here in Canada, if we were to protect our purchasing power by phasing out the deficit, ending money printing, then we could protect our people against the kind of inflation that we see south of the border. We don't need to follow the Americans' monetary policy. During the 2008-9 financial crisis, the Americans printed money. We did not. We had better results: lower inflation, lower deficit, lower unemployment, faster recovery. So we don't need to do what the Americans are doing. We need to protect our own money here in Canada. When we were growing up, our kids, as we were kids, and our mother said to us, just because your friends are jumping off a bridge doesn't mean you have to. And the same applies today. Just because other governments are ruining their money and driving up the cost of living for their people doesn't mean that we have to do the same here in Canada. And finally, I would point out that we in Canada are underestimating the real inflation because it doesn't include house prices, which have gone up a record-breaking 26%. While that is why a practice of many countries, outside of Canada, inflation has not centered on house prices as much as it has here. Here, inflation has been focused primarily on real estate, and that is not included in the 4.8%. One of the reasons why we have an artificially suppressed number.
Opérateur, prochaine question.
Thank you. Our next question is from David Thurton from CBC News. Please go ahead. À vous la parole.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Poilievre. It's good to see you. My question is this: should federal politicians or their wives accept gifts, like just say a rocking chair in the range of $2,000 with tax, and also, tag the retailer on social media? Do you think that's acceptable?
I don't think it's a good practice. I make a point whenever I'm supporting a product that is Canadian made in order to celebrate a local business or something, that I always pay for it. If I'm having a cup of coffee at a coffee shop and I post about the coffee, I always make sure I pay for it, even if the owner tries innocently to offer it for free. Because we should not use our social media networks while in elected office for private profit. So that is the approach that I have taken in my social media, and I would encourage others to follow that.
So, with the case that I'm alluding to, of course, involves the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh. It's a bit more complicated than just him personally. His wife received the rocking chair with the expectation that she would post it on social media. He happened to be sitting in the chair and posting a picture of himself and tagging the company. What do you think? How do you think the rules should apply when it comes to the wives of politicians, or the husbands of politicians, the spouses of politicians? It's a bit of a gray area perhaps there. So I'm just wondering if you can weigh in there for yourself.
I would like to defer to the ethics commissioner on that. I think Mr. Singh realized that it was a mistake for him to post a picture of himself in the chair, and he has made the proper decision to pay for the chair as a result. I think that was wise. I would leave it to the ethics commissioner to determine what the rule should be for spouses.
Béatrice, prochaine question.
Thank you. We have no further questions registered at this time. Back to you. Nous n'avons plus de questions pour le moment. Je vous retourne la parole.
Thank you very much, Monsieur et tout le monde, and I hope you are all enjoying the beautiful Ottawa weather today. Take care.
Like to thank our witness today, the Honorable Jody Wilson-Raybould, our colleague from Vancouver Grenville, who has agreed to come before us today. As opposed to our standard practice of allotting witnesses 10 minutes, we all have agreed to afford Ms. Wilson-Raybould 30 minutes in order to be able to more fully tell her story. She is at the center of the events we're studying, and I think it's really important to give her that time. I would, of course, advise other witnesses that that will not be the normal practice of the committee. Before we begin Ms. Wilson-Raybould's testimony, Mr. Rankin has advised me he has a point that he wishes to raise, and I don't want her to eat into Ms. Wilson-Raybould's time. So I'll ask Mr. Rankin to give his point.
Thank you very much. There's actually
Two kind of related points. The first is that when she accepted our invitation, Ms. Wilson-Raybould wrote us, and I quote, "I will remain before the committee to answer questions for as long as the committee wishes." Now, you'll recall, Mr. Chair, that when we also extended time for Mr. Wernick, the clerk of the Privy Council office, and he was willing to stay longer as well. So I'd like to move that the committee accept her offer and allow her to spend longer with us either today or at some subsequent meeting. That's my first point. And the second was, since she's going to do a very lengthy statement in terms of how we've proceeded in the past, I'd like to ask if there is a written statement, if it could be distributed while she's speaking, because of course we will have even less time for questioning than usual as a result, and would give us, I think, more efficiency in asking questions if we had that statement before us in advance. Those are my two suggestions.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. As to the first suggestion, I'm wondering if Ms. Wilson-Raybould does indeed have a statement that she would like to be distributed to the committee, or would she prefer, because I think this is, I would like to go to her preference. What would she prefer?
I do have a statement. It's been provided to the translators, and if it is the will of the committee, they can distribute that to members.
So as soon as then copies are ready, Mr. Clerk, the committee agreed to have that statement in English only? Okay, we need. Mais on va le fournir dès que c'est possible, Monsieur Fortin. Est-ce que c'est d'accord avec vous? Vous n'êtes pas membre, mais on va vous fournir le statement en français dès que possible.
OK, vous ne l'avez pas de disponible actuellement.
Non, et ça c'est pourquoi j'ai demandé le consentement unanime de la comité pour le distribuer.
Et comme je ne suis pas membre du comité, alors je ne pourrais pas voter, mais j'aimerais avoir la copie anglaise et la copie française dès que possible.
Dès que c'est prêt. We will give that as soon as, so I think I have unanimous consent so the clerk can distribute that. And as to the proposal, I very much appreciated Ms. Wilson-Raybould's offer to stay longer for questions. Our standard is 2 rounds. So I think there's agreement that we'll go longer than 2 rounds, and then let's take it round by round after round 3. We went for 3 with Mr. Wernick, then let's talk round by round if we have more questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So would you like Mr. Rankin to get the statement before Ms. Wilson-Raybould begins, or can we begin?
That would be my preference if it could be made available.
How long will it be? Well, at least 5-10 minutes. Oh, it'll be 5 or 10 minutes. So I think it's only fair to the witness to let her begin. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, the floor is yours. And when we get to 30 minutes, I'll just give you a sort of sign to let you know that it's there, okay? Thank you so much, Ms. Wilson-Raybould. The floor is yours.
Well, Gaila Kasla, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members of the Justice Committee for providing me the opportunity for extended testimony today. I very much appreciate it. And starting off, I would like to acknowledge the territory, the ancestral lands of the Algonquin people. For a period of approximately 4 months between September and December of 2018, I experienced a consistent and sustained effort by many people within the government to seek to politically interfere in the exercise of prosecutorial discretion in my role as the Attorney General of Canada in an inappropriate effort to secure a deferred prosecution agreement with SNC-Lavalin. These events involved 11 people, excluding myself and my political staff, from the Prime Minister's office, the Privy Council office, and the Office of the Minister of Finance. This included in-person conversations, telephone calls, emails, and text messages. There were approximately 10 phone calls and 10 meetings specifically about SNC, and I and/or my staff were a part of these meetings. Within these conversations, there were expressed statements regarding the necessity of interference in the SNC-Lavalin matter, the potential of consequences, and veiled threats if a DPA was not made available to SNC. These conversations culminated in December the 19th of 2018 with a conversation I had with the clerk of the Privy Council, a conversation that I will provide some significant detail on. A few weeks later, on January the 7th, 2019, I was informed by the Prime Minister that I was being shuffled out of the role of Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. For most of these conversations, I made contemporaneous notes, detailed notes, in addition to my clear memory, which I am relying on today, among other documentation. My goal in my testimony is to outline the details of these communications for the committee and indeed all Canadians. However, before doing that, let me make a couple of comments. First, I want to thank Canadians for their patience since the February 7th story, which broke in the Globe and Mail. Thank you as well, specifically to those who have reached out to me across the country. I appreciate the messages and I have read all of them. Secondly, on the role of the Attorney General. The Attorney General exercises prosecutorial discretion as provided for under the Director of Public Prosecutions Act. Generally, this authority is exercised by the Director of Public Prosecutions, but the Attorney General has authority to issue directives to the DPP on specific prosecutions or to take over prosecutions. It is well established that the Attorney General exercises prosecutorial discretion. She or he does so individually and independently. These are not cabinet decisions. I will say that it is appropriate for cabinet colleagues to draw to the Attorney General's attention what they see as important policy considerations that are relevant to decisions about how a prosecution will proceed. What is not appropriate is pressing the Attorney General on matters that she or he cannot take into account, such as partisan political considerations, continuing to urge the Attorney General to take her or his mind 4 months after the decision has been made, or suggesting that a collision with the Prime Minister on these matters should be avoided. With that said, the remainder of my testimony will be a detailed and factual delineation of approximately 10 phone calls, 10 in-person meetings, and emails and text messages that were part of an effort to politically interfere regarding the SNC matter for purposes of securing a deferred prosecution. The story begins on September the 4th, 2008. My chief and staff and I were overseas when I was sent a memorandum for the Attorney General pursuant to Section 13 of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, which was entitled, quote, whether to issue an invitation to negotiate a remediation agreement to SNC-Lavalin, end quote, which was prepared by the Director of Public Prosecutions, Kathleen Roussel. The only parts of this note that I will disclose are as follows. Quote, the DPP is of the view that an invitation to negotiate will not be made in this case and that no announcement will be made by the PPSC, end quote. As with all Section 13 notices, the Director provides the information so that the Attorney General can take such course of action as they deem appropriate. In other words, the Director had made her decision to not negotiate a remediation agreement with SNC-Lavalin. I subsequently spoke to my minister's office staff about the decision, and I did the standard practice of undertaking further internal work and due diligence in relation to this note, a practice that I have had for many of the Section 13 notices that I received when I was the Attorney General. In other words, I immediately put in motion with my department and minister's office a careful consideration and study of the matter. 2 days later, on September the 6th, one of the first communications about the DPA was received from outside of my department. Ben Chin, Minister Morneau's chief of staff, emailed my chief of staff and they arranged to talk. He wanted to talk about SNC and what we could do, if anything, to address this. He said to her, my chief, that if they don't get a DPA, they will leave Montreal, and it's the Quebec election right now, so we can't have that happen. He said that they have a big meeting coming up on Tuesday and that this bad news may go public. This same day, my chief of staff exchanged some emails with my minister's office staff about this, who advised her that the Deputy Attorney General, Nathalie Drouin, was working on something and that my staff were drafting a memo about the role of the Attorney General vis-a-vis the PPSC. It was on or about this day that I requested a one-on-one meeting with the Prime Minister on another matter of urgency, and as soon as possible after I got back into the country. This request would ultimately become the meeting on September the 17th between myself and the Prime Minister that has widely been reported in the media. On September 7th, my Chief of Staff spoke by phone to my then Minister, or Deputy Minister, about the call she had received from Ben Chin, and the Deputy stated that the department is working on this. The Deputy gave my Chief a quick rundown of what she thought some options would be. On the same day, I received a note from my staff on the role of the Attorney General, a note that I also shared with that my office also shared with Elder Marquez and Amy Archer at the PMO. Same day, staff in my office met with the Deputy Minister. Some excerpts of the Section 13 note were read to the Deputy Minister, but the Deputy Minister did not want to be provided with a copy of the Section 13 note. September 8th, my deputy shared the draft note on the role of the Attorney General with my Chief of Staff, who subsequently shared it with me. And over the next day, clarity was sought by my staff with the deputy on aspects of the options that were laid out in her note. A follow-up conversation between Ben Chin and a member of my staff, Francois Giroux, occurred on September the 11th. Mr. Chin said that SNC had been informed that by the PPSC that it cannot enter into a DPA. And Ben again detailed the reasons why they were told that they were not getting a DPA. Mr. Chin also noted that SNC's legal counsel, Frank Iacobucci, and further detailed what the terms were that SNC was prepared to agree to, stating that they viewed this as part of a negotiation. To be clear, up to this point, I had not been directly contacted by the Prime Minister, officials in the Prime Minister's office, or the Privy Council office about this matter. With the exception of Mr. Chin's discussions, the focus of communications had been internal to the Department of Justice. This changes on September the 16th. My Chief of Staff had a phone call with Mathieu Bouchard and Elder Marquez from the Prime Minister's office. They wanted to discuss SNC. They told her that SNC had made further submissions to the Crown and that there is some softening, but not much. They said that they understood that the individual Crown prosecutor wants to negotiate an agreement, but the director does not. They said that they understand that they can't direct, but that they hear that our Deputy of Justice thinks we can get the PPSC to say, we think that we should get some outside advice on this. They said that they think we should be able to find a more reasonable resolution here. They told her that SNC's next board meeting is on Thursday, which was September the 20th. They also mentioned the Quebec election context. They asked my chief if someone has suggested the outside idea to the PPSC and asked whether or not we were open to this suggestion. They wanted to know if my deputy could do it. In response, my Chief of Staff stressed to them prosecutorial independence and potential concerns about the interference in the independence of the prosecutorial functions. Mr. Bouchard and Mr. Marquez kept telling her that they didn't want to cross any lines, but they asked my Chief of Staff to follow up with me directly on this matter. To be clear, I was fully aware of the conversations between September the 4th and 16th that I have outlined. I had been regularly briefed by my staff from the moment this first arose and had also reviewed all materials that had been produced. Further, my view had also formed at this point. Through the work of my department, my minister's office, and work I conducted on my own, that is what was inappropriate, that it was inappropriate for me to intervene in the decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions in this case and to pursue a deferred prosecution agreement. In the course of reaching this view, I discussed the matter on a number of occasions with my then deputy so that she was aware of my view, raised concerns on a number of occasions with my deputy minister about the appropriateness of communications we were receiving from outside the department, and also raised concerns about some of the options that she had been suggesting. On September 17th, the deputy minister said that finance had told her that they wanted to make sure that Kathleen understands the impact if we do nothing in this case. Given the potential concerns raised by this conversation, I discussed this later with my deputy. This same day, September 17th, I have my one-on-one meeting with the Prime Minister that I requested a couple of weeks ago. When I walked in, the clerk of the Privy Council was in attendance as well. While the meeting was not about the issue of SNC and DPAs, the Prime Minister raised the issue immediately. The Prime Minister asked me to help out, to find a solution here for SNC, citing that if there is no DPA, there would be many jobs lost and that SNC would move from Montreal. In response, I explained to him the law and what I have the ability to do and not do under the Director of Public Prosecutions Act around issuing directives or assuming conduct of prosecutions. I told him that I had done my due diligence and had made up my mind on SNC and that I was not going to interfere with the decision of the Director. In response, the Prime Minister reiterated his concerns. I then explained how this came about and that I had received a Section 13 note from the DPP earlier in September and that I had considered the matter very closely. I further stated that I was very clear on my role as the Attorney General and that I am not prepared to issue a directive in this case, that it would not be appropriate. The Prime Minister again cited the potential loss of jobs and SNC moving. Then, to my surprise, the clerk stated or started to make the case for the need for a DPA. He said, quote, "There is a board meeting on Thursday, September the 20th, with stockholders," end quote. Quote again, "They will likely be moving to London if this happens, and there is an election in Quebec soon," end quote. At that point, the Prime Minister jumped in, stressing that there is an election in Quebec and that, quote, "I am an MP in Quebec, the member for Papineau," end quote. I was quite taken aback. My response, and I vividly remember this as well, was to ask the Prime Minister a direct question while looking him in the eye. I asked, quote, "Are you politically interfering with my role, my decision as the Attorney General? I would strongly advise against it," end quote. The Prime Minister said, "No, no, no, we just need to find a solution." The clerk then said that he spoke to my deputy and she said that I could speak to the director. I responded by saying, "No, I would not. That would be inappropriate." I further explained to the clerk and the Prime Minister that I had had a conversation with my deputy about options and what my position was on the matter. As a result, I agreed to and undertook to the Prime Minister that I would have a conversation with my deputy and the clerk, but that these conversations would not change my mind. I also said that my staff and my officials are not authorized to speak to the PPSC. And then we finally discussed the issue that I had asked for the meeting in the first place. I left the meeting and immediately debriefed with my staff about what was said with respect to SNC and DPAs. On September 19th, I met with the clerk as I had undertaken to the Prime Minister. The meeting was one-on-one in my office. The clerk brought up job losses and that this is not about the Quebec election or the Prime Minister being a Montreal MP. He said that he has not seen the Section 13 note. The clerk said that he understands that SNC is going back and forth with the DPP and that they want more information. He said that, quote, "Iacobucci is not a shrinking violet," end quote. He referenced the September 20th date and that they don't have anything from the DPP. He said that the Prime Minister is very concerned about the confines of my role as Attorney General and the Director of Public Prosecutions. He reported that the Prime Minister is very aware of my role as the Attorney General of Canada. I told the clerk again that I instructed my deputy is not to get in touch with the director, and that given my review of the matter, I would not speak to her directly regarding the DPA. I offered that if SNC were to send, I offered to the clerk, if that SNC were to send me a letter expressing their concerns, their public interest argument, it would be permissible and I would appropriately forward it directly to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Later that day, my Chief of Staff had a phone call with Elder Marquez and Mathieu Bouchard from the Prime Minister's office. They wanted an update on what was going on regarding the DPAs since, quote, "we don't have a ton of time," end quote. She relayed my summary of the meeting with the clerk and the Prime Minister. Mathieu and Elder also raised the idea of a, quote, "informal reach out," end quote, to the DPP. My chief of staff said that she knew I was not comfortable with that, as it looked like and probably did constitute political interference. They asked whether that was true if it wasn't the Attorney General herself, but if it was her staff or the Deputy Minister. My chief of staff said yes, it would, and offered a call with me directly. They said that they will regroup and get back to you on that. Still on September the 19th, I spoke to Minister Morneau on this matter when we were in the House. He again stressed the need to save jobs, and I told him that engagements from his office to mine on SNC had to stop, that they were inappropriate. They did not stop. On September the 20th, my chief of staff had phone calls with Mr. Chin and Justin To, both members of the Minister of Finance's office, about DPAs and SNC. At this point, after September the 20th, there was an apparent pause in communicating with myself or my chief of staff on the SNC matter. We did not hear from anyone again until October the 18th, when Mathieu Bouchard called my chief of staff and asked that I look at the option of seeking an external legal opinion on the DPP's decision not to extend an invitation to negotiate a DPA. This would become a recurring theme for some time in messages from the PMO that an external review should be done of the DPP's decision. The next day as well, SNC filed a federal court application seeking to quash the DPP's decision to not enter into a remediation agreement with them. In my view, this necessarily put to rest any notion that I might speak to or intervene with the DPP or that external review could take place. The matter was now before the courts and a judge was being asked to look at the DPP's discretion. However, on October the 26th, 2018, when my chief of staff spoke to Mathieu Bouchard and communicated to him now that given that SNC has now filed in federal court seeking to review the DPP's decision, surely we had moved past the idea of the Attorney General intervening or getting an opinion on the same question. Mathieu replied that he was still interested in an external legal opinion idea. Could she not get an external legal opinion on whether the DPP had exercised their discretion properly? And then, on the application itself, the Attorney General could intervene, seek to stay the proceedings, given that she was awaiting a legal opinion. My chief of staff said that this would obviously be perceived as interference and her boss questioning the DPP's decision. Mathieu said that if 6 months from the election, SNC announces they're moving their headquarters out of Canada, that is bad. He said, quote, we can have the best policy in the world, but we need to get reelected, end quote. He said that everybody knows that this is the Attorney General's decision, but that he wants to make sure that all options are being canvassed. Mathieu said that if, at the end of the day, the Attorney General is not comfortable, that is fine. He just doesn't want any doors to be closed. Jessica, my chief of staff, said that I was always happy to speak to him should he wish. In mid-November, the PMO requested that I meet with Mathieu Bouchard and Elder Marquez to discuss the matter, which I did on November 22nd. This meeting was quite long. I would say about an hour and a half. I was irritated by having to have the meeting as I had already told the Prime Minister, etc., that a DPA on SNC was not going to happen, that I was not going to issue a directive. Mathieu in this meeting did most of the talking. He was trying to tell me that there were options and that I needed to find a solution. I took them through the DPP Act, Section 15, Section 10, and talked about the prosecutorial independence as a constitutional principle, and that they were interfering. I talked about the Section 13 note, which they said they had never received, but I reminded them that we sent it to them in September. Mathieu and Elder continued to plead their case, talking about if I'm not sure in my decision, that we could hire an eminent person to advise me. They were kicking the tires. I said no. My mind had been made up and they needed to stop. This was enough. I will briefly pause at this moment to comment on my own state of mind. In my role as Attorney General, I had received the decision of the DPP in September, had reviewed the matter, made a decision on what was appropriate given a DPA, and communicated that to the Prime Minister. I had also taken additional steps that the Prime Minister asked me to, such as meeting with the clerk. In my view, the communications and efforts to change my mind on this matter should have stopped. Various officials also urged me to take partisan political considerations into account, which it was clearly improper for me to do so. We either have a system that is based on the rule of law, the independence of prosecutorial functions, and respect for those charged to use their discretion and powers in a particular way, or we do not. While in our system of government, policy-oriented discussion amongst people at early points in this conversation may be appropriate, the consistent and enduring efforts, even in the face of judicial proceedings on the same matter, and in the face of a clear decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Attorney General to continue and even intensify such efforts, raises serious red flags in my view. Yet, this is what continued to happen. On December the 5th of 2018, I met with Jerry Butts. We had both sought out this meeting. I wanted to speak about a number of things, including bringing up SNC and the barrage of people hounding me and my staff. Towards the end of our meeting, which was in the Chateau Laurier, I raised how I needed everybody to stop talking to me about SNC as I had made up my mind and the engagements were inappropriate. Jerry then took over the conversation and said how we need a solution on the SNC stuff. He said I needed to find a solution. I said no, and I referenced the preliminary inquiry and the judicial review. I said further that I gave the clerk the only appropriate solution that could have happened, and that was the letter idea that was not taken up. Jerry talked to me about how the statute was a statute passed by Harper and that he does not like the law. I said something like, that is the law that we have. On December the 7th, I received a letter from the Prime Minister dated December 6th, attaching a letter from the CEO of SNC-Lavalin dated October the 15th. I responded to the Prime Minister's letter on December 6th, noting that the matter is before the court, so I cannot comment on it, and that the decision re a DPA was one for the DPP, which is independent of my office. This brings me to the final events in the chronology, the ones that signal, in my experience, the final escalation in efforts by the Prime Minister's office to interfere in this matter. On December 18th of 2018, my Chief of Staff was urgently summoned to a meeting with Jerry Butts and Katie Telford to discuss SNC. They wanted to know where I am at in terms of finding a solution. They told her that they felt like the issue was getting worse and that I was not doing anything. They referenced a possible call with the Prime Minister and the clerk the next day. I will now read to you a transcript of the most relevant sections of a text conversation between my Chief of Staff and I almost immediately after that meeting. Jessica. Basically, they want a solution, nothing new. They want external counsel retained to give you an opinion on whether you can review the DPP's decision here and whether you should in this case. I told them that would be interference. Jerry said, quote, Jess, there is no solution here that does not involve some interference, end quote. At least they are finally being honest about what they are asking you to do. Don't care about the PPSC's independence. Katie was like, quote, we don't want to debate legalities anymore, end quote. They keep being like, we aren't lawyers, but there has to be some solution here. Mojag, I text. So where were things left? Jessica, so unclear. I said would of course let you know about the conversation, and they said that they were going to kick the tires with a few people on this tonight. The clerk was waiting outside when I left. But they said that they want to set up a call between you and the Prime Minister and the clerk tomorrow. I said that of course you'd be happy to speak to your boss. They seem quite keen on the idea of you retaining an ex-Supreme Court of Canada judge to get advice on this. Katie Telford thinks it gives us cover in the business community and the legal community, and that it would allow the Prime Minister to say we were doing something. She was like, quote, if Jody is nervous, we would of course line up all kinds of people to write op-eds saying that what she is doing is proper, end quote. On December the 19th, 2018, I was asked to have a call with the clerk. It was a fairly lengthy call, and I took the call from home, and I was on my own, by myself. Given what occurred the previous day with my chief of staff, I was determined to end all interference and conversations about this matter once and for all. Here's part of what the clerk and I discussed. The clerk said he was calling about DPA's SNC. He said he wanted to pass on where the Prime Minister is at. He spoke about the company's board and the possibility of them selling out to someone else, moving their headquarters and job losses. He said that the Prime Minister wants to be able to say that he has tried everything he can within the legitimate toolbox. The clerk said that the Prime Minister is quite determined, quite firm, but he wants to know why the DPA route, which Parliament provided for, isn't being used. He said, quote, I think he is going to find a way to get it done one way or another. So he is in that kind of mood, and I wanted you to be aware of it, end quote. The clerk said he didn't know if the Prime Minister was planning on calling me directly or if he is thinking about getting somebody else to give him some advice. You know, he does not want to do anything outside of the box of what is legal or proper. He said that the Prime Minister wants to understand more, to give him advice on this or give you advice on this if you want to feel more comfortable you are not doing anything inappropriate or outside the frame. I told the clerk that I was 100% confident that I was doing nothing inappropriate. I again reiterated my confidence in where I am in my views on SNC and the DPA have not changed. I reiterate this is a constitutional principle of prosecutorial independence. I warned the clerk in this meeting that he was in this call that we were treading on dangerous ground here. I also issued a stern warning because as the Attorney General, I cannot act in a manner and the prosecution cannot act in a manner that is not objective, that isn't independent. I cannot act in a partisan way and I cannot be politically motivated. This all screams of that. The clerk wondered whether anyone could speak to the director about the context around this or get her to explain her reasonings. The clerk told me that he was going to have to report back to the Prime Minister before he leaves. He said again that the Prime Minister was in a pretty firm frame of mind and about this, and that he was a bit worried. I asked what he's worried about. The clerk then made the comment about how it is not good for the Prime Minister and his Attorney General to be at loggerheads. I told the clerk that I was giving him my best advice and that if he did not accept that advice, then it is the Prime Minister's prerogative to do what he wants. But I am trying to protect the Prime Minister from political interference or perceived political interference or otherwise. The clerk acknowledged that, but said that the Prime Minister does not have the power to do what he wants. All the tools are in my hands, he said. I said that I was having thoughts of the Saturday night massacre, but that I was confident that I had given the Prime Minister my best advice to protect him and to protect the constitutional principle of prosecutorial independence. The clerk said that he was worried about a collision between the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister is pretty firm about this. He told me that he had seen the Prime Minister a few hours ago and that this is really important to him. That is essentially where the conversation ended, and I did not hear from the Prime Minister the next day.
I'm just letting everybody know that I've just, as chair, I choose to give you more than 30 minutes. You've exceeded it. I'd like you to be able to finish your statement. Is there anybody that has any objection to that? Okay, so please continue.
I don't think anyone in the audience does either.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On January the 7th, I received a call from the Prime Minister and was informed I was being shuffled out of my role as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. I will not go into details of this call or subsequent communications about the shuffle, but I will say that I stated I believe the reason was because of the SNC matter. They denied this to be the case. On January the 11th, 2019, the Friday before the shuffle, my former deputy minister is called by the clerk and told that the shuffle is happening and that she will be getting a new minister. As part of this conversation, the clerk tells the deputy that one of the first conversations that the new minister will be expected to have with the Prime Minister will be on SNC Lavalin. In other words, that the new minister will need to be prepared to speak to the Prime Minister on this file. The deputy recounts this to my chief of staff, who tells me about the conversation. My narrative stops here. I must reiterate to the committee my concern outlined in the letter to the chair yesterday. That is, Order in Council number 2019-0105 addresses only my time as the Attorney General of Canada and therefore does nothing to release me from my restrictions that apply to communications while I proudly served as the Minister of Veterans Affairs. And in relation to my resignation from that post or my presentation to Cabinet after I resigned. This time period includes communications on topics that some members of the committee have explored with other witnesses and about which there have been public statements by others. The Order in Council leaves in place the various constraints, in particular, Cabinet confidence, that there are on my ability to speak freely on matters that occurred after I left my post as Attorney General. Even with those constraints, I hope that through my narrative today, the committee and everyone across the country who's listening has a clear idea of what I experienced and what I know of who did what and what was communicated. I hope and expect the facts speak for themselves. I imagine Canadians now fully understand that, in my view, these events constituted pressure to intervene in a matter, and that this pressure or political interference to intervene was not appropriate. However, Canadians can judge this for themselves as we now have the same frame of information. Lastly, as I've said previously, it has always been my view that the Attorney General of Canada must be nonpartisan, more transparent in the principles that are the basis of decisions, and in this respect, always willing to speak truth to power. In saying this, I was reflecting what I understood to be the vital importance of the rule of law and prosecutorial independence in our democracy. My understanding of this has been shaped by some lived experiences. I am, of course, a lawyer. I was a prosecutor in the downtown east side of Vancouver. So I come to this view as a trained professional and committed to certain values as key to our system of order. But my understanding of the rule of law has also been shaped by my experiences as an Indigenous person and as an Indigenous leader. The history of Crown Indigenous relations in this country includes a history of the rule of law not being respected. Indeed, one of the main reasons for the urgent need for justice and reconciliation today is that in the history of our country, we have not always upheld foundational values such as the rule of law in relations to Indigenous peoples. And I have seen the negative impacts for freedom, equality, and a just society this can have firsthand. So when I pledged to serve Canadians as your Minister of Justice and Attorney General, I came to it with a deeply ingrained commitment to the rule of law and the importance of acting independently of partisan, political, and narrow interests in all matters. When we do not do that, I firmly believe and know we do worse as a society. I will conclude by saying this. I was taught to always be careful what you say because you cannot take it back. I was taught to always hold true to your core values and principles and to act with integrity. These are the teachings of my parents, my grandparents, and my community. I come from a long line of matriarchs, and I am a truth teller in accordance with the laws and traditions of our big house. This is who I am, and this is who I always will be. Gala Kasla, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, for sharing your perspective with the committee. It's much appreciated. So, folks, I'm just going to lay out the rules for the questions. I'm usually a very flexible chair in terms of time, but as we've done for the meetings on this issue, we're going to stick to the time limits. And as a result, I would ask if the witness where somebody's asking for a quick answer it could be a little bit succinct. But I'll obviously want you to be able to finish your answers. So we're going to start. So the first round is 6 minutes Conservative, 6 Liberal, 6 NDP, 6 Liberal, and I'll let everybody know in advance of every round what the time limits are. We'll start with Ms. Wright.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson-Raybould. I appreciate your patience on getting here today. It hasn't been an easy path, but I know that Canadians really appreciate it and they appreciate your testimony today. And I just want to start off by saying that I believe every word that you said today. And I appreciate your honor and I appreciate your honesty and I appreciate your integrity and grit in coming forward in the way you have. So I do have some questions though, and I'd be grateful for your input and your point of view. First and foremost, I'd like to know, the Prime Minister has said that you will be able to discuss all relevant information, but do you believe that there is relevant information that you are unable to include in your 30-minute statement that would be helpful for the committee?
Well, thank you for the comments and the question. As I said in my letter to the committee yesterday, as I said in my remarks today, the extent of the order in council and the waiver of privilege and confidentiality extends to January the 14th, when I was sworn in as the Minister of Veterans Affairs. So it does not include any conversations that occurred thereafter. It does not include conversations that I may or may not have had with the Prime Minister, and it does not include the conversation that I had with my former cabinet colleagues after my resignation from cabinet.
Do you think those would be relevant to our considerations?
Well, I believe that having heard some of the deliberations and questions asked by the committee over the course of the meetings that you've had, some of the questions would be answered if that information was made available.
One of the important pieces of your testimony today were the number of names that you provided for us, giving us a different list of characters that have been involved in this situation since it began in September. I'm wondering if you'd be so kind to provide us with a full list of those names. I've jotted down a few of them, but I don't have the complete listing. Would that be something you'd be willing to do for us?
I believe the full list of names is contained within the remarks that I think are being distributed. But if I counted incorrectly, I will provide all of the names.
I appreciate it. Just on page 14, you mentioned that there were various officials that came forward at the time. If you have any recollection of who the various officials were, that would be helpful for us in terms of making sure we have a complete list of all the witnesses. On January 7, you pointed out to us that you were told that you were being removed as the Attorney General. As well, you posted a very lengthy Facebook post after your movement to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, but I would assume that you thought a lot about what you would include in a note like this during the time when you were actually Attorney General. And as such, I think and I believe that the statement that you made, even though it was on when you were Minister of Veterans Affairs, technically did come to light and was part of your thought process when you were Attorney General. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about your Facebook post. The first one, and I quote, it's where, and you mentioned it in your remarks, It has always been my view that the Attorney General of Canada must be nonpartisan, more transparent, and in this respect, always willing to speak truth to power. Do you believe, for the record, that you were removed as the Attorney General because you spoke truth to power on the topic of the SNC ongoing prosecution?
Well, thank you for the question, and I am going to have to be very careful what I say.
I understand.
I believe that I am able to speak to my thought processes from January the 7th up to the time that I was sworn in as the Veterans Affairs Minister.
Yes.
I think it's apparent from my remarks that I was concerned that the reason why I was being shuffled out of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General possibly was because of a decision I would not take on SNC and the DPA. I raised those concerns with the Prime Minister and with Jerry Butts. And as I said in my remarks, those were denied. I cannot speak to anything that I thought about after that point.
I appreciate that. Second part of this letter, you say that the unique and independent aspects of the dual role of the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada are even more important. I know Canadians across the country expect such high standards to continue to be met, especially in the uncertain times in which we now live, and I expect this to continue. I'd like to know if you are concerned that it's possible that the independence of the Office of the Attorney General is being eroded now, given what you've told us in your testimony today, your understanding that the current Attorney General was to be briefed on the SNC-Lavalin deferment decision.
Well, thanks for the question, and I will not comment on the current Attorney General, but I will comment on when I was the Attorney General and the thoughts that I had when I was on vacation in Bali and when I received a call from the Prime Minister. While I was the Attorney General through these 4 months, leaving aside all of the very inappropriate political pressure, interference, I was confident in my role as the Attorney General that I was the final decision maker on whether or not a directive would be introduced on the SNC matter. So I knew as long as I was the Attorney General, this would not occur. I had concerns that when I was removed as the Attorney General, that this potentially might not be the case. I decided that I would embrace this new role, a very important role, and I really want to say publicly that the role of Veterans Affairs is an incredibly important role, and I took it very seriously. But I had decided to take on the role requested of me by the Prime Minister, but I had concerns, and I knew that in my new role, still sitting around the cabinet table, if there had been a directive that was placed into the Gazette, I would have resigned immediately from cabinet.
Thank you very
Well
much. Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today and for providing your notes. I think they're helpful. My set of questions, I want to kind of get a general sense of some timelines. I know you've laid it out here, but just in trying to keep up a little bit. Would you say, or is it fair to say that in and around, and if I have the wrong date, please correct me, September 17th, I think is when you first met with the Prime Minister on where it wasn't the purpose of the meeting wasn't at first for the SNC-Lavalin, but it was brought up. And is it fair to say, was it at that point that you felt the questions of your role on this matter, that you were uncomfortable at that point? Or would you say you were uncomfortable from the initial feedback that you heard that your Chief of Staff had been contacted by Mr. Chin? So let's kind of start there.
So there's a couple of questions in
Yeah.
there. If I don't answer them, please let me.
Yeah, no problem.
So the reason for I requested the September 17th meeting, as I
Okay.
said, on a different on an important matter. As I said, the Prime Minister brought up SNC and the Deferred Prosecution Agreement. And with the clerk present, we had conversations about SNC. Well, he brought up SNC about jobs and the potential of job loss. And I will say, entirely appropriate conversations for the Prime Minister to bring up. What I will say is that the conversations turned to be completely inappropriate when there was discussion about the Quebec election, about the fact that the Prime Minister was a member of Parliament in Quebec. It was at that point that I immediately became concerned, and because I was the Attorney General, sought to have a conversation with the Prime Minister about the law, about the role of the Attorney General and the necessary independence that the Attorney General must have in exercising their discretion, in this case around a prosecution. The political concerns that were raised prompted me to ask the question of the Prime Minister directly if he was politically interfering with my role as the Attorney General. So at that point, my senses were heightened. The Prime Minister assured me that that was not the case. But soon thereafter, I instructed my staff and myself as well to ensure that we had a very detailed chronology of all meetings and conversations about SNC and deferred prosecution agreements.
Thank you. So you wouldn't say that it was a red flag necessarily on the topic or the conversations with Mr. Chin on September 7th, because it was those conversations about businesses. It was once the conversation in your mind changed to any politics. Or were you equally concerned on September 7th?
On the earlier meetings prior to the meeting with the Prime Minister, Ben Chin had conversations with my Chief of Staff. And again, in terms of public policy, in terms of having discussions about impacts of decisions and loss of jobs, that was appropriate.
Okay.
But I will say in those calls, and I don't have my notes in front of me, but I have a pretty generous memory. Mr. Chin raised the Quebec election. And I will say it's okay to talk about job losses. It's okay to talk about it in initial conversations. But when those topics continue to be brought up after there's a clear awareness that a decision has been made, it becomes inappropriate.
Thank you for clarifying. And sorry, I just want to clarify on that point because you mentioned you have notes and a pretty good memory. But in the written submission or your verbal remarks, any conversations, at least from September 7th, 8th, I think 11th, at least involving Mr. Chin, were with your staff, not you directly. Did you leave out conversations that you also had, or was it just notes that you had from your conversations with somebody who had a conversation with Mr. Chin? I just want to clarify.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm happy to answer the question if you'd permit me just to speak about how ministers, at least my minister's office works. I have an incredibly close relationship, necessarily so, with my chief of staff. I also at that time had a very close relationship with my judicial affairs advisor, who throughout some of this period of time was acting as my chief of staff, given that we were out of the country. Whenever my chief of staff has a conversation, she takes notes on the conversation and immediately relays the conversation to me, particularly in cases where there's concerns about the conversations that were had. So the close relationship and the necessary closeness of the relationship makes it that she and I are sharing important information and proceeding on the same basis with respect to the meetings, telephone calls, and emails that she would receive. It is her obligation, and it was my instructions for her to provide me with all of these details.
Thank you. And
Ms. O'Connell, your last question.
okay, perfect. Thanks. And then it was in here. I'm sorry, I don't recall, but it did say somewhere in these conversations that either you or your staff related on behalf of you that you would be in this at least September timeframe open to having further conversations on the SNC-Lavalin matter. Is that not correct? Or in September, you had felt comfortable and confident that the decision was made?
Well, during that time frame, I had commenced conversations and had asked for briefings, as I regularly did when I received a Section 13 notice. I think it's fair for me to say that there was a heightened awareness about this Section 13 notice that came in with respect to SNC. These conversations were all internal to the Department of Justice, and I was exercising with my Attorney General hat on what was appropriate for me to consider based on what I read in the Section 13 note from the director. We did not reach out externally. The Minister of Finance's office reached out to my department, and then these conversations began.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rankin.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chair, I have to say that I am very shaken by what I've heard here today. I've been a lawyer for over 40 years. I've taught a generation of law students about the rule of law. And what I've heard today should make all Canadians extremely upset. Now, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, we're both from British Columbia. We've known each other for many years, and I need you to know that I believe you entirely. I need you to know that. And I want you to know as well that I very much admire your courage in being here and telling Canadians what you have experienced. Because I believe, if we believe you, which I do, that there is no other conclusion that one can reasonably draw, but that there was a sustained, consistent effort to interfere politically with the critical role that an attorney general must play in our legal system. You have said, to quote back what you said, I experienced a consistent and sustained effort by many people within the government to seek to politically interfere in the exercise of prosecutorial discretion in my role as the Attorney General of Canada in an inappropriate effort to secure a deferred prosecution agreement. You talked of 10 phone calls, 10 meetings specifically about that. And then you talked about what I would call the consequences and threats if you didn't knuckle under. You said the potential for consequences and veiled threat if a deferred prosecution was not available to the SNC were brought to your attention during those conversations. So my question is this: how can Canadians, if they believe you, as I do, draw any other conclusion but that there was an attempt to politically interfere with your role as our independent Attorney General?
Well, thank you for the comments and the question, albeit I think the question is somewhat rhetorical. I sought in my testimony today to state facts, and in my testimony, I came to the conclusion, and throughout the 4 months, that there was a sustained effort, an attempt to politically interfere with my discretion as the Attorney General of Canada. It was inappropriate.
And on January the 11th, you said that the Friday before the cabinet shuffle, your former deputy minister was called by the clerk and told that the shuffle was happening, and that the deputy minister said one of the first conversations that the new minister will be expected to have with the prime minister would be on SNC-Lavalin. So it appears to a reasonable person looking at that you were removed from your role because you would not change your mind, despite these persistent and consistent efforts to have you do so, and that because you didn't change your mind, you were fired from the role of Attorney General. That's what I take from the material. In other words, there appears to be a direct link from that conversation the day before the cabinet shuffle and what occurred, your removal from your role as Attorney General. That would appear to be what's said. Now, I have a question. After this, what you call consistent and sustained pressure to reverse your decision, I'd like you to tell us a little bit more why you did not change your mind.
I did not change my mind to enter into or to issue a directive to the Director of Public Prosecutions on the matter of putting out an invitation to negotiate a remediation agreement with SNC, because I had the benefit of reading the Section 13 note, of conducting my own due diligence around the appropriateness of entering into a deferred prosecution agreement with SNC. I had the benefit of feedback and briefings from my departmental officials as well as my political staff. I made my mind up prior to the September 17th meeting. And for those people that know me, my decision-making process takes into account many views, and I welcome many views on public policy issues. And having taken into account many diverse views, knowing confidently my role, my independent role as the Attorney General, and the need to make a decision. And I know you are studying the Shawcross principles, and I don't want to get into talking about the Shawcross principles, but as the Attorney General, you make decisions with your judicial hat on, leaving aside political considerations or otherwise. I had determined that I was not going to issue a directive. It was inappropriate to interfere with the discretion of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And having made up my mind, taking into account all of the information, again, for those who know me, I was not going to change my mind.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. O'Connell?
Thank you. Thank you. So following up on some of those timeline questions, I just want to, it looks like in the response, you didn't meet again with Jerry until December 5th in terms of raising your specific concerns that you felt this was interference. So just given that how long you've known Mr. Butts, and I believe it's been widely reported he was someone who recruited you, so you had known each other even prior to politics to run for the Liberal Party. I'm just curious if it is fair to say that it wasn't until the December 5th meeting with Mr. Butts, that you hadn't messaged him about your concerns about what you described as constant pressure. If you had communicated with him in any way via text, email, whatnot, prior to that December 5th meeting to say that you felt these conversations needed to stop.
Well, I'm not going to comment on the nature of my relationship with Mr. Butts.
That's fine.
But I will say that it was the Prime Minister, the then leader, that recruited me into the party. And of course, there were ongoing conversations between him and Mr. Butts.
Sorry, can I just say then, is it fair to suggest though that you had known him and you were comfortable with him, you had talked to him, I would assume, regularly?
Yeah, of course. I had fairly regular conversations with Jerry. In fact, Jerry said to me many times, and I don't think this is a secret, that I talk to you more than I talk to most ministers. And I appreciated that relationship. To the second part of your question, as I said, there was sustained efforts at communications, not only with myself, but with my office. from various members of the Prime Minister's office, including Mathieu Bouchard and Elder Marquez, both of whom are policy advisors and legal advisors to the Prime Minister, as well as to Jerry Butts and Katie Telford. It would have been, in my view, not a secret that these were concerns that I had.
But if it just following up on that, if it wasn't a secret that those were your concerns, why not until December 5th did you communicate with Mr. Butts specifically about those communications? It was somewhat stated that you would be willing to, or someone in your office would look at the matter back in September. So if it was constant, and you acknowledge that you spoke to Mr. Butts on a regular basis, why not raise it earlier in September or October about those ongoing conversations with anyone in the PMO or other ministers' offices? Or did you, I guess is a fair point, did you communicate prior to that about those concerns?
I
with
appreciate the
Mr. Butts?
question and being able to clarify again the timeline. I absolutely communicated in September, not to Jerry Butts, but to the Prime Minister of the country, the concern that I had. I communicated to the clerk of the Privy Council, who, as everybody knows, is the Deputy Minister to the Prime Minister. I communicated to Elder Marquez and to Mathieu Bouchard. I communicated to the Deputy Minister of Justice and the Deputy Attorney General of Canada. And when the sustained efforts of political interference continued, I felt, and I have text messages when I requested the meeting with Jerry, that ultimately resulted on December the 5th, that it was time to reiterate my concerns to him about the inappropriate nature of these conversations, as I did to Minister Morneau in October, I believe, or September, I might be getting the dates wrong, about the inappropriateness and that they had to stop.
So then you didn't mention Ms. Telford. So is it fair to say you didn't speak with Ms. Telford, I guess, between those September dates? Or did you ever mention it to Ms. Telford about or have communications via text, emails, and writings that what you say were continued pressure?
Just to correct, it was September the 19th that I had the discussion with Minister Morneau. To your question, most of the conversations that I have with the Prime Minister's office at the highest level, either Katie or Jerry, would be with Jerry Butts.
Okay.
But to be clear, my chief of staff had direct conversations with Mr. Butts and Ms. Telford, as I described in detail on December the 18th.
So early, and then after September 19th, that meeting with the Prime Minister, did you speak to him again about the continued pressure that you felt?
The meeting I had with the Prime Minister was on September the 17th. And after September the 17th, I did not directly talk to the Prime Minister until January the 7th. But in between those dates, there were, as I described, numerous meetings with the Prime Minister's office senior staff, as well as the clerk of the Privy Council.
And you mentioned earlier in my first round that you felt it was entirely appropriate to have the conversation about the jobs and those types of impacts. I'm paraphrasing here, and then you mentioned Minister Morneau and the conversation you referred to on the 19th, which was in the House, I believe you said in the testimony, and you said that he mentioned job losses. So what made you feel that that conversation was then inappropriate?
Was inappropriate?
Yes.
So to the first point about mentioning jobs and job losses, as I said in my evidence, including the conversation I had with the Prime Minister, I do not believe it is inappropriate to have conversations about job losses, about SNC in the early stages where ministers can raise these issues with the Attorney General. What is inappropriate is the long sustained discussions about the job losses after it is very clear that I had made my decision and was not going to pursue a DPA. But leaving aside job losses, the conversations that I had where they became very clearly inappropriate was when political issues came up, like the election in Quebec, like losing the election if SNC were to move their headquarters. Conversations like that, conversations like the one I had with the clerk of the Privy Council, who invoked the Prime Minister's name throughout the entirety of the conversation, spoke to me about the Prime Minister being dug in, spoke to me about his concerns as to what would happen. In my mind, those were veiled threats, and I took them as such. That is entirely inappropriate.
Thank you very much. So now we move to the second round. In the second round, it goes 6 minutes to the Liberals, 6 to the Conservatives, 6 to the Liberals, 5 to the Conservatives, 3 to the NDP. So that is round 2. We'll start round 2 with Ms. Sahota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to first go back to the September 17th meeting with the Prime Minister and the Clerk of the Privy Council. You mentioned that it was here where you had specifically asked the Prime Minister whether he was interfering, and his answer was that the decision was always yours. Is that correct?
That's not exactly what I said. I had raised the background about comments that were made by the Prime Minister and the clerk, and I know that that has been what has been reported in the media, but that's not what was said. I asked the Prime Minister a direct question after having comments around elections and being the member of Papineau. Are you interfering with my role as the Attorney General, my decision? And I advised him strongly not to do that. So it was my direct question to the Prime Minister.
And he said the decision was always yours, correct?
He did not say that. He said, no, no, no. That's not what I'm doing.
Okay. Okay. But you did mention in your opening statement that throughout the whole time you were Attorney General, you did recognize that the decision was always yours.
I 100% understand my role as the Attorney General, and it is my decision and my decision alone whether or not to issue a directive.
Okay. So this September 17th meeting, you had asked for it earlier in September, and you said at that point you had gone on vacation. And did you receive this request for the meeting quite quickly?
I didn't say that I went on vacation. I was actually down in Australia for a Five Eyes meeting and happened to thankfully have a couple of days off.
Okay.
When another very important issue arose. And I, at that point, had requested directly to Jerry Butts via text message that I wanted to have a one-on-one meeting with the Prime Minister. That was in and around September the 6th.
Okay. And then on September 17th, you received the meeting after you came back into the country.
I got back into the country on September the 12th and was able to meet with the Prime Minister, yes, on September the 17th.
Okay. So the main purpose for this meeting, what was the main purpose of the meeting?
I am not at liberty to discuss that as meetings and discussions between the Prime Minister and myself, other than what's covered in the waiver with respect to SNC and deferred prosecution agreements is covered by Cabinet confidence.
When the Clerk of the Privy Council testified here before committee, he had mentioned that the main purpose of that meeting was the Indigenous rights framework, and that SNC-Lavalin was a subject matter that was touched on briefly. Would you be able to say if that was correct or incorrect?
I will say that the Clerk of the Privy Council is at liberty to say whatever he wants. I have indicated that the meeting of September the 17th had to do with another extremely important matter, but that the Prime Minister raised the issue of SNC and deferred prosecution agreements at the outset of that meeting.
Okay. My next question is about the fact that you had mentioned the appropriateness or inappropriateness and where the line has kind of been drawn. You've indicated that when talking about jobs, the Prime Minister or the member from Papineau was completely in an appropriate space. But when you said he had spoken about the headquarters moving out of Montreal, that was inappropriate. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that. I said that where, and I didn't say alarm bells, but where my alarm bells went off was when the clerk of the Privy Council talked about the fact that there was a board meeting for SNC coming up on Thursday, September the 20th, that there was an election in Quebec. And then the Prime Minister interjected and said, I'm a member, or I'm an MP from Quebec, the member for Papineau. That is entirely political and entirely inappropriate, which gave rise to the question that I asked the Prime Minister.
You had mentioned just in some of your answers to the questions about him mentioning he's the member from Papineau, correct? That he was talking about the election, and then he had mentioned that if we don't find a solution, the company might move from Montreal. And I mean, in my view, when a company picks up and moves from a city or from a country, that means job losses. Is that not correct?
Well, that's your view. Of course, I was aware of the potential for job losses.
Okay. And that is a legitimate conversation for a prime minister to have.
Well, again, at the time, I didn't see it as being entirely inappropriate. Of course, ministers of the Crown can approach the Attorney General and raise public policy concerns about decisions that the Attorney General will make. Where it became inappropriate was the sustained discussions after I had made my decision and made my decision known.
On September 18th, I believe you,
This will be your last question.
okay, thank you. On September 19th, you had both met with the clerk and you had met with Minister Morneau in the House. In your discussion with Minister Morneau, I believe you had said that it's inappropriate and he should stop talking about it when he had talked about saving jobs. But in your discussion with the clerk on that same day, you had offered that if SNC-Lavalin were to send a letter to you expressing their concerns and their public interest arguments, you were open to looking at that letter. Is that correct?
That's not correct. I did.
It's here in your statement, opening statement.
If you allow me to answer, I can just clarify where that part wasn't correct. I had discussion with the clerk of the Privy Council, recognizing the conversation that I had just the day before had with the Prime Minister, where he asked for solutions, recognizing I had already made my decision. I had indicated to the clerk of the Privy Council that if SNC were to send a letter to me as the Attorney General expressing their concerns, their national interest concerns, their public interest concerns, that having received, if I were to have received a letter, I would have immediately forwarded it on to the Director of Public Prosecutions. I would not have looked at it because it is entirely within the purview of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and any involvement I would have in that letter would be inappropriate. So what I said was I would immediately forward it on to the Director, not consider the letter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, when you speak to Jerry Butts or Katie Telford or the clerk of the Privy Council, do you believe that they are speaking with the full authority of the Prime Minister in their discussions with you?
Yes.
I'm wondering some specific questions, if I may. Do you believe that the Prime Minister or anyone in the Prime Minister's office had any lawful authority to tell you to direct the Director of Public Prosecution on what to do?
No, I was the final, and as the Attorney General, is the final decision maker on whether or not, as the top prosecutor, to do anything with respect to a specific prosecution.
Yeah. Is it fair to say that, given your testimony and everything you've told us, that you suffered from repeated communications with you, either directly or indirectly, with the intent of changing your mind? It was repeated communications, directly or indirectly.
That's fair to say.
Okay. I'm wondering as well, given the number of times in the final part of your statement Mr. Butts indicated to you in your conversation that you needed to find a solution to the issue. The clerk of the Privy Council, in the statement that you received, in the text that you received from your chief of staff, there's details about not wanting to debate legalities anymore. There's no solution that doesn't come from some interference. The clerk indicating that I think he, meaning the Prime Minister, is going to find a way to get it done one way or the other. You reference as well that it's the Prime Minister's prerogative to do what he wants. You said you were having thoughts of the Saturday Night Massacre. The clerk said he was worried about a collision between you and the Prime Minister. You mentioned a few minutes ago that you thought they were veiled threats. This all seems to me, if I may, that there was an intention from all of these comments and this continued pressure to make you fear for your job at the end of the day, that there would be a shuffle or that you would be removed from your position. Is that a fair assumption that I'm making?
Well, I'm not going to speak to the intention of other individuals.
Fair enough.
I will speak to the very heightened level of anxiety that I had that increased and culminated in my discussion with the clerk on December the 19th. And I remember distinctly ending that conversation with the clerk by saying, I am waiting for the other shoe to drop, which I believe that reflection or my comments can speak for themselves.
And I'm not trying to split a hair here, and I apologize if you take it that way and you can give me the same answer as you did on intention. But do you think the purpose of those comments were to cause you to have a second look at the issue because you were worried about whether or not you'd remain in cabinet?
Can you answer the question again?
I certainly can. Do you think the purpose of those comments that were thrown into your conversations, either with you, with your chief of staff, directly with the clerk, through Jerry Butts, through Katie Telford, or even the clerk indicating how anxious the Prime Minister was and you didn't want to be at loggerheads, do you think the purpose of those comments that they threw in their conversations was to put pressure on you and make you think about whether or not you would be remaining in cabinet?
I am confident that the purpose of those discussions, the December 18th and the December 19th discussions, were to put extraordinary pressure on me to change my mind. As to the intention of the individuals that spoke to either my chief of staff or myself, I can't reflect on their intent.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I have, okay. If I may, on January 7, you received your phone call that you were going to be moved in positions. I've had that phone call in the past as well, so I know what it's like. But I'm wondering if there was any conversation that you can tell us about in terms of who told you that you were going to be moved from Attorney General to Veterans Affairs, and if there's anything pertinent to SNC in that conversation.
Well, I did state, and this is within the order in council and the waiver that was provided me with respect to cabinet confidence, with respect to SNC and deferred prosecution agreements. I had a conversation with the Prime Minister on January the 7th, and he spoke to me about my being shuffled out as Minister of Justice and Attorney General, provided rationale of which I won't get into. And then I said to him, I can't help but think that this has something to do with a decision I would not take. I had a subsequent, very close in time conversation with Jerry Butts, where I specifically said, I know this has to do with SNC and a decision that I wouldn't take. To which he said, are you questioning the integrity of the Prime Minister? To which I didn't say anything.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to Mr. Assassi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Good to see you here before committee today. Now, I won't be delving into facts. I will be talking about context, if you will. Now, you recall that in your capacity as Minister of Justice and Attorney General, that remediation agreements were considered and approved by Cabinet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were also a Minister of Justice and Attorney General on June 6th when Parliament voted in favor of Bill C-74, and you yourself voted in favor of Bill C-74. Thank you. Now, you would agree with me that the concept of alternatives to prosecution is not a novel concept in the landscape of various areas of law. For example, in the area of international law, there are guidelines, going back to the 1990s about alternatives to prosecution. We see this quite often when it comes to our own criminal code, when it comes to diverting cases through the Youth Criminal Justice Act. We see it with respect to white collar crime. Would you agree that it's that this concept has been around for quite some time?
I will say this. We now have in our criminal code tools that are provided to the prosecutors on whether or not to enter into negotiations around deferred prosecution agreements. These are tools that other countries have utilized.
Speaking of other countries, as you noted, and you did reference the Five Eyes, to the best of my understanding, with the exception of New Zealand, the United States has had deferred prosecutions. The United Kingdom has had it. France has a DPA-like mechanism. Australia is in the process of adopting it. So given all these developments, would it be fair to say that many commentators are of the view that we are now leveling the playing field and that we are playing catch up with those jurisdictions?
Well, I'm not going to comment on what other commentators are saying, and I will say this. I am not going to make further comments on deferred prosecution agreements. I recognize my responsibilities as a member of Parliament, and I recognize that there are two court cases that are currently in play.
So perhaps I understand you don't want to speak to that issue, but you would agree that there were extensive public consultations on the issue.
There were consultations that were conducted in advance of the passage of the legislation.
Yes. Now, I understand in your remarks, you were suggesting that some people were approaching you and asking that you obtain legal counsel. Would it be fair to say, as a routine matter of work, that your department does receive legal advice from various firms?
I'm sorry, could you clarify what you meant by people were approaching me to obtain legal counsel in what context?
Yes, I understand that you referred that there was one discussion with Mr. Bouchard, and he asked you whether you would consider the option of seeking an external legal opinion.
So in the context of deferred prosecution agreements and SNC, yes, I had that conversation with Mathieu Bouchard, Elder Marquez, and a number of other individuals. At that time, all of those individuals knew that I was firm on my decision not to interfere with the discretion of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and having conversations about hiring external legal counsels in that environment is entirely inappropriate.
But you've worked on some very difficult files during the period you were serving as Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Would it be fair to say that routinely you would ask for outside counsel just to have a better understanding of various pieces of legislation?
in my role as the Minister of Justice and having had the opportunity, as people here know, coming before this committee on various pieces of legislation, we would engage with external counsel. But let me be clear, my role as the Minister of Justice, shepherding legislation through the House of Commons, is entirely separate from my role as the Attorney General. Where suggestions of obtaining external legal counsel after I had made my decision as the Attorney General on this matter, that was entirely inappropriate.
Thank you very much.
And
Last question, Mr. Sassy.
thank you. Now, before I leave this section, would you mind explaining to us what your misgivings were about DPAs?
I do mind. I'm not going to have that conversation. I think it's inappropriate as a member of Parliament, recognizing that there are two matters before the court.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Police?
Merci. Merci, Madame Wilson-Raybould, pour ce vibrant témoignage important pour le Canada, pour la démocratie. Avant de commencer, je vais laisser la parole quelques instants à ma collègue, Madame Wright.
Just two really quick questions, Ms. Wilson-Raybould. First of all, having heard it all, I have to ask you the question. Going from being your first appointment and going through the last 4 months, and although having comfort going into Veterans Affairs, which is a wonderful portfolio, and I agree with you fully that you served there. How did you feel at the end of this? Like, what's the emotion that you felt out of all of it? I mean, you're giving us wonderful facts, but surely there must be some level of disappointment or sadness out of how everything has unfurled.
Generally, or with respect to being moved as minister?
No, in general, how you've been treated.
I have serious concerns about how things are reported. I have concerns about what people generally call smear campaigns. It makes me very sad when, and this isn't about me personally, it's about the work that I was able to do with an extraordinary group of people when I was the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General, being impugned publicly, recognizing the commitment that my public servants then, and I know to this day, have to ensuring justice in the country and moving forward with legislation, as well as my political staff. So how do I feel? How did I feel? I have to say that I loved being the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General. I can't imagine any lawyer not loving being the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General. And I believe that I served in that role with hard work and with integrity. And I'm proud of the legacy that we left. So I don't want to make anybody think that I wasn't sad when I was shuffled out of that role. Of course I was. But I understand that it's the prerogative of the Prime Minister to make those shuffles. And how I conduct myself is to embrace other opportunities, which I sought to do in the unfortunate limited time that I was the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you. And my colleague, Pierre Paulis.
Merci. Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Madame Wilson-Raybould, la ministre du Revenu, Madame Leboutier, a mentionné que cette question avait été soulevée lors d'un cabinet ministériel. Lors de son témoignage, M. Vernick a dit que jamais la question n'avait été discutée en cabinet. On ne peut pas avoir deux versions. Donc, je ne veux pas avoir les détails, mais je veux savoir laquelle des deux personnes a raison. Est-ce que Mme Leboutier a raison ou M. Vernick?
Well, I'm not going to comment on which of those two people were right, but what I can tell you is what I know, recognizing that I'm able to speak about SNC and deferred prosecution agreements. we had discussions at cabinet about creating a new tool for prosecutors, remediation agreements. There were conversations, but not central to the conversations. There were peripheral comments about SNC, but it was not the heart of our discussions. Our discussions were about creating the tool for prosecutors.
OK, merci. Le premier ministre Trudeau a dit que vous pourriez parler de l'information pertinente sur l'affaire. Pensez-vous qu'il existe l'information pertinente dont vous ne pouvez pas nous parler?
I answered a similar question to this one. As I said in the letter and as I said here today, and recognizing some of the questions that members around the table have asked, I have an inability to speak about the time frame between January the 14th, when I was sworn in, through to meetings that I may or may not have had with the Prime Minister, my resignation, and the conversations that obviously has been widely publicized that I had with my former colleagues around the cabinet table. I am not able to speak to those issues.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Mr. Rankin, this is the 3-minute time for you.
On February 12th, Madam Wilson-Raybould, the Prime Minister said this, quote, "If anyone felt differently, they had an obligation to raise that with me. No one, including yourself, did that," close quote. But you've testified that you met the Prime Minister on September 17th. You've testified that on December the 5th, Jerry Butts and you got together, and you've told us that he speaks with the full authority of the Prime Minister. On December the 18th, your Chief of Staff had a meeting with Mr. Butts and Ms. Telford. So isn't that at the very least a misleading statement by the Prime Minister? You did speak with him. Your people spoke with him. You spoke with his people. Isn't it, in fact, misleading to say you did not do that?
Well, again, I'm not going to speak directly to comments that the Prime Minister made. I believe that the chronology and the facts that I presented here before the committee and the testimony that I've given speaks for itself.
Okay. I'd like your comments on something that was referred to earlier. In your testimony, you said on December the 19th, you had a call with the clerk of the Privy Council office, Mr. Wernick, who testified here before. And referring to the Prime Minister, the clerk said this, quote, your words, "He's going to find a way to get it done one way or the other. So he is in that kind of mood, and I wanted you to be aware of that." What do you understand by those comments?
Well, as I said, I had, during this conversation with the clerk, I had a heightened level of anxiety. Again, this was the culmination of many meetings and telephone calls with either myself or my Chief of Staff that continued to escalate. This was the top of that escalation. And I said, there were 3 times in this conversation where I felt that the clerk invoking the Prime Minister's name was acting in a threatening manner.
Mm-hmm. Do I have another? All right. You've told us, and the Ordering Council precludes us from talking about things after January 14th. Apparently that's the rules. We can't talk about that. But on February the 18th, Jerry Butts, the senior advisor to the Prime Minister, resigned. We had all these meetings about SNC Lavalin. In his letter of resignation, he referred specifically to you. Do you know why?
I have absolutely no knowledge other than what everybody has read in the statement by Jerry Butts, why he resigned, if there was any other reason.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rankin. That concludes the second round. We now have already agreed that we're going to do a third round. So just Ms. May had mentioned this to me, and I saw Mr. Fortin putting up his hand. What the committee has done in the past is in the very last round of questions, when we realized we were in our last round, we've asked for consent for the Bloc Québécois that was here to ask a question. When we get to what the committee agrees is its last round of questions, I will ask the committee members at the end if they agree to that, and that's where we'll go. But we won't do it each and every round. So we're now in our third round. The third round is 6 minutes to the Conservatives, 6 to the Liberals, 6 to the NDP, 6 to the Liberals. Ms. Raitt.
Given the testimony that you provided for us today, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, I have to ask the question about whether or not you were approached by the Prime Minister's office, the Clerk of the Privy Council, and given any directions, directives, or suggestions on the conduct of the Mark Norman trial or any other trial that was within your bailiwick as the Attorney General.
I'm not at liberty due to confidences to discuss any matters beyond SNC and deferred prosecution agreements.
Thank you. And for clarity, can you tell us what you discussed with the Prime Minister at your meetings in Vancouver on February 11th?
I cannot.
And can you tell us why you've resigned from Cabinet?
I cannot.
And can you tell us what was discussed with the Cabinet on February 19th?
I cannot.
If the issues surrounding your ability to communicate these conversations to this committee were in fact resolved and you were able to be released from cabinet confidence or from privilege, would you be willing to return to this committee and give us testimony again?
I would be.
I'm wondering as well, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, that when the clerk was speaking with you in those communications, I know I've asked you already, but I want to just be crystal clear that when the clerk was speaking with you, he was speaking with the full weight and the authority of the Prime Minister, and it was your understanding that the Prime Minister was speaking through the clerk to you.
I can only go by what the clerk said to me in those conversations. That conversation where he invoked the Prime Minister in terms of relaying messages from the Prime Minister.
Okay. And if I may clarify, in your statement, you have delineated these for us in terms of going through what the things that the clerk was saying on behalf of the Prime Minister. It's contained in your statement before us today.
That's correct.
Okay. A couple of times you have mentioned about your January 7 phone call with the Prime Minister about not going to be the Attorney General any longer. And you've indicated a couple of times that you didn't want to talk about what the contents of the conversation were. I respect that. I'm not going to ask you a third time. Can you tell us why? Under what authority are you saying that you don't want to disclose the conversation, just so that I can understand whether or not you were bound by something else, so that we can perhaps take that roadblock out of the way to get your full testimony?
Well, I'm not going to provide legal advice to the committee, but I am going by the order in council and the waiver that was provided around SNC and deferred prosecution agreements, and any conversations around those topics when I was the Attorney General are I am able to speak about.
Your chief of staff, her name is Jessica Prince, correct?
That's correct.
Was
former
she
chief of staff?
I'm sorry, my apologies. Correct. Your former chief. I understand fully the relationship between chief of staff and minister, and it was pretty awesome that she decided to move with you to Veterans Affairs. Just saying, it's very nice.
I thought it was totally awesome.
Yeah, very awesome. What I would like to know, though, is in her conversations with Ms. Telford and Mr. Butts, did she indicate to you, and I know it's hearsay, but you do have testimony talking about her text to you, did she have fear about whether or not she would still have a job as a chief of staff if she didn't convince you to review the decision on interfering with the trial that was ongoing?
I, of course, don't want to speak for Jessica on this, about the specific question on fear.
Yeah.
I can say that in my conversations with her and in my text messages, but particularly in my conversations with her after that, she was quite upset after the meeting. And I will say now that I have this opportunity, and I think some people are watching, to Jessica Prince, who was my chief of staff at the Department of Justice and came with me to Veterans Affairs. She is an extraordinary human being and an extraordinary lawyer.
Incredibly well educated and very professional in everything she does. I would agree with you on that. And I think everyone will appreciate that you give kind thoughts to your chief of staff. That's always extremely nice. One last thing, if I may. Can you remind us that, well, it's my understanding, and it was in the case when we served, that chiefs of staff are hired and fired essentially by the Prime Minister's office at the end of the day? It'd be difficult for you as a minister to retain a chief of staff that was not in favor with the Prime Minister's office. Is that true in your case?
I'm not going to comment on the interactions between my office and the Prime Minister's office.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Raitt. Ms. Khaled.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, for appearing today and sharing with us your viewpoints on this. I've always felt that you've been a very vocal advocate on issues that you genuinely believe in, without regard to other viewpoints. You've been vocal at cabinet. You've been vocal to the Prime Minister. You've been vocal to Canadians. In fact, you've gone on the record at many public events, and you've really expressed your viewpoints on issues that you genuinely believe in, such as the Indigenous file. And I just going through your testimony and your chain of events, I see that there hasn't been communication between you and the Prime Minister himself from September up until the time when he called you for the shuffle. Why is that? Why didn't you speak out to the Prime Minister when you've been so vocal on issues such as the Indigenous file, and you know that you have the access? Why did you not speak out to him when you had these concerns? And do you feel that you had an obligation to do so?
Well, I need to say a couple of things with respect to your question. I completely reject your characterization of that I do not have regard for other people's opinions. And you talked about the cabinet table. And with respect, you would have no ability to know about discussions around the cabinet table. I don't apologize for being vocal with my opinions. That doesn't mean to say that I don't value other people's opinions, because for the entirety of my professional career and how I was raised, in terms of consensus-based decision-making, it is incredibly important to take into account the views of other people. That's how we make good public policy in this country. You talk about Indigenous issues. I'm a proud Indigenous person from the West Coast of British Columbia, and I will not apologize for being a strong advocate, pursuing transformative change for Indigenous peoples in this country. I have worked in the Indigenous world as a politician for a significant amount of time and have a very in-depth understanding of the issues that Indigenous peoples face. That's not to say everybody agrees.
Ms. Wilson,
and I appreciate to hear other people's opinions. And to your question with respect to the Prime Minister, I believe I've covered that ground. I had a direct conversation with the Prime Minister, as I had direct conversations with the people in his office and the Clerk of the Privy Council.
Please excuse me, Ms. Wilson-Raybould. I was referring to your vocal advocacy as a sign of strength. You know, as a member of Parliament and your colleague, having worked with you, I acknowledge your effectiveness in advocating for the issues that you genuinely believe in, and we appreciate that. Thank you for your service. I do want to just understand here. You mentioned the political interference being cited as the Quebec election, and the Quebec election was over at the beginning of October. So if you can please help Canadians understand, from October to December, what was the context of the inappropriate pressure?
Sure. Yes, the Quebec election was something that was brought up on the September the 17th meeting. There were many other inappropriate conversations and attempts at political interference that occurred after that date. An example, which I've already talked about, was after I had made my decision as the Attorney General, which is entirely within my discretion to make. There were repeated attempts by people in the Prime Minister's office to get me to hire external legal counsel to evaluate my decision. There were further conversations about the election coming up, and if SNC were to move, this would be detrimental to the election. I further said that when we're talking about jobs and job losses, and of course, I don't think there's anybody around this table that doesn't want to prevent job losses, that it was appropriate in the initial phases. But after I had made my decision as the Attorney General not to enter into or issue a directive, the successive and sustained comments around jobs became inappropriate because I had made my decision and everybody was fully aware that I had made my decision. I believe where it got even more heightened were what I described as the veiled threats that came towards the latter part of this time frame around December the 18th and December the 19th. There were many different occasions where the appropriateness line was crossed.
So just to clarify, thank you. Just to clarify, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, all right. So from after the Quebec election up until the end of December, as per what you've just said, are you stating, and I'm just seeking clarity here, are you saying that it was inappropriate because you had expressed that your mind had already been made on this issue?
My decision not to issue directive had occurred prior to the September 17th meeting. The Quebec election, any partisan considerations before or after are entirely inappropriate, not relevant to me at the time wearing my judicial hat as the Attorney General in terms of considerations about whether or not I was going to exercise my discretion and issue a directive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Rankin.
Thank you. Just a technical question at the front end, Ms. Wilson-Raybould. I wonder if you could provide the committee with a copy of all the text messages and emails that you referred to in your testimony.
I hear the question. I'll take it under advisement.
Thank you. You were in referring to your conversation with Mr. Wernick, the top public servant in the country, the clerk of the Privy Council. In an answer to a question, you said something about waiting for the other shoe to drop. What did you mean by that?
Well, as I said before in questions, this was a very tense conversation. I had a high level of anxiety. This was the combination, or the culmination rather, of many phone calls and face-to-face meetings. What I meant by I was waiting for the other shoe to drop at the end of the conversation, that's how we closed out our telephone call, was that I was under the understanding, based on what the clerk had told me, that he was going back to talk to the Prime Minister before he left, recognizing what he had also told me, that the Prime Minister was dug in, that he was firm, that it's not a good space to have an Attorney General at loggerheads with the Prime Minister. I had a heightened level of anxiety that I would be getting either a call from the Prime Minister the next day, which the clerk indicated might happen, and that there may be further direction or another outcome for me as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
In other words, consequences for you doing your job as an independent AG and saying you'd made your decision up, that was it. There could be consequences, is what you inferred from that conversation.
That is a fair assessment of how I interpreted the conversation.
Now, you've told us about a lot of officials in the Prime Minister's office, a senior clerk of the Privy Council. Do you think that Canadians, because we're doing our job for Canadians to get to the bottom of this, that we would have a better understanding of the situation if we heard from the officials that you've referred to?
Well, I can't speak to whether or not you have a better understanding. I believe that it is important to hear from as many individuals that have direct connections or interactions in this case, which is why I am, I don't know if pleased is the word, but I'm fine to be here and having this conversation because I know that it is important for me to put the facts before this committee for your consideration.
Thank you. You said, wrote something very interesting in your remarks, and I'd like to read it to you. You said, the history of Crown Indigenous relations in this country includes a history of the rule of law not being respected. Did this, in your history, your experience that you've referred to, did this inform or strengthen your resistance to any potential perversion of the rule of law, that history to which you referred?
My lived experience is incredibly important for my background, my upbringing, how I think about the world. It's that lived experience, not only as a professional, but being rooted in my Kwakwaka'wakw culture and the values that I was taught by my father and mother and my grandmother that brought me to my role as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. And I believed, and I still believe today, that it is incredibly important to have a diversity of perspectives and background, and to have a country, and we live in the greatest country in the world, that respects every individual with a recognition of the need for equality, of the need for justice. And in the case of Indigenous peoples, that we continue to work hard to create the space for Indigenous peoples to find their place and see themselves in the mirror of our Constitution.
Well, I understand that my time is almost at an end, and I just want to sincerely thank you. I want to thank you because you've presented a list of facts that I believe a reasonable person listening to this and believing you as I do would have to conclude demonstrate a sustained pattern of political pressure and interference with the independent role that you swore an oath to fulfill. And I cannot but think that we have more work to do as a result of your testimony. So I thank you sincerely, not just on my behalf, not just on our behalf, but on behalf of Canada for your courage in being here and telling us what happened. Thank you.
Next, we go to Mr. Boissonnault. Mr. Boissonnault.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Ms. Wilson-Raybould. It's I really appreciate that you're here today. You and I have worked on a number of files together on a number of projects, and so I want to acknowledge your land acknowledgement as well. And if I were back in Treaty 6 territory, might say something like Mio Tataku and Tatawa, which is Cree for guests. You're welcome. There's room here. So I appreciate what you've done, and that reconciliation and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is all of our responsibility and the responsibility of all Canadians. I just want to ask a question because we all have our different ways of working, and I think it's known to people who worked with you that you're a texter, and so I just want to know
I'm a
if
what? Sorry?
you like texts, you communicate well by texting. And did you ever express any concerns to Jerry Butts in writing via text message when you were Attorney General? Were there any concerns expressed to him at all? about this matter?
I would have to check, but I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Okay. Did you ever speak or write with Miss Katie Telford at all about the issue of SNC Lavalin or other issues while you were AG?
Yes.
Did you ever speak about the issue of SNC Lavalin, particularly with Miss Telford?
Not that I recall.
Thank you very much. Now, you see the Prime Minister regularly. You're in the House daily, the cabinet meetings, or committee meetings, cabinet room, caucus, other meetings, other events. You've talked about the September 17th meeting, and I have your document here, and I appreciate that you've provided a written document for us here. That meeting was with the clerk and the Prime Minister. My question for you is this: as Attorney General, and given all of the interactions that you detailed on that morning that played out over the course that you detailed with us this afternoon, everything that played out over September, October, November, and December, including the meeting with Ms. Prince, did you not have an obligation to raise these concerns with the Prime Minister, to call him or write him or stick up for your personnel or indicate that you felt that inappropriate pressure was being applied?
So I did raise the inappropriateness of the conversations. I raised it with many individuals within the Prime Minister's office. I raised it with the Prime Minister on January the 7th. Let me say this. And again, I am confident and know my role as the Attorney General, and I know and understand that I am the final decision maker on this. When faced with sustained pressure from attempts at interference from September the 17th up to and including December the 19th by the Prime Minister's office, by the Clerk of the Privy Council, by the Clerk of the Privy Council invoking the Prime Minister's name, I had concerns. Well, I had beyond concerns. Why would I go to the Prime Minister to raise these concerns when I knew for certain that the DPA with SNC would not occur because I am the final decision maker? And
I'll get back to that issue of final
in the
decision
Prime
making.
Minister's office that were putting pressure on me to change that, included by virtue of the conversation with the clerk, the Prime Minister.
So I appreciate that. January 14th, you accepted a new appointment to cabinet as the Minister of Veterans. And you know what it's like in caucus. There are people, people run, they want to be MPs, and people want to serve around the big table. And that's part of being in this role. And it's a great honor to serve as a minister in any portfolio. And I can't imagine the great honor that it would be to serve the people who've served this country and who now live after having served. And so after you reaffirmed on that day, accepting that position, you reaffirmed your confidence in the government. Is that the case?
I was incredibly honored to be the Minister of Veterans Affairs. It was a very different position from the one I had, but I embraced it. And I had a lot of considerations to make on a personal level over the time of Christmas and into the new year. And I'm getting to answer your question. I had serious concerns, as I said, that if I was no longer the Attorney General, that there would be a deferred prosecution agreement entered into and that it would be posted in the Gazette. As I said, I would have resigned from cabinet at that time. I decided, a very conscious decision, to take on the role that the Prime Minister offered me. And yes, it is an incredible honor. I don't want anybody to misconstrue that. I decided that I would take the Prime Minister at his word. I trusted him. I had confidence in him. And so I decided to continue on around the cabinet table with the concerns that I had around SNC because I took the Prime Minister at his word.
Thank you. So that oath that you took today, that oath that you took on January 14th, reaffirmed your confidence in the government. Do you have confidence in the Prime Minister today?
I'll say this, and I'm not going to get into any conversations about why I resigned. I resigned, other than to say this, I resigned from cabinet because I did not have confidence to sit around the table, the cabinet table. That's why I resigned.
My question wouldn't be why you did resign. My question would be, why didn't you resign before?
Folks, we're now, we've completed 3 rounds. Do we have people that wish to go to a 4th round? Yes. Yes. So we will go to a 4th round. Would the witness like a break, a bathroom break?
I
Or
don't even know what time it is, so.
I can tell you it's 5:53. Would you like a break, Ms. Wilson?
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay. So the 4th round, just so that I have it correct, starts with 6 minutes to the Liberals, 6 to the Conservatives, 6 to the Liberals, 5 to the Conservatives, 3 to the NDP. So Mr. Boissonneau, are you continuing? Mr. Boissonneau.
Chair? I would be happy to. So, okay, it's going to go red. Okay. So, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, you know that I come at these things from a non-legal perspective. I was in business before this, and I'm learning what it's like to be on the Justice Committee. And so it often leads me to seek to understand certain legal principles. And so we've heard here today and in testimony from other witnesses, including Wendy Berman, Kenneth Jull, and the Clerk of the Privy Council, that the AG has a role to play in remediation agreements. And you mentioned in your document here the concept of prosecutorial discretion. And one of the duties of a prosecutor is to just determine whether to prosecute or not, correct? Okay. So from the Public Prosecution Service of Canada handbook, which is available on the Justice Department website, if anybody wants to look at it, it says very clearly, when deciding whether to initiate and conduct a prosecution, counsel must consider 2 issues. Is there a reasonable prospect of conviction based on evidence that is likely to be available at the trial? And if there is, 2, would a prosecution best serve the public interest? So with this in mind, would you agree that the 2 questions for a prosecutor are reasonable prospect of conviction and public interest?
Those are definitely questions that the prosecutors take into account.
Okay, so then to go back to the handbook, on the basis of the available material, Crown Counsel must continually assess at each stage of the process whether the prosecution is in the public interest. So I look at this from outside of the legal community, and with the need to continually assess in mind, wouldn't it be fair to say that a decision to continue with the prosecution is never final and is subject to reevaluation in the light of the reasonable prospect of conviction in the public interest? So the AG should have an open mind to new information coming in all the time. And really, the decision is never final because it's still active. Like, you have to continually assess new facts and new information. Is that not the case?
Are we talking broadly? Or are we talking with specifically to SNC and the DPA?
Well, broadly first, and then I'll get to SNC Lavalin.
Well, I recognize that it is entirely within the prosecutor's ability and discretion to continue to evaluate prosecutions. I was a prosecutor proudly for almost 4 years.
Okay, thank you very much. So then I also saw that in the Justice Department material issued last year in September, that a goal of remediation agreements, one of the goals is to reduce harm that a criminal conviction of an organization could have for employees, shareholders, and other third parties who did not take part in the offense. So if we then look at the criminal code, section 71531 sub F, it says that a remediation agreement is to, quote, reduce the negative consequences of the wrongdoing for persons, employees, customers, pensioners, and others who did not engage in the wrongdoing while holding responsible those individuals who did engage in that wrongdoing. So I think it's fair to say that with the extent of the company, its history, the fact that it employs almost 9,000 people in the country, 52,000 globally, there's a local impact on the communities, home to many innocent pensioners, suppliers, and customers. In your consultation, you said you did a due diligence. How did you take into account the public interest and the impact on the thousands of innocent employers, pensioners, and suppliers if a DPA would not be entertained?
So, Mr. Chair, I believe we're treading on dangerous ground here. I fundamentally uphold my responsibility as a member of Parliament in the sub judice rule, and do not feel it's appropriate, one, for me to answer questions with respect to remediation agreements, the criminal code, or in relation to SNC and DPAs. I believe that's the nature of the question, and I think that members of this committee should tread lightly on interfering with active cases before the court.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the warning, but Ms. Wilson-Raybould, my question is about the public interest. It's not about a particular matter, and the clerk and perhaps the chair can clarify the sub judice matter. But how could an AG make a decision, and in your words, have a final decision without taking this information into account? It's clearly in the public interest.
Again, and I would appreciate some comments from the chair on this, but I will say, and it's entirely appropriate, and I said it in my testimony, as the Attorney General, all Attorney Generals get Section 13 notices from the Director of Public Prosecutions. The contents of that notice are between the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Attorney General of Canada. I will not go into talking about any of the situations, scenarios, conversations about the national interest with respect to SNC-Lavalin, and I would appreciate hearing from the chair on this.
Thank you very much. So what I would suggest is to keep it to general or a hypothetical of a situation, and not to deal with the SNC question specifically as to her decisions on SNC. That's my suggestion. Members, of course, have the absolute right to ask questions here. The witness has the absolute right to answer or not answer based on her own inclinations. And then the committee, should they decide that they want to ask her to answer regardless, has that power. So my request is to try to keep it general or hypothetical to the extent you can.
I appreciate that. Let me ask this question then. What legal doctrine or what legal principles led you to the conclusion that the conversations that you were having with members of the PMO and other colleagues had, in your words, constituted inappropriate pressure? On what basis did you make that assertion? What legal basis? Because we heard from legal scholars that the bar is really high and the bar is very close to direction, and having a conversation, a robust conversation about the public interest or about saving 9,000 jobs or 52,000 jobs is completely legitimate and appropriate conversation. So what's the legal basis on which, what's the doctrine you used to say that your decision was final and you were done taking in new information?
Well, I appreciate the question, and I can reiterate what I've said earlier. I recognize that when I was the Attorney General, and certainly Attorney Generals before me and after, it's entirely appropriate to consider discussions around the public interest. And I had discussions with colleagues with respect to SNC and deferred prosecution agreements about the potential losses of jobs, the potential of SNC moving, but having taken into account everything that I did when I was the Attorney General, including having conversations with my department, my minister's office staff, and doing my own due diligence, I had made my decision that I was not going to exercise my discretion and issue a directive, either a directive under Section 10 or under Section 15, and take over the prosecution, because I believed it was inappropriate to do so, recognizing that the Director of Public Prosecutions had made their decision.
Thank you very much. We're
Thank
going
you.
to go to Ms. Raitt.
Thank you. Just back on the directives for a second. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, my understanding from taking a look at reports, these directives are very rare in practice. I mean, I think there have been 3 substantive ones in the past 13 years, 2 from yourself, one on HIV positive prosecutions, one on, I believe, on Indigenous prosecutions as well. I think that was recent, but it didn't make it onto the list. And one from our government on terrorism. Other than that, my recollection is that there really aren't any other directives of a significant heft on policy.
So if I may,
Yes, please.
Yes, there was a directive around, I can't remember the exact thing,
Yeah.
around terrorism.
Yeah.
There was a directive that I issued and was pleased to work with the member, Mr. Boissonneau, on the HIV directive, which I had to follow the process that's outlined.
Yes.
It was a general directive, as the terrorism one was, to provide guidelines to the public prosecutor. In issuing that directive, I had to follow procedures, including putting the directive into the Gazette. Prior to that, I had conversations with the Director of Public Prosecutions, Kathleen Roussel, about the HIV directive, as is entirely appropriate. So that directive came in early December. The other directive, I believe you're referring to the Indigenous Litigation Directive. This was not something that I issued through the gazetting process. This was a directive, an internal directive that I am really happy to have issued internally within the Department of Justice in terms of Indigenous litigation. This did not go through the gazetting process because it was a directive to the litigators in the Department of Justice.
That helps me very much. Now I know why it's on the list. So that's good. But rare. These things are rare. They're very unique and special.
They are very rare. That's not to say that it's not a tool that an attorney general can utilize. General directives, the two that we've spoken about, have been issued, but there has never been a specific directive issued on a particular case before the courts, nor has there ever been utilized under Section 15, an attorney general taking over the prosecution. It is and would be a first if that were to happen. Extraordinary.
Extraordinary. Thank you. I have a question about some testimony that the clerk of the Privy Council gave to this committee. I'm a little troubled by an inconsistency. I'll be honest, and I just wanted to get your take on this. And it's not that difficult. It's not he said, she said this time. The clerk of the committee told us that he learned that a deferred prosecution agreement was not going to be offered to SNC-Lavalin sometime after September 17th, sometime in the fall, he said, and he learned about it through a National Newswatch story. Now, your testimony here tells me that he was sitting in the room for the meeting where the Prime Minister brought up the deferred prosecution agreement. Is that your recollection, that he was in the room September 17th and would have known that SNC-Lavalin had been told by that point that they were not getting a deferred prosecution agreement because he was part of the conversation around that topic?
The clerk of the Privy Council would have known on the September 17th meeting because I specifically mentioned it to both he and the Prime Minister, going into detail about the Section 13 notice that I received, and again, I was very clear that I had already made my decision around the deferred prosecution agreement and not intervening.
Thank you. And this committee is here to study a number of issues and to probe the conversations that you had. Committees by nature tend to send reports to Parliament as a result of their study. I'm wondering if you would have any recommendations for this committee for their report in order to help into the future. And I'm not getting into any specifics, just having gone through what you've gone through, anything that you think we should be reporting into Parliament that would be helpful to our colleagues.
Well, now that you mention it, I mean, I think this is a very serious question, and I'm going to try and give you, well, I'm not going to try, I'm going to give you a serious answer, and I've thought about this a lot. I hope that the committee takes to your previous question, as much information and evidence as you can. I appreciate the study on remediation agreements, talking about a relatively old doctrine, the Shawcross Doctrine. I would think it would be a very useful study for this committee to look at the role of the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada and whether or not those two roles should be bifurcated. I believe, and I have believed this for some time, even before I became the Attorney General, that our country would benefit from a detailed study and consideration around having the Attorney General not sit around the cabinet table like they have in the United Kingdom.
Okay, thank you. Is that it?
You have 10 seconds.
That would be it. You can take a breath. Have a drink of water.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Ms.
you.
O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. I want to speak a little bit about the Privy Council Clerk, Mr. Wernick, his testimony, and he spoke about the Shawcross issue. And in some of his testimony, I'm paraphrasing, but I'm sure we could pull up if you want the exact text. But he talked about Shawcross in the context of there's always conversations. I think you even acknowledge that there are legitimate conversations to be had for consideration. And Mr. Wernick pointed out, and part of Shawcross, which I think is relevant here, and I'm going to quote, in order so to inform himself, he, in this day and age, it's also she, may, although I do not think he/she is obligated to consult with any of his colleagues in the government, and indeed, as Lord Simon once said, he would in some cases be a fool if he did not, end quote. So that's referring to Shawcross and what Mr. Wernick said. In your testimony today, you mentioned that on September 16th, when there was meetings with your chief of staff or a phone call with Mr. Bouchard and Marquez, the comments were, and you put it in quotes, we think we should get some outside advice on this. Then on, again, referring to your testimony, October 18th, it was also Mr. Bouchard who spoke to your chief of staff and asked if we could get the option of seeking external legal opinion on the DPP's decision not to extend an invitation. Referring back to September 16th, because I heard your testimony that you said you had made up your mind on the issue and that you were not going to intervene. However, in that September 16th commentary that you provided, it was expressed that they said they understood the individual Crown prosecutor wants to negotiate an agreement, but the director does not. So that somewhat indicates to me that even within the prosecution side, there was debate. There was debate on whether or not this was appropriate. And then, so is it unreasonable then, if there's even still debate within the Crown prosecutor's office or whomever they are referring to there, is it unreasonable then to bring out other advice, which was asked for on September 16th as well as October 18th, to see what legal options there were, since there was clearly within, whether it was with yourself, your office, the Prime Minister's office, within the prosecution, there seemed to be disagreements or differences of opinions, let's put it that way. Why would it have been unreasonable? And then referring back to the Wernick testimony and Shawcross in saying that you would want to consult as much as possible on these types of matters. So if there were still some differences of opinions, what would the objection be to bringing in another opinion, an outside legal opinion?
Well, I think I'm fine with it. We're going over very similar ground here, but I had made my decision as the Attorney General. I did not need external legal counsel. I did not need people in the Prime Minister's office continue to suggest that I needed external legal counsel. That's inappropriate. But I will say, with respect to the conversations that you mentioned with Mathieu Bouchard and his remarks about an individual prosecutor as being different from that of the Director of Public Prosecutions, I can't help but wonder why he would bring that up, how he would know that, how he garnered that information. It is entirely inappropriate for any member of the Prime Minister's office, and it would be entirely inappropriate for any member of my staff or within my department to reflect those conversations, because I would have serious concerns, and I did at the time and still do, concerns about how that information was acquired and from whom.
Thank you. So if you felt that information was so inappropriate September 16th, did you consider resigning? Like, if it's moving forward and they continue, did you not consider resigning then?
I did not consider resigning then. I was, in my opinion, doing my job as the Attorney General. I was protecting a fundamental constitutional principle of prosecutorial independence and the independence of our judiciary. That's my job. That was my job, rather, as the Attorney General. And as long as I was the Attorney General, I was going to ensure that the independence of the Director of Public Prosecutions in the exercise of their discretion was not interfered with.
Do you still have confidence in the Prime Minister today?
I'm not sure how that question is relevant.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We will now go to Monsieur Paulus. But Monsieur Paulus, Mr. Cooper has asked me to give him the last 3 minutes of this 5 minutes, so I'm going to tell you at 2 that we're going to Mr. Cooper.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Madame Wilson-Raybould, le 19 décembre, lorsque vous avez reçu l'appel du greffier du conseil privé, M. Vernick, qui est le plus haut fonctionnaire du Canada, M. Vernick a dit, et je le cite, il voulait vous fournir du contexte sur cette question. Comment avez-vous ressenti ça?
Well, I believe that the clerk also made similar comments when he was before the Justice Committee. As the Attorney General at that point, after 4 months of these conversations, well, actually not even after 4 months, after making my decision, I was entirely comfortable that I had the appropriate context in which to make my decision. I did not, as the Attorney General, live in a vacuum. I have the ability to engage in, read papers, have discussions about the reality of SNC and deferred prosecution agreements. Of course, I was sitting around the cabinet table. I didn't need any context. I certainly didn't need context about the exact same context that I was provided for or in 4 months previous to that.
Est-ce que vous avez considéré que c'était une entrave à la justice?
Of course I did. It wasn't an interference because I never let it happen. There was, and let's be clear about that, there was a concerted and sustained effort to attempt to politically interfere with my role as the Attorney General. As the Attorney General, I did not let that happen.
Merci, Madame.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson-Raybould. And it's a sad day. And I thank you very much for your candor here at committee. Going to the Clerk of Privy Council, the call that you had on December 19th, was it typical to receive a call with the Clerk of Privy Council? Did that happen often?
The answer is no. But I can't, and I could endeavor to think further about this. It's not that I haven't had conversations with the Clerk of the Privy Council one-on-one. I did have a conversation with him on September the 19th, one-on-one in my office. I have known the clerk for many years, and throughout the course of my being a minister, we have had the opportunity to have conversations, but a direct conversation or a direct meeting is something that wasn't very regular.
Right. Well, thank you for that. And in your opening statement, you characterized the meeting by stating that, quote, I was having thoughts of the Saturday Night Massacre. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, I'll give a bit of a Wikipedia version of the Saturday Night Massacre, and perhaps people know what that is. So the Saturday Night Massacre is something that's commonly referenced in and around former President Richard Nixon, when he, in the early 70s, asked his then Attorney General to dispense of a special prosecutor. The Attorney General said no and resigned. The then president, then asked his Deputy Attorney General to do the same thing, and that person resigned. So it's commonly referred to as the Saturday Night Massacre. Anybody can look it up. So I, having said that to the clerk, obviously was having thoughts about what was happening, the potential for direct direction. Is that right? The potential for direction coming to me from the Prime Minister, and my having to consider resigning.
So it was certainly a little more than
Last question.
it was. Well, I was just going to make a comment. It was a little more than the clerk just checking in with you, as he characterized it.
The clerk was checking in with me on SNC and deferred prosecution agreements.
Thank you very much. We now go to the NDP 3 minutes. Mr. Angus, are you going to do this? Mr. Angus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Raybould. And I'm actually very honored to be sitting at this table today because what I feel we witnessed is not politics. We've witnessed a lesson in integrity. I think that the testimony that you gave today will be studied in schools for decades to come, and Canada will be a better place for it. Because the greatest thing we can ask of any public official is to speak truth to power. And I really noticed that in your resignation statement. So I have a very short period of questions. I just want to make sure I understand the frame correct, because it seems what we heard today is a sustained and constant attempt by very powerful actors in the Prime Minister's office who are obligated to uphold justice and the rule of law, yet attempted to interfere with the practice of the rule of law. Would that be a correct assumption from the testimony that you've provided to us?
Thanks for the comments and the question. Again, I know that there was a consistent and sustained effort to attempt to politically interfere with my role as the Attorney General. And I really want to say this, and I'll be brief. I do not want members of this committee or Canadians to think that the integrity of our institutions has somehow evaporated. The integrity of our justice system, the integrity of the Director of Public Prosecutions and prosecutors is intact. So I don't want to create fear that that's not the case. It is incumbent upon all of us to uphold our institutions and to uphold the rule of law. And that's why I'm here.
Well, I thank you for that, because I was really shocked when I read the testimony that you provided recording for Mr. Warnick, the clerk of the Privy Council, who is obligated to be the nonpartisan voice of the civil service. And he said, I think that would be the Prime Minister, is going to find a way to get this done one way or another. He's in that kind of mood. I want you to be aware of that. And then you referenced the Richard Nixon firing of the special prosecutor as a side issue. But would you take from that, he's in that kind of mood, and I want you to be aware of that you were being given a direct threat regarding the Prime Minister?
I believe that there were 3 occasions in that conversation where there was a veiled threat.
Okay, thank you. I know I only have a few seconds left, but I've heard my colleagues in the Liberals today say, why didn't you resign? Why didn't you raise this as though it was your responsibility? And then why did you not get outside advice to help you change your mind? I'm really pleased that you say that these were attempts to obstruct and to interfere with justice, but the justice system is intact. My question to you is, Are you worried that the Prime Minister's office was seeing the role of the Justice Minister as a figurehead that could be moved around, could be changed or interfered with based on the partisan or political needs of the moment?
I'm not going to speculate on considerations in the Prime Minister's office or opinions.
Fair enough. I just want to say, Mr. Chair,
Exhausted
I
Angus,
want to
you've
move a motion
Mr. Angus,
that
you've
the
exhausted your
committee
time.
calls on the
Mr.
Prime
Angus, you've
Minister.
exhausted your time. You don't have the
I'm
floor.
moving a motion.
I think I had passed on. What?
Sorry, I'm moving a motion, Chair.
I had not. Okay, so I had at that point already said, Mr. Angus, you're out of
But
time.
my microphone was still on, and I said I was moving a motion.
I didn't hear you say you were going to move a motion. I heard you. I said you were out of time. I was going to move to the committee to ask to the committee if they wish to go on to another round of questions. I will come back to your motion after we establish whether we want another round of questions. Folks, do you guys want another round of questions? Yes? Okay, so there's a desire for another round of questions. Mr. Angus, what is your motion?
I don't know if we need another round of questions. No, I think we're done. We're done. Yeah.
Well, so
Also, he's not the member of the committee.
couple of things. You know, a couple of things. So just for clarity, though, Mr. Angus, you're not actually a member of the committee. Mr. Rankin is here, so you can't move a motion. Let's go with that. Number two, the issues with respect to moving forward on another round. If there's a disagreement with that, then we would have, I guess, to have a motion and a vote. If we're not consensually moving to another round, do I have a motion to move to another round of questions, Mr. Boissonneau? Is there a debate on that? Is there any debate on that? All those in favor of moving to another round? Okay, so we're agreed to move to another round. Now, the next round. First of all, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, you've been sitting here for quite a while. Would you like a break?
I'm okay.
You're okay.
But,
You're okay.
If we get to like
I
9
applaud
o'clock, I
you.
probably will have a different answer.
I applaud. Please let me know if there is at any point you feel you need a break. So the next round, which would be going back to the way the first round goes, it's 6 minutes to the Conservatives, 6 to the Liberals, 6 to the NDP, 6 to the Liberals. Ms. Raitt? Ms. Raitt.
Thank you very much. I don't want to keep going over and over the same grounds, but if I could just summarize, and you can tell me if I've got this right or not. The reality is that for a significant amount of time, from the time you made your first decision to the time in which you were moved into Veterans Affairs, you had upheld the rule of law by withstanding the overtures and the entreaties of various people within the government, within the Privy Council office, within the staffing to the government. And as a result, we can draw the conclusion that your movement, not out of cabinet, but your movement within cabinet was as a result of the fact that you didn't play ball with them and deliver what the Prime Minister wanted, which was a solution for the SNC-Lavalin political issues that he had before him. Is that a fair summation?
I believe that committee members can draw their own conclusions,
Sure.
and I will not comment on conclusions of committee members.
Yeah, that's fair. At the very beginning, I asked you about witnesses that could potentially come forward. Of all the individuals that you have named helpfully and put brackets around, do you believe all of them would be able to give insight into what happened in these certain circumstances? Because there's conversations that they may have had that you weren't privy to that may help illuminate what was going on.
I'll answer it this way. I believe that individuals that I've named in my testimony, having been involved in those conversations or meetings, would have perspective about those meetings. And again, I think the more information that this committee has and testimony from individuals that were directly involved is important.
So not a trick question, but do you have any knowledge of the friendship and relationship between Ben Chin and the Vice President of Government Relations for SNC-Lavalin? Do you have any knowledge that they go back to the McGuinty government and were great friends there? In fact, they're relationship goes back further than their political interaction. Do you have any knowledge of that at all?
I have no knowledge of that.
Do you have any knowledge of the fact that Mr. Butts as well has a longstanding relationship with the VP of Governmental Affairs of SNC-Lavalin, and back they two worked together in the McGuinty government in the province of Ontario for a long period of time and probably know each other?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did you think it was odd that the Chief of Staff to the Minister of Finance would be requesting meetings with respect to your authority on deferred prosecution agreements or even in the conduct of criminal prosecutions? Was that a surprise for you?
I was aware of initial conversations that the Chief of Staff to the Minister of Finance had with my Chief of Staff. And I didn't consider it hugely problematic, but the sustained communication I did find problematic, and not sure why anyone from the Minister of Finance, the Ministry of Finance, the Department of Finance would be talking to my chief about something in terms of my role as the Attorney General.
Why do you think that the provision that amended the criminal code regarding deferred prosecution agreements ended up in the budget implementation bill and not in your criminal justice reform bill?
The deferred prosecution agreements and providing an additional tool to prosecutors was something that was being advanced by a number of ministers around the cabinet table, including the Minister of Finance. I, of course, as the Minister of Justice, am responsible for the criminal code, and as such, was part of the documentation and the discussions leading up to and including the introduction of the budget implementation bill with respect to deferred prosecution agreements, because I alone can change the criminal code.
Right. And did your department at the time have any input into the discussions around changing the integrity regime, which was out of Public Works? Was your department involved in that as well?
I can't be precise on the number of conversations that were had, but certainly the Minister Qualtrough was involved in the integrity regime. My department worked with hers around consultations, but the extent of that, I know that it was not a Department of Justice lead.
Yeah.
It was the lead of the PPSC.
Last question that I have for you. Out of all of the lobbying that happened on this, including admittedly with our party, SNC went in to talk to everybody, and I believe my colleagues as well were spoken to by SNC. I don't see your name on the list of those who were lobbied. Were there any requests made by the lobbyists of SNC to come in and visit you and talk about the issue of deferred prosecution agreements, given that you're the only one that can change the criminal code?
There was never a request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, I really do appreciate you emphasizing that our system is intact and there is a lot of integrity in our judicial system. I know that, after today's hearing, there are going to be those concerns raised, and you have testified to that. The clerk of the Privy Council has testified to that. But what I want to get into a little bit is that issue of responsibility that you have in your role as Attorney General. And today, we discussed, I think at some point in November, it seemed like you had, had enough contacts made and your mind was made up. Why, if you felt the issue was so serious, why did you not resign or pick up the phone and really have that serious conversation with the Prime Minister at that point?
Well, I made up my mind in September, and I articulated that to the Prime Minister. I felt no compulsion to resign because I was doing my job as the Attorney General. I had made a decision around my discretion and exercising it with respect to issuing a directive or taking over a prosecution around SNC and the deferred prosecution agreement.
Okay.
So
How about on January 7th, you said you had a conversation with the Prime Minister about changing your portfolio to Veterans Affairs. At that time, did you bring up your concern to the Prime Minister about what you felt the reasoning was for the change?
yes.
Okay. But you still took on, knowing what you had known and feeling what you had been feeling. If interference was happening, if the pressure was so serious, and you had justified just now that the reason you resigned later on is because not that you did not have confidence necessarily in the Prime Minister, or you wouldn't put it that way, but you didn't have confidence being at the cabinet table. Why was that decision made then and not at the time of that you were offered Veterans Affairs?
So I can't talk about any further about my resignation or any conversations or how I felt, because that's not covered in the OIC waiver that's been provided to the committee. But I did reflect on, while I was still the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, over beyond December the 19th and up to and including December 14th, about my role, about my concern and my uncertainty around whether or not the government or the incoming Attorney General, and I didn't know who that was at the time, and that's irrelevant, would enter into a deferred prosecution agreement with SNC. And as I said, if I had seen, which is required, a notice in the Gazette around a directive, I would have immediately resigned upon seeing that.
Okay. You bring it up the Saturday Night Massacre. I can bring up, we've had other attorney generals, a specific one in BC, Brian Smith, who faced some challenges, and what they did in their role, they felt their responsibility was to resign at that point. Did you not see it as your responsibility to resign if the issue was so serious?
At the time, I did not see it as my responsibility to resign. I saw myself as the Attorney General of the country who was doing her job to ensure and uphold the independence of the prosecutor and uphold the integrity of the justice system and the rule of law.
Okay. In November 4th, you had your 3-year anniversary of being sworn in. You put up a Twitter post about thanking the Prime Minister and what an honor it is to be in this role. To me, you also posted up your oath of the Privy Council, and within that oath, it said that I will treat all things to be treated, debated, resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. Now, this is an oath you took, the Prime Minister also took. So in my mind, when I think about the conversations, I've never been there, around the cabinet table, I would think that as colleagues, you guys will have open discussions about the interests and acting on different files, making decisions, and the Prime Minister would be open and completely honest, just as you would be to him about what was happening. And in this regard, I feel like you had held back in your position, even though the Prime Minister had mentioned on several occasions his concern about the public interest, about the loss of jobs.
I can without equivocation say that I did not hold back as the Attorney General in this case. More broadly than that, as the Attorney General and also as the Minister of Justice, I always felt it appropriate to raise concerns, to engage in discussions and debate, and always speak, as I've said, my truth to power. I did that. In this particular case, I was entirely comfortable on September the 17th questioning the Prime Minister on whether or not he was politically interfering with SNC and DPAs.
And he said no. And so did you believe him at that point? Because on January 14th, you took on a new role as in another ministry.
Well, as I said, I took him at his word. I took him at his word after I directly questioned him in September, and took him at his word after I directly questioned him and Jerry Butts in January. I chose to take them at their words.
And so on January 14th, you also had faith and belief that there was no interference, and that's why you carried on with taking on a new role?
I had serious concerns about it. But again, I took the Prime Minister at his word.
Thank you, Mr. Huda. We go to Mr. Cullen, and I just want to advise everyone that the NDP has advised me they have a motion they wish to put forward. After we finish the rounds of questions and we have no more questions, I will allow the NDP representative, Mr. Rankin, to put forward the motion. Okay. So, Mr. Cullen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, for your not only your testimony but your endurance today, as we've gone into some time. It's the directive you talked about, how Ms. Raitt questioned about how rare it was and how unique it was. Can you say again that it has never been used in a specific case? Was that your testimony here today, that an Attorney General has never used a specific directive on a specific case, like as in the case of SNC-Lavalin? Is that right?
That's correct.
So not only is this tool incredibly rare, it has never been applied in the way it was being suggested by the Clerk of the Privy Council, all the other people that consistently lobbied you to use that tool. They're asking you to do something essentially historic.
An Attorney General has never issued a specific direction in a specific prosecution, nor has an Attorney General in this country ever issued a directive, taken over a prosecution. Right. It would be historic for the first time. It would be historic.
So what you were being asked for is not only extraordinary in this case, you were being asked to do something unprecedented. Is that fair?
With respect to a specific prosecution, yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm a bit confused by this line of logic that I've heard my Liberal colleagues just recently use. They're questioning essentially, I think, your integrity for not quitting. I thought your integrity was enhanced by not quitting, by staying there and, as you've just said, maintaining the rule of law. What am I finding confusing about this? You should have quit when you were being pressured inappropriately, consistently by some of the most powerful people in this country. You resisted that pressure. You said you were not going to give this plea deal, this special offer, and you stayed in the job. People are questioning your integrity for having taken that course of action. Do you understand my confusion and why Canadians might be confused?
I can say this. I have always acted with integrity, with purpose, and with principle. I was doing that in my role as the Attorney General when it came to SNC and the deferred prosecution agreement potential. I suspect that this committee will have discussions about the testimony and differences of opinions, but I also believe in Canadians and their ability to hear the words that I've spoken, hear the facts that I've expressed, to make their own determinations.
Okay, well, I think many of us are making our own determinations based on what we're hearing today. The ability to seek one of these special, I'm calling them plea deals, I'm not a lawyer, these deferrals, they can't be made for political reasons, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's illegal, in fact, for you to have made a decision based on political motivations, is that correct?
It would be unlawful for me to do that.
It would have been unlawful for you. Is it unlawful for someone to ask you to do that?
To ask, to direct me, or to ask
pressure
me?
You? I mean, there's a line that's being contemplated. First, when this story first broke, the Prime Minister said everything is false. And then there was no pressure put. Oh, there was some pressure put. Don't worry, the clerk says it was appropriate pressure. All pressure to do something that we've heard from your testimony today that had political motivations, which would have been against the law for you to do as the Attorney General. Have I said anything wrong to this point?
No.
Okay, good. Is it illegal for someone to pressure the Attorney General to offer a special plea like this for political reasons? Is it illegal for someone just to pressure the Attorney General to intervene on a case?
In my opinion, it's not illegal.
Mm-hmm.
It is very inappropriate, depending on the context of the comments made, the nature of the pressure, the specific issues that are raised.
Right.
It's incredibly inappropriate and is an attempt to compromise or to impose upon an independent attorney general.
So there was pressure put. There was veiled threats you talked about. You repeatedly asked those threats to stop, those communications to stop with you and your office. Is that correct?
That's right.
And it continued. You said, I'm not doing this. I've already made up my mind. You have sound legal reason for your mind. You're upholding the rule of law. And the pressure continued. The veiled threats continued all the way through December. Is that correct?
It continued. I wouldn't say that the veiled threats continued throughout the time frame.
Oh.
There was an escalation in terms of the pressure or the attempts at political interference that culminated in the meeting on December the 19th.
So up until that meeting on December the 19th, starting way back in September, you had given notice, you've made your decision. The decision is already, the train has left the station. You're not going to interfere with the public prosecutor, the independence of the prosecution to do their job and uphold the rule of law. You ask for it to stop. It in fact escalates in terms of the pressure. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so an independent, yeah, the independence of the Attorney General's office. I'm just reflecting on the Prime Minister's argument about the importance of the rule of law in Canada when dealing with Huawei, and that the argument consistently made by this Prime Minister was he had no choice because he so believed in the rule of law. At the very same time, he and his staff, his key advisor, and the clerk of the Privy Council, and others in his staff from the finance minister on down, are not respecting the rule of law and your independence as the Attorney General of Canada. I find the contradiction, the hypocrisy of this situation breathtaking. And I've seen a bit from Liberal governments. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Collin. So now we will go to Mr. Sassy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, my first question is, you had an opportunity to speak to the abilities and the discretion of prosecutors. I want to ask you about the obligations of prosecutors. You're fully aware of the handbook for prosecutors, and those are your duties and expectations that you are passing on to prosecutors. In relevant part of that particular handbook, it says Crown Counsel must continually assess at each stage of the process whether the prosecution is in the public interest. So if they have an obligation to continually reassess, would you mind explaining to us why it's your opinion that when you made your decision on September 16th, it wasn't your obligation also to continually reassess the facts?
I am provided as the Attorney General with notices by way of Section 13 in the Director of Public Prosecutions Act from the Director about issues of general interest. I received, when I was the Attorney General, many of these notices. This is the Director raising, as I said, issues of general interest. And saying that they are providing this information to me at the time as the Attorney General to do as I deem appropriate. I made my decision based on information that I received from the Director of Public Prosecutions by way of that note. I did my due diligence, again, was firm in the decision that I made. I have never said that it's not within the ability or the job or the discretion of a prosecutor to continue to evaluate the case that they have before them. Of course they can. It's the case in every prosecution. The prosecutor can act based on the circumstances, based on the facts, based on the input that is presented to them. I'm not the prosecutor. I have the ability to be notified by the Director of Public Prosecutions by way of Section 13 notices.
Thank you. It would seem to me that that everyone who has this responsibility has an obligation to look at the facts as they change. Now, I had a question about timing. Again, if you could explain to us why you did not bring to anyone's attention your misgivings about the legal process until after you had been appointed to another portfolio.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. I am not at liberty to talk about anything after I was no longer the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General. When I was the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General with respect to SNC and deferred prosecution agreements, I did raise my concerns about the inappropriate nature of the interactions that I was having.
And when did you raise this?
From September the 17th through to including the December 19th meeting through to the January 7th meeting that I had.
So all your expressions of concern are the ones that you have detailed in your opening statement.
Well, I mean, I appreciate actually answering this question because I know that the letter from the chair was for me to come here and give my complete account. I have done my best to give my complete account, but there is, due to time, in terms of my opening statement, I had to confine my comments to certain expressions and meetings and details. That's not to say that it is a complete account of everything that was said. And certainly I have the inability to speak to anything that occurred after December or January the 14th.
And could you provide us with the basis as to why you think that everything that happened after you were appointed to a new portfolio is actually cannot be waived? What is the obligation that you cite?
I am not going to speak to that. I have received the order in council and the waiver that's been provided to me to speak about matters that would be covered by solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidences to this committee and to the ethics commissioner for the time that I was the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada.
And thank you for that.
I guess just, I don't want to intervene, but I think that was, the question was so that the committee knows just on what basis, and I'm guessing that it's cabinet confidence because you wouldn't have solicitor client after you became Veterans Affairs Minister would be on cabinet confidence, correct? Is that what?
Every conversation that I may or may not have had when I was the Minister of Veterans Affairs with the Prime Minister or not with the Prime Minister, up to and including the meeting that I had with my then colleagues around the cabinet table, would be covered by cabinet confidence.
That's, I think, what he was trying to get out. Thank you. So we now have a question. Do we move to another round, colleagues? Yes or no? Yes. Yes. Agreed. So this round, sorry, first, before I do that, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, do you need a break?
I mean, I'm happy to go another round, but probably after that, I will ask that we reconvene at another time, and so we can continue the discussion.
But if you need one now, I'd be very happy to give you a 10-minute break. Would that be helpful in any way?
Actually, I'd prefer not to have a break. Okay. I do have to say, and again, I'm happy to answer questions, but the nature of the questions seem to be very similar, and we're continuing to go over the same ground. If they're, and I'm happy to continue to answer those questions, but I just wanted to put that out there. But if there is another round after this one, I would ask the committee that that I be able to come back and answer questions.
I understand, and and the committee will definitely take that into consideration on its decision after this round. But I think we can perhaps look at this being then the last round for today. So this round is 6 minutes to the Liberals, 6 to the Conservatives, 6 to the Liberals, 5 to the Conservatives, 3 to the NDP. So, Ms. Khaled? Oui, Monsieur Ford. Oui, excusez-moi. Oui. J'ai promis, Monsieur Fortin était à nos réunions avant, Puis il a demandé le temps de parler. On lui a accordé 3 minutes à la fin de la dernière ronde de questions. So what I'd like to ask the committee, I need consent of the committee. Do we agree that at the end of this round, that we give 3 minutes to Mr. Fortin, 3 minutes to Ms. May, and 3 minutes to the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation for its first questions in Parliament in 50 years in a committee? Is that okay with everyone? Is that okay with you, Ms. Wilson-Raybould?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. So we will start with the Conservatives. No, sorry, Liberals, Ms. Khaled, I'm sorry. We're round 6, Ms. Khaled.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wilson-Raybould. We really do appreciate your patience and you continuing to stay on here as I'm sure that Canadians have a lot of questions and to get a lot of your truth out. You had mentioned in the meeting with Jessica Prince and the Prime Minister's Principal Secretary and Chief of Staff that when your Chief of Staff left that meeting, she was very upset. And with respect to kind of understanding what that was and what measures could have been taken at that point. The clerk said also, Mr. Wernick, that in his testimony, he'd listed out some of the remedies that were available. He talked about going to the Prime Minister and speaking and having that tough conversation with the Prime Minister. He talked about picking up the phone and calling the Ethics Commissioner. And he said, ultimately, as a last resort, resigning. And I don't think anybody expected you to resign, but we're just trying to understand kind of the context and how you were feeling as you were going through all of this. So earlier in my questions to you, I had asked if you had spoken to the Prime Minister from your September 17th meeting going up to the time when he spoke to you with respect to your new appointment. My question really is, why didn't you speak to the Prime Minister during all of that, as all of this was building up, as you've indicated, as all of these things were happening? Why did you not speak to the Prime Minister? Why did you not call the Ethics Commissioner? You are concerned, and as you rightly should be, about the rule of law. Why didn't you take any of those measures? It didn't have to be to the point of resignation.
Well, I won't deal with it to the point of resignation. But again, I did raise this with the Prime Minister directly on September the 17th. And from that point through to and including December the 19th, there was a sustained and continued attempt to politically interfere. Those meetings consisted of many people within the Prime Minister's office, including the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister and the Chief of Staff, in reference to the meeting that you talked about with my Chief of Staff, then Chief of Staff, Jessica Prince. Yes, she was upset when she came out of that meeting because of the continued and escalating pressure and interference that was placed on her to relay back to me as her minister from the Principal Secretary and the Chief of Staff. Those conversations included the Principal Secretary saying that this situation would not be resolved without some kind of interference. And the other statements from that meeting are contained within my opening testimony. It was my understanding, after I had had the opportunity to speak with my then Chief of Staff, that there would be potentially a meeting or a call the next day, because I was in Vancouver, with the Clerk of the Privy Council and the Prime Minister. So I was waiting to get a call from the Clerk and or the Prime Minister. That call happened with the Clerk, who invoked the Prime Minister's name throughout the entirety of the conversation. That call ended. The next discussion that I had, and everybody was going on holidays, I was confident in the knowledge that there would not be any interference with the discretion, because I was the Attorney General and I'd made my decision. We all went on holidays. The next conversation that I had was on January the 7th with the Prime Minister, where I raised this issue.
You've been able to reach out to the Prime Minister in the past, but I still don't understand why you didn't reach out to him when this was such an important issue. It was not raised with the Ethics Commissioner either. Please pardon me, I have not been able to get clarity on this. I just want to flip to one other thing that we have spoken about today, and is with respect to remediation agreements, which my colleagues have addressed at length. Do you agree with remediation agreements in principle?
I was part of a cabinet that brought in the additional tool to prosecutors that they could utilize, and that tool was deferred prosecution agreements.
So you do agree with deferred prosecution agreements in principle?
I do not believe that my personal opinion on deferred prosecution agreements is relevant.
Well, I think with the scope of the motion, it may be relevant
The
for us
scope
to
of the
consider.
motion?
The whole reason that why we're here today, with the motion speaking specifically to understanding the nature of remediation agreements, of deferred prosecutions, etc. And I do believe that that you had voted in favor of deferred prosecution agreements as part of the budget bill.
Well, that's clear. I already said that I did. I was part of a cabinet that brought this tool in, and Parliament passed the legislation, and the criminal code was amended in September of 2018. I would submit that discussions around deferred prosecution agreements are irrelevant to this discussion. What is relevant to this discussion, and that's the discussion that we've been having now for some time, is the role of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the role of the Attorney General of Canada, and the necessary independence that is a constitutional principle for prosecutors to be upheld. I believe that is the relevancy of this discussion, not whether I agree or disagree, or any member of this committee agrees or disagrees with the tool of deferred prosecution agreements.
Thanks for clarifying that, Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Very much. Mr. Barrett?
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, thank you very much for your extended testimony with the committee. Is it your assessment that the Prime Minister has been accurate and truthful in his statements concerning this issue?
I'm not going to comment on statements of the Prime Minister or anyone else as to their validity.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, we'll cede the rest of our time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If the Conservatives are ceding the rest of their time, that goes back to the Liberals. Who is up? Mr. Boissonneau.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Madame Raybould, j'ai une question pour vous en français. Et sa question, c'est dans votre rôle en tant que procureur général. Est-ce que vous avez jamais, quand vous étiez procureur général, est-ce que vous avez jamais reçu des conseils des sources externes du gouvernement, comme des avocats et des cabinets d'avocats, sur les grandes questions de loi ici au Canada, ou des projets de loi?
In my role as the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, I have received advice from external lawyers. I have taken it upon myself to foster relationships with previous Ministers of Justice and Attorney Generals of Canada. I, again, feel it's very important to have a diversity of views about particular issues, and I welcome feedback from individuals, particularly where it has to do with putting forward legislation and changing the criminal code, for example.
Thank you very much. You mentioned in the document at the beginning of this session, your testimony, that you conducted a period of due diligence. Could you share with us who you conducted due diligence with in this SNC-Lavalin matter?
I don't feel it's appropriate to share that.
But it's the privilege has been waived, and so is cabinet confidence. So who did you consult with?
Why I don't feel it's appropriate to answer that question is because it gets into discussions around the nature and the content of the Section 13 notice that was provided to me as the Attorney General from the Director of Public Prosecutions, gets into topics that are right now before the courts.
Okay, but back to my earlier line of questioning, which was this issue of, the openness to receiving new information and making sure that there is never a final decision. Let's look at this a different way. What is the number of individuals that you consulted with during the due diligence before you came to what you have told us is your final decision, even though the law permitted you to continue to look at having a deferred prosecution agreement? And you have said very clearly that the principles of law indicate that you need to have an open mind before there is a final decision. And in fact, it can't ever be a final decision. So how many individuals did you consult with in your due diligence?
Well, actually,
Sorry to interrupt. With apologies to Mr. Boissonneau.
Stop the time.
There was a question raised specifically about external references. The witness, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, said because it's sub judice, it's before the courts, she was unable to comment on it. And Mr. Boissonneau continued. We've heard.
Totally different line.
Now you're asking for numbers. You're asking for specific.
The issue of
Excuse me, I'm
external.
not actually
Guys,
addressing you, Mr. Boissonneau. I'm talking to the chair.
I understand. So
Thank
let
you.
Mr. Cullen finish his point and then I'll.
So when a witness is asked a specific question and then the question is reframed, but essentially the same question, the witness has already said this is sub judice. We're now 3.5 hours into this meeting. It seems strange to me that an argument that has been used often to prevent witnesses from testifying at this committee, sub judice, the argument, is now being offered up by the witness in front of us. And it's not being accepted. The questioning continues. And oftentimes, as you know, Chair, when a witness says, I'm unwilling or unable to answer a question, we as committee members simply accept it at that.
So a couple of things. I don't recall any witness having been refused to this committee in 3.5 years on the sub judice rule. So that is not correct. With respect to Mr. Boissonneau's question, he's attempting to rephrase the question in a different way. I will alert everybody again that Ms. Wilson-Raybould made the point that the sub judice rule applies to specific questions with respect to SNC-Lavalin, that we do not want to have an impact on the appeal of SNC-Lavalin on their questions of the remediation agreement. And therefore, her specific interactions with the Department of Public Prosecution and others within the Department of Justice would not necessarily be, the committee can do what it wants. It's the master of its own domain. Everybody can ask those questions. That's a restraint that we choose to put on ourselves. So there's nothing either unfair of him trying to rephrase his question. I'd encourage him to do it in a different way, or alternatively, for the witness to refuse to answer the question on that basis. And that's where I think we should go. We have 3.5 more minutes on Mr. Boissonneau's testimony, Mr. Boissonneau's questions. Mr. Boissonneau.
Thank you, Mr.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, if you think he got his question finished, you're more than welcome to answer it.
I will say what I was going to say and prior to the discussion of committee members. Mr. Boissonneau, I am not trying to be evasive. I take incredibly seriously my responsibilities as a member of parliament, and to have conversations about what I did and didn't do around due diligence with respect to a Section 13 notice. I think that with respect, the committee should realize that at the time I was the Attorney General of the country, and which makes me different than anybody else with respect to that circumstance. And it would be very inappropriate for me with respect to go into any of these discussions.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the answer. And my question to you is this: once you made your final decision, and you mentioned that in your testimony, would you say then that your mind was closed to new information and a new context?
I had made my decision where to not interfere with the decision and discretion of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I was made aware as the Attorney General about general interest prosecutions by way of Section 13 notices from the Director of Public Prosecutions. I had made my decision on this particular matter. That is not to say that the prosecutor in this case or any other case does not continue to work on the case, to take in new information, to have discussions with whomever they deem appropriate throughout the course and the evolution of a prosecution up to and including a potential trial.
Thank you. Can you tell us where you memorialized your decision to not proceed with a deferred prosecution agreement in this matter?
Where I memorialized
Like where you
it?
made a memo or indicated that today's the day, we're done, my decision's final. Where would you have recorded that?
Well, this is not a direct answer to your question, but I take copious notes.
So it's in your
every
notes
single
somewhere?
day. I am faced with many Section 13 notices, or was when I was the Attorney General.
A question for you then is, did the Prime Minister, the clerk, or the PMO ever direct you to enter into a remediation agreement with SNC-Lavalin?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We now go to the Conservatives. Mr. Cooper.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Ms. Wilson-Raybould. A number of members opposite have repeatedly raised the specter of these conversations as somehow being in relation to the public interest and therefore somehow appropriate. And I just want to ask you, are factors such as the Quebec election, finding a solution for SNC, as the Prime Minister stated when you met with him on September 17th, the fact that the Prime Minister is a member of Parliament from Montreal, the fact that SNC-Lavalin's council is not a shrinking violet, or as the Clerk of the Privy Council informed you on December 19th, quote, I think he is going to find a way to get it done one way or another. So he is in that kind of mood, and I wanted you to be aware of that. Are any of those things appropriate considerations in exercising your prosecutorial discretion with respect to the public interest?
Those are not appropriate.
Mr. Cooper. Next is Mr. Rankin.
Well, we've been here, Mr. Chair, for now several hours, and I think I'd like to move the motion rather than take the time to do so later. I would not use my time for anything but to make the motion at this point.
The motion, there is no problem. But remember, we had said Mr. Fortin, Mrs.
Absolutely.
May, and Mr. Weir. So would you like to wait
No,
on your motion?
I'd like to move the motion
Okay.
in the time allotted to me, and then I'd like to have a vote if there's a need to do so. And then, of course, we'll hear from the others as we've agreed.
Okay, I mean, that's fine with me. You have a right to move a motion within your time. I'm only pointing out that requires the witness then to stay here for those last questions as opposed to
Absolutely.
deliberating.
This is a short motion. And it goes like this, Mr. Chair. In the interest of transparency and accountability, I move that the Justice Committee call upon the Prime Minister and the Governor in Council to extend the waiver of solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidentiality relating to the SNC-Lavalin issue, so that the former Attorney General can inform the Justice Committee of any relevant information with respect to the period subsequent to her ceasing to serve as the Attorney General of Canada on January 14, 2019. In other words, Mr. Chair, we've got to a certain point and we've been told that thereafter we cannot ask questions and the witness cannot tell us what happened. I think the evidence is abundantly clear that we need to know that, and therefore I'm moving that this committee request of the Prime Minister and the Governor and Council that order in Council be altered accordingly.
Thank you very much. What I'd first ask is, does anybody need time to consult and discuss this motion within themselves, or is everybody good to go ahead and debate and vote? Ms. Khaled?
If it's okay with you, can we just confer amongst our
That's
Liberal
what I
colleagues
was
for 5 minutes?
asking. So
Thank you.
can I ask the question again, Mr. Rankin? You moved the motion. Can we ask the last three questioners to go?
Yeah, that's fine.
And then have just a brief pause for the consultation?
Certainly, I
Would
just
that-
wanted to get their motion
course.
on the record, and I'm more than happy to consider it a notice of motion, but I would like to, I would request that we come back to it immediately after the testimony
Absolutely.
today.
Absolutely. So
Thank
what
you.
I'm suggesting is let's have Mr. Fortin, Madame May, and Mr. Weir get their 3 minutes
Certainly.
in. Let the witness be liberated, and then we can come back to this and just have a brief.
Thank you.
Brief pause. The word liberated is probably not the right word. So thank you very. Who goes? Qui veut aller premier? Monsieur Fortin première, Madame Way, Monsieur Ware. Ladies first. Ms.
Okay,
May.
I'll go first. Gela Kessler, I want to ask something that's just very clearly, and then I move to a different line of questioning from what others have been asking. And that is, first of all, do you believe that individually or collectively, the pressure to which you were subjected contravened the criminal code?
I don't believe that.
Okay. Mike, there are a lot of power relationships we've been discussing, and most of the questions have gone to the power relationships around political actors, the chief of staff, the principal secretary, the prime minister, your role as both two hats, judicial hat and cabinet hat. But there's a very prominent role being played by, I think, unusual actors in the civil service, where the power relationship is the clerk of the Privy Council is the boss of the deputy minister at the Department of Justice, and down through the chain, with you essentially, I think, acting as a bulwark to protect the independence of the Director of Public Prosecutions. What I wanted to go back to in your testimony, there are a couple of places where you mentioned some things, and I wondered if they were concerning to you, and if so, why? So in chronological order, you mentioned that on September 7th, the deputy minister was able to have certain sections of the Section 13 notice read aloud to her, but she did not want to receive or be given a copy of it. Was that in any way concerning to you? It's included in your testimony. I just wanted to pursue it.
Yes, that was a concern.
And why were you concerned?
Well, as the minister, as the attorney general, I worked very closely not only with my chief of staff, but with the deputy minister. And this applies to my then deputy minister and the clerk of the Privy Council when public servants get involved in political discussions. Of course, I have concerns, and I believe it's inappropriate.
So going to September 17th, you described a meeting which you had requested of the prime minister on a different topic was supposed to be a one-on-one meeting, by which I infer you did not expect the clerk of the Privy Council office to be present when you went to meet with the prime minister. Is that correct?
I didn't expect that, but I will say that the fact that he was there, I didn't ask him to leave.
Okay. So in the context of the pressure that was being applied and the political concerns that were being raised, I'm going to put forward a positive statement, see if you agree, that the appropriate role for the clerk of the Privy Council office is to support the Attorney General who says, you're in a dangerous ground here. Back off, this is political interference. The job of the civil service is to remain nonpartisan and give good advice. Did you think the clerk of the Privy Council was behaving appropriately in applying political pressure to anyone in this case?
I did not believe that he was behaving appropriately, which is why I was very surprised when he raised issues of the Quebec election and a board meeting that was supposedly happening with SNC.
Do you believe that the clerk of the Privy Council appeared to be placing your Deputy Minister of Justice under pressure that could have affected her confidence in her job security?
Honestly, I don't believe I can answer that question.
And lastly, you said that you
got to wrap up. That's your last. You're sort of over your time.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Fortin.
Merci, Madame Wilson-Raybould. Je vous remercie moi aussi de votre présence aujourd'hui et je tiens à souligner que je considère que ça demande beaucoup de courage pour témoigner comme vous l'avez fait aujourd'hui et je l'apprécie. Ceci dit, j'aurai des questions qui vont peut-être un peu dans une direction différente, mais j'aimerais revenir sur les motifs de votre décision. Je comprends qu'il y a un certain nombre de choses que vous ne pouvez pas nous dire, mais je vous laisserai répondre au fur et à mesure. Mais ma première question, les raisons pour lesquelles vous avez considéré qu'il n'y avait pas lieu d'en venir à un accord de réparation avec SNC-Lavalin, dois-je en conclure que c'est après avoir révisé les critères prévus aux articles 715.31 et 715.32 du Code criminel?
Well, thank you for the comments and the question. All I can say with respect to the question was that I did not believe, based on the Section 13 notice that I received from the Director of Public Prosecutions and the due diligence that I undertook, that it was appropriate with respect to SNC to issue a directive and intervene in the prosecution, to intervene in the discretion that was exercised by the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Est-ce que vous avez discuté des raisons pour lesquelles vous considériez que ce n'était pas opportun d'en arriver, de négocier une telle entente? En avez-vous discuté avec le Premier ministre ou quelqu'un d'autre du bureau du Premier ministre?
Yes, I did.
Est-ce qu'on peut savoir avec qui vous en avez discuté?
I discussed it with the Prime Minister, with the Clerk of the Privy Council, with Elder Marquez, with Mathieu Bouchard, among other individuals, including the principal. Well, indirectly, my Chief of Staff, Jessica Prince, discussed it with the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, as well as the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister, as well as the Chief of Staff to the Minister of Finance.
Et je comprends que vous ne pouvez pas nous dire, vous considérez que vous ne pouvez pas nous dire aujourd'hui quels sont ces motifs pour lesquels vous avez considéré qu'il n'y avait pas lieu d'en venir à une négociation d'entente.
I felt at the time and made the decision that it was inappropriate for me as the Attorney General to interfere in the discretion that was exercised by the Director of Public Prosecutions with respect to SNC and the decision that was made to not enter into negotiations around a deferred prosecution agreement.
Mais c'est en vertu de laquelle des conditions
Monsieur
prévues
Fortin?
à la loi.
Monsieur Fortin?
Oui.
Malheureusement, vos 3 minutes ont
En
écoulé.
3h30, Monsieur le Président, 3 minutes, vous admettrez que j'ai été très patient.
Ouais,
Vous ne pouvez pas
absolument.
m'accorder un 30 secondes ou une minute.
Ben, je vais vous accorder 30 secondes de plus.
Très généreux, merci,
pour que tout le monde sache,
Non,
parce
mais
que
je voulais
les partis
juste
politiques.
que bien comprendre le témoignage de Mme Wilson-Raybould, ça m'apparaît important pour l'ensemble des citoyens, des électeurs, de comprendre cet aspect-là de la situation. C'est quand même pas banal. Là.
Encore, je ne dis pas, je ne prononce pas sur l'importance de votre question, je prononce uniquement sur la question du fait que vos 3 minutes ont décollé.
Merci.
Je vais te donner 30 secondes de plus, si
Merci,
vous voulez.
Monsieur le Président. Donc, Mme Wilson-Raybould, vous comprenez 30 secondes, je m'excuse, mais est-ce que votre décision de ne pas intervenir était basée sur l'une des conditions d'application prévues à la loi, au Code criminel, pour la négociation de l'accord de réparation?
C'est vraiment subjudice. Ça, c'est vraiment au cœur de la règle subjudice. Je conseille à la témoin.
Monsieur le Président, ce n'est pas au cœur de la règle du subjudice. Je ne demandais pas quelle est la raison. Je demandais est-ce que cette raison-là se situe à l'intérieur des critères?
Ce sera, it'll be up to the
Je pense
witness
que
if
le
she...
témoin peut répondre, effectivement. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je vais laisser Mme Wilson-Raybould répondre.
I will not answer that question.
Merci, Mme Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Weir.
Well, thanks very much for the opportunity. And Ms. Wilson-Raybould, thanks very much for your extensive and informative testimony. I'd like to ask you to expand a bit on the idea of separating the role of Attorney General from that of Minister of Justice. It seems that under our current system, the Prime Minister could choose to appoint 2 different people to those posts. Is that what you would recommend, or do you envision making the Attorney General an officer of Parliament, or somehow officially separating it from the government?
Well, I don't want to get too far in advance. I really hope that the committee will consider looking at studying this. I always try to look for ways to move forward. I think that it would be entirely appropriate for this committee to look at different models internationally. I mentioned the United Kingdom, where the Attorney General is not a member of cabinet. The 2 hats that the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General wears here in our country are completely different. And I think there would be merit to talking about having those as 2 separate individuals, obviously, after much discussion and study, the prerogative of the government of the time, what they would choose to do in that regard, and the Prime Minister.
Is that an idea you ever floated to the Prime Minister or to the Clerk of the Privy Council office?
I would say no, because I can't remember a concrete discussion where we had. But there have been times where I have raised the issue internally when I was the minister with individuals, and potentially I could have had conversations with other colleagues.
Okay. Now, you were asked about whether you supported deferred prosecution agreements, and I don't want to push that question again. I do want to ask, though, if you could describe what the ideal candidate for a deferred prosecution might be.
Well, I think that it's the tool of a deferred prosecution agreement and considerations that the director of public prosecutions or prosecutors can take into account are delineated and articulated within the criminal code.
Okay. No, that's good for me.
Thank you so much. So I want to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Wilson-Raybould very much for her testimony. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
And now we are on Mr. Rankin's motion, and we've been asked for a short pause to consider discussion. So could I just say the meeting is suspended for 5 minutes? 5 minutes.
These events involved 11 people, excluding herself and her political staff, from the Prime Minister's office, the Privy Council office, and the office of the Minister of Finance. This included in-person conversations, telephone calls, emails, and text messages. She also testified that while she couldn't discuss why she resigned as Veteran Affairs Minister, or in fact anything else that was said or happened after she was replaced as Attorney General, unless she was cleared to do so by another order in council, she had more to say. Now, Liberal members of the Justice Committee denied her that opportunity at the March 19th closed-door meeting when they voted to prematurely shut down their incomplete study. I believe, and I hope it's shared by members on both sides of the table, that it is entirely proper, entirely appropriate for this House Standing Committee on Ethics to examine the incomplete evidence and the many issues raised by Ms. Wilson-Raybould that are fully within the purview of this committee's mandate to investigate matters as they pertain to ethics. Now, to be clear, I'm not suggesting that the committee interfere with the narrow investigation that the Ethics Commissioner announced in his February 11th letter. As you'll recall, Commissioner Dion disagreed with a request that he undertake an investigation of the Prime Minister under Section 7 of the Conflict of Interest Act, which prohibits a public office holder from giving preferential treatment to any person or organization. But the Commissioner did find reason to act. He said, quote, "I have reason to believe that a possible contravention of Section 9 may have occurred." Section 9, of course, prohibits a public office holder from seeking to influence a decision of another person so as to improperly further another person's private interests. And the Commissioner concluded in that letter that he has initiated an examination under subsection 45(1) of the Conflict of Interest Act. But as I communicated to the chair in requesting this meeting, there is a wide range of issues across the ethics spectrum that are left unexamined in the prematurely closed Justice Committee study. I believe Canadians deserve to hear the full truth. It's unacceptable that our Liberal colleagues, the majority on the Justice Committee, clearly acting on directions from the Prime Minister's office, decided they didn't want to hear any more from the former Attorney General or any of the 9 other individuals implicated in the sustained pressure allegations made by the former Attorney General. There remain many unanswered questions related to the former Attorney General's resignation from Cabinet, the presentation she gave to Cabinet after her resignation, and the discussion she had after being replaced as Attorney General. I thank you, Chair, for your confirmation in the House last week that an investigation by this committee, the Ethics Committee, is or would be in order. I hope that Liberal members of the committee agree and will exercise the independence that the Prime Minister claims all committee members enjoy. I sincerely hope that we will see a manifestation of that independence in agreement today, that we study elements of the deeply troubling affair blocked by Liberal members of the Justice Committee. And as a first step, I wish to move the following motion: that given the public statement on March 14th by Ms. Jody Wilson-Raybould that this matter is serious and some questions remain unanswered, and given the public statement of March 21st by Ms. Jane Philpott that there is much more to this story that needs to be told, the committee A, immediately begin a study of the ongoing corruption scandal involving the Prime Minister. B, instruct the chair to write to the Prime Minister requesting that he waive all constraints that may prevent individuals invited to appear before the committee from speaking freely. C, invite Ms. Jody Wilson-Raybould to appear as a witness in this study no later than April 5th. D, invite Ms. Jane Philpott to appear as a witness in this study no later than April 5th. And E, that upon conclusion of this study, a report of the findings of this committee be tabled in Parliament. Now, the Prime Minister has deflected questions of formally allowing Ms. Wilson-Raybould to speak, he cites an unprecedented waiver already. And of course, it was an unprecedented waiver to address an unprecedented scandal, but it doesn't extend far enough, as my motion specifies. He should make it official, and he should remove all constraints, first on her and any other witnesses that may be called to appear before committee. Now, why does this matter, Mr. Chair? And because this is a new issue before this committee, I would like to put onto the record some of the relevant facts supporting the motion that's before us. It matters because Canada is a nation founded on the rule of law. Who one knows in the PMO should not get one special favors. On March 8th, in a case related to this matter, the federal court ruled the independence of the Attorney General is essential and fundamental to the criminal justice system. 5 former attorneys general across partisan lines wrote to the RCMP commissioner to express concern that a crime has been committed. Retired Judge Mary Ellen Turpin-Lafond described the ongoing scandal as a constitutional crisis. The head of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association and former Ontario Liberal Attorney General Michael Bryant said, "A lot of police officers have laid a lot of obstruction of justice charges on a lot of ordinary Canadians with a lot less evidence than this." I will remind the committee, those that might not have viewed Ms. Wilson-Raybould's original testimony before the Justice Committee, of some of the things that she said. Quote, "For a period of approximately 4 months between September and December of 2018, I, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, experienced a consistent and sustained effort by many people within the government to seek to politically interfere in the exercise of prosecutorial discretion in my role, her role, as the Attorney General of Canada, in an inappropriate effort to secure a deferred prosecution agreement with SNC-Lavalin." Another quote, "The conversation that I had where they became very clearly inappropriate was when political issues came up, like the election in Quebec, like losing the election if SNC were to move their headquarters." She said as well, "There were express statements regarding the necessity of interference in the SNC-Lavalin matter, the potential of consequences and veiled threats if a deferred prosecution agreement was not made available to SNC." And Ms. Wilson-Raybould said, "I had determined that I was not going to issue a directive. It was inappropriate to interfere with the discretion of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and having made up my mind, her mind, taking into account all of the information again, for those who know me," she said, "I was not going to change my mind." There were other quotes, again, in her testimony. She said, for example, quoting the former Principal Secretary in the Prime Minister's office, Gerald Butts, saying, "There is no solution that doesn't involve some interference." She said that, in quoting Katie Telford in the Prime Minister's office, "We don't want to debate legalities anymore." She said that she testified that she spoke to Minister Morneau on this matter. "I told him," she said, "that engagements from his office to mine on SNC had to stop, that they were inappropriate. They did not stop." She said, and I quote, PMO advisor Matthew Bouchard said, "We can have the best policy in the world, but we need to be re-elected." Now, Mr. Speaker, we have seen on numerous occasions in the past almost 2 months now, the Prime Minister change the story, to change the excuses that he offers for why there was what he considers to be appropriate interference, which the former Attorney General rejected as inappropriate. The Prime Minister has claimed thousands of jobs were at risk if SNC-Lavalin were to be convicted. This was debunked by academics, and it was widely panned as a naive assumption at best, or a falsehood or manipulation at worst. And of course, we heard from SNC-Lavalin's Chief Executive Officer, Neil Bruce, that the suggestion of 9,000 jobs could disappear if SNC is blocked from a deferred prosecution agreement. He said, that's incorrect, and we've never said that. Now, is there more information, in fact, for this committee to hear on the matter? Well, on March 14th, Ms. Jody Wilson-Raybould said, this matter is serious. Some questions remain unanswered. On March 21st, Ms. Jane Philpott said that, quote, there is much more to this story that needs to be told. And she said, I believe the former Attorney General has further points to make. I believe that I have further issues of concern that I am not free to share. Now, we know that the story has changed many times, as I said, over the past almost 2 months. The most recent and I think disgusting act of desperation from the Prime Minister's office, or from someone who at one point was in the Prime Minister's office, came out yesterday with a leak of highly sensitive, confidential information, smearing a highly respected member of the judiciary in an attempt to distract from the Prime Minister's attempted interference in a criminal trial and a cover-up of that attempted interference. We heard from the Chief Justice of the Manitoba Court of Queen's Bench regretfully being forced to come forward to make a statement, having been drawn into this sorry affair, to say, and I quote, I fear someone is using my previous candidacy to Supreme Court to further an agenda unrelated to the appointment process. And Chair and colleagues, this breach of the confidentiality of what is supposed to be a highly confidential judicial appointment process is serious enough to require an investigation on its own. But it is part of this, and it is included in, again, the widely changing, continually changing story of from the Prime Minister. This sort of leak, we've been told again by experts in law in the past couple of days, that this sort of leak could compromise the integrity of judicial appointment process. It could compromise the integrity of institutions, and potentially could compromise the integrity of sitting justices. Now, I'm sure that my Liberal colleagues, and I respect them, we've worked well together on a number of difficult issues in the past couple of years in creating studies within the broad purview of our ethics committee's various mandates. I know they've heard, I certainly have, from my constituents about concerns, and I'm sure that they will continue to hear from their constituents, as I expect I will, until all of the facts are out, until this matter is resolved. And Chair, just to wrap up my first intervention, I must say, and I compliment the Liberal Vice Chair of this committee in his op-ed commentary today in a Toronto newspaper, where he said, outside of 3 categories of whipped votes, a member of Parliament should be free to register their disagreement with the Liberal government on matters of policy and principle, and to remain in the Liberal caucus. He said, and again, I would advise all to read the complete op-ed, but in the interest of time, I will simply go to 2 further quotes. But Mr. Erskine Smith wrote, our responsibility is to ensure that our legislative decisions are reflective of our collective obligations to the Liberal Party, but to our constituents, to the evidence, and to the public interest. South of the border, Mr. Erskine Smith wrote, we can see the ongoing damage wrought when representatives put party before country, and we should work to avoid similar outcomes here at home. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Next up, we have a speaking order. Next up for the second motion of the day, Mr. Ramsey.
I'd actually like to speak to this motion. And, you know, the NDP has been committed to getting to the truth on this. And I think that's been clear throughout our efforts throughout this entire thing. And this is why we've repeatedly called for a public independent inquiry, is because what happened at the Justice Committee and what we've seen happening at the Ethics Commissioner, which is beyond the scope to be quite frank, of what the ethics commissioner can do. We believe that to get to the truth, we need a public independent inquiry. And we're using all the tools that we can to get to the truth. We participated in the Justice Committee. I sat at the Justice Committee process. We called for the ethics commissioner to investigate, and now we're here supporting this motion at the ethics committee. It's obvious to us and to Canadians that the Liberals are using their power to silence the former Attorney General and the former President of the Treasury Board. For some reason, Mr. Chair, Liberals do not want this story to be heard. And, you know, I've heard it repeated by my Liberal colleagues here and others throughout their party that Ms. Wilson-Raybould has already had her opportunity. You know, I've heard them say that she's had 4 hours to have her say, and that's good enough for them. They've actually made
I'm
a
just going to
decision.
clarify something as chair. Is we have one motion on
Yes.
the table, so that you're speaking to that. So we'll
Yes.
have to vote on that first, and then your motion can come after that, just to be clear.
Okay, I'm going to move an amendment at the end of my
Go ahead. So you're still speaking to Mr. Kent's
I am,
motion,
yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So we've heard these lines repeated that Ms. Wilson-Raybould had 4 hours to have her say, and that's good enough. Now, Liberals have made up their mind. They think that everything she's had to say is out, which we know isn't true, because we know she herself, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, has said both publicly and in writing that she has more to say. And now Ms. Philpott, in her article in Maclean's last week, indicated she also has some things to contribute to this conversation. And Canadians want to hear what they have to say. You know, I think that this isn't good enough for Canadians. And every place that I go in my riding of Essex and my New Democrat colleagues, people are talking about this. To think that this is just somehow an Ottawa bubble story and no one's paying attention to it because it's too difficult to understand all of the moving pieces in this, which, you know, I frankly understand because it's been changing every single day, this story. But people are talking about it. I went to the post office, a lady was talking to me about it in there. She knew Jody Wilson-Raybould's name and Miss Philpott's name and was using it and saying, we want them to speak the truth. I was in airport security yesterday to come here, and the screener was talking to me about this. They want these women to come and speak. People who typically don't pay attention to politics are gripped by this story. And to see the budget come and go and no one even be talking about the budget tells us that Canadians are not ready to let this story go. And I think the motion that's being brought before us today is about getting to the truth. So we're willing to use all the tools that are available. And you know, I think if the Prime Minister at this point won't do the right thing and expand this waiver, which is what's being asked, to expand the scope of the order in council, then we have to have a full public inquiry. And he has to let these former cabinet ministers at the very least speak, because of the indication that they've given that they would like to, and that they have something substantive to contribute to this story. You know, when Jane Philpott last week said that there's much more to the SNC-Lavalin affair and Canadians have concerns about the government's attempts to shut down the story, that rings true to me. And I can tell from the op-ed this morning that my colleague, Mr. Erickson-Smith, feels the same way, that that's ringing true, that people are talking about this, that people want the truth, and that as elected officials, that's actually the obligation that we have. Our obligation isn't to the party that we represent, it's actually to those constituents and to Canadians as a whole when we're sitting at this committee space. So I want to talk a little bit about the Justice Committee and what happened there. And, you know, a lot of people told us that they felt that that was the best place for the study, for the truth, for everything to come out at the Justice Committee. But the Liberals were quite clear that they had no desire to see that happen at the Justice Committee. You know, they used every tool available to them to shut down the debate, to shut down the conversation, to essentially end the study. We don't have an ongoing study anymore at the Justice Committee to get to the bottom of this. And that's concerning because this isn't just about Canada. The OECD is watching what we're doing here, and our minister had to provide them, you know, a letter saying, yes, we will have, you know, robust investigation that will happen at the Justice Committee. Well, that's no longer happening. So what is the answer or the response to the Globe right now about us trying to, you know, pull our own weight and really stick with our international commitments that we've made, not just in words, but in writing, something that's a standard that we're held to, and we can't just skate away from that. So the Ethics Committee is another opportunity for a study to happen, I think, that would satisfy the global community and let them know that our commitments are serious and that we take them seriously. So the Justice Committee, you know, the Liberal majority, in my opinion, did not act in good faith at that committee. They did not. We moved 3 motions for the NDP to have Jody Wilson-Raybould testify again on February 27th, March 6th, March 13th, and they were consistently voted down and ignored. So this is another opportunity, I think, for Liberals to understand that this isn't a story that's going away. Canadians want the truth, and so this is another opportunity to get to that truth. Ms. Wilson-Raybould was repeatedly denied the opportunity to return to the Justice Committee, even though we saw the former Privy Council clerk, Michael Wernick, come back, and he refuted the testimony that she had given. Fundamentally, that's unfair. She has a right of reply. That's just a fundamental unfairness that she was not able to come back and address the comments that were made about her. And I hope that her colleagues who sit on this committee see that for the injustice that it was, and that she deserves a right to be able to speak to what was said about her. And we moved motions to hear from everyone that was implicated in her testimony, and these were consistently voted down. And we heard from 3 people out of 11. There are still other players that were named that are involved in this that need the opportunity to come forward and speak, and quite frankly, clear their own names, because some pretty incriminating things were said about them. So I'm sure that those people do not want this to follow their career either, and would welcome the opportunity to come and sit before this committee now to be able to air the truth. And, you know, I'm talking about, you know, people who are sitting at the highest level. We're talking about 4 resignations, but we're talking about the former Attorney General's Chief of Staff. We're talking about the current Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister. We're talking about 2 PMO staff members who are still sitting there. I would imagine that they would like the opportunity to come before the committee, and I hope you'll extend that to them, because as at the bare minimum in terms of fairness and a courtesy, I think that they deserve that as well. So what happened? We saw what happened. They voted to shut down debate. They adjourned the debate. And, you know, again, last week, they shut down the entire study. So now there's nothing to happen at the Justice Committee, although we saw this letter come from Ms. Wilson-Raybould to the Justice Committee last week. That was in direct response to questions that were asked by Mr. Rankin during her testimony. So she will provide some of the documents and the text messages that were requested of her. She alluded to a report in her letter. There is no such report. There's no report to come from the Justice Committee, because the Liberal members on the Justice Committee have shut any opportunity for that down. So there's nothing going forward there. And again, we have to understand that Ms. Wilson-Raybould, you know, will only be addressing those direct questions that were asked of her in her response. But the question I think that's outstanding is why the Liberal members on that committee did not want to get to the truth. And so I hope that the Liberal members on this committee, who do hold the majority here, are really seriously considering what has been happening around our country, and the fact that this isn't going away. Every single day, there's a new bombshell that's coming out in this. And the best path for all of us is to go to the truth. When the truth comes out, then we can deal with the fallout of that. But as long as you continue to block, and I really sincerely hope that won't be the case here today, that there won't be a movement to adjourn, there won't be a movement to go on camera, that there won't be an attempt to once again put things behind closed doors that Canadians are strongly indicating they do not want to see. I want to address a comment that was made, and it's been a theme, a very horrible theme, I think, of this entire thing. And it's been the attempt to smear these very credible, intelligent women. We saw certainly a smear campaign against Ms. Wilson-Raybould that continued yesterday, to be honest, in this debacle of, you know, somehow, again, this frame that she's difficult, that she was, you know, difficult to work with. If she's so difficult to work with, then why was the Prime Minister offering her the Indigenous file, which by his own admission is the most important relationship that exists? So, you know, this doesn't hold water, that she's difficult, but we're going to give her the best file, the most important file that we have. You know, this doesn't add up, and Canadians can see through these attempts. But what Ms. Sgro said shocked people, I think, on the weekend, when she said that she wanted Ms. Wilson-Raybould and Ms. Philpott to put up or shut up. First of all, I don't know who speaks to their colleagues that way. I can tell you that my colleagues in the New Democratic Party would never speak to me in that manner. That's misogynistic, that's sexist. And coming from a woman, a senior woman, is even more shocking. I hope that you'll address this issue with your colleague. She needs to issue an apology. And I don't think an apology just to the people that she's discussing it, it's to women parliamentarians. We have 26% women sitting in this parliament. And how on earth are we going to attract strong, intelligent women to this parliament if the message is, if you don't go along with your party, if you don't protect the prime minister, then you better shut up? Because the interpretation of this that I got wasn't put up or shut up. It was shut up or we'll find a way to shut you up. And women in Canada will not tolerate that. So I do hope you'll address that with your colleague. And I hope that she'll actually retract that statement and understand the impact that it has on young women who are going to be filling our parliament in another week and the daughters of the vote. So I implore you as colleagues to please address that issue within your caucus and with Ms. Sgro directly. But these comments, you know, really, I think speak to Canadians that the Liberals are more interested in protecting the Prime Minister than finding the truth. And your political future, my political future, is not more important than the truth. And I think this is what Mr. Erskine Smith wrote in his op-ed today, is basically that we are here to get to the truth. We are not here to serve the parties that we're in. We can disagree with the parties that we're in. We can do so in a respectful way. We can do so in a way that's in line with our party values. But when we try to block the truth from Canadians and block our colleagues from being able to speak that truth, there's something fundamentally wrong there. And so I really implore you today to support this. And I think also, you know, I mentioned this at the Justice Committee last week, that the Liberal Party campaigned on transparency and accountability. This is not transparency and accountability. And you can't continue to say one thing and do another, because it's just putting a lot of doubt in Canadians' minds about what is happening here. And we're talking about, you know, the Prime Minister's office, corporations having access to the Prime Minister's office, being able to write laws, and then when they can't use those laws, the Prime Minister using his power to pressure the one person who can change their mind to do so. This is serious, and Canadians understand this. And I think it would be a grave mistake for Liberal members to think that Canadians don't understand what this is all about. This is actually the fear that Canadians have. When a constituent walks through my office and they're being sent, you know, a refusal for EI because they wrote one thing wrong in their application, you know, that's not fair. And so they're coming to me to help them. So how do I then turn around and say to those constituents, well, guess what? There are different rules that apply for you and that apply to the Prime Minister of Canada. And that's the message that you're sending to Canadians. You have to do all the right things. You can't even, you know, breach anything or be in view of breaching anything, or you'll be prevented from receiving the services that are owed to you when you have the Prime Minister who's doing the exact opposite. So I really implore you to take that seriously, because that's what Canadians are paying attention to. And I want to talk about the oath, because there's been a lot of discussion about the oath that Jody Wilson-Raybould and Dr. Philpott took. And, you know, there's been a lot of speculation, well, you know, they could stand up in Parliament, they could, you know, have parliamentary privilege. You're asking them to take an incredible risk on something that hasn't been tested to that length, to be quite honest. And these are professional, intelligent, strong women, and I don't blame them for not wanting to take that risk that they'll wear for the rest of their lives. And I think it's actually disgraceful that you're asking them to do that. There's one person who can change this. And well, first I'll get back to the oath, because I want to read this section of the oath. And the reason why I think we heard Ms. Philpott say she's taking it seriously, the reason why I think Jody Wilson-Raybould is taking it so seriously. And I'll read this one section. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for Her Majesty, so help me God. So this line is something that they take incredibly seriously, and you're asking them to break that. I'm asking you, and you Democrats are asking you, to go to your Prime Minister and have him, with a stroke of a pen, he could do it right now, he could do it right after this meeting, expand the order in council. Lift the waiver and let them say what they want to say, what they've indicated strongly they want to. Why are you asking them to jeopardize themselves, to jeopardize their careers, to jeopardize their oath, to potentially be under some type of, you know, legal case following them standing up? I don't understand that. I really don't. And again, you know, as a colleague, I don't know how you impose that on your own colleague in your own caucus to say, I'm going to prevent you from speaking the truth. I will not go to the Prime Minister and say that. I can't comprehend that. And I think it's very unfortunate. And I do believe that there are a lot of Liberal members who don't believe that that's the proper path either. So, you know, I really implore you in this particular motion around expanding the order in council to stop asking Jody Wilson-Raybould and stop asking Jane Philpott to break everything that they've said they cannot do, and to go back and do the one thing they're asking you to do. And that's to expand it so they can speak. It's so simple. It really is. And fundamentally, it's fair. And I think that Canadians understand that. And I think that all of you, I hope, understand that. So I think I'll leave it at that, but I would like to introduce my amendment at this point, Mr. Chair, if I can read it into the record. Yes. Okay, it's being distributed. I'll read it into the record. So the amendment is as follows: that clause A of the motion be replaced with the following. A, immediately begin a study pursuant to Standing Order 108-3H6 to review any federal legislation, regulation, or standing order which impacts the ethical standards of public office holders as it relates to the question of exerting inappropriate pressure on the Attorney General of Canada for political or other reasons with respect to decisions regarding whether to proceed with a criminal prosecution, and that a vote on this motion be conducted while the committee is open to the public. So I think that this speaks to the mandate of this committee. And, you know, there's been some confusion in the public about whether or not the Ethics Committee is the appropriate place, whether it's the mandate of this committee, which New Democrats feel strongly that it is. And, you know, I think that moving this amendment offers some clarity. And I think the second half is talking about the vote being open to the public. You know, Canadians have been clear that they don't support the efforts of this Liberal government to bring things behind closed doors and to keep them from Canadians. And I think that's the rationale that we're offering here in having the vote in public and being transparent to Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. We have Mr. Poilievre to speak next to the amendment. Mr. Poilievre, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Today, I'm going to do something a little bit unusual. I'm going to spend almost all of my time quoting Liberals. Instead of offering my opinion, I'll offer theirs. And let me start by quoting the testimony that gave rise to this entire matter. And I quote, "I experienced a consistent and sustained effort by many people within the government to seek to politically interfere in the exercise of prosecutorial discretion in my role as the Attorney General of Canada in an inappropriate effort to secure a deferred prosecution agreement with SNC-Lavalin." Those are the words from the woman to whom the Prime Minister of Canada entrusted the role of the Crown's top law officer, the Attorney General herself. Next, I will quote the person that the Prime Minister thought was most qualified to handle Indigenous relations, healthcare, and finally, the Treasury Board, which is one of the central agencies of the Government of Canada. She wrote, "I felt there was evidence of an attempt to politically interfere with the justice system in its work on the criminal trial that had been described by some as the most important and serious prosecution of corporate corruption in modern Canadian history." End quote. Now, I note that when she speaks of this important and serious prosecution of corporate corruption, she is referring to the allegations of over $100 million of fraud and bribery leveled against SNC-Lavalin. Before I go further, I want to address the racist notion that these kinds of crimes have no victims, that this is just the way things are done in certain countries. Canada is party to international treaties against corruption, the purpose of which is to put an end to wealthy Western countries impoverishing developing nations through systematic and parasitical corruption. It is not just the way things are in African countries. And we should never allow our companies to think that they can get off while bribing those countries' leaders and robbing those people of their money. And that is exactly what SNC-Lavalin is accused of. It stands accused of bribing Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi with a whole series of gifts, including prostitutes for his son, in order, in return, to extract $100 million from the poorest, among the poorest people in the world. So this is not a victimless crime. This is not just the way things are done over there. And we have a duty to hold our companies to a higher standard than that. No more winking, no more nudging, full criminal prosecution where evidence merits it. Now, the allegation is that the Prime Minister went to extraordinary lengths to avoid such prosecution. And let me just review that those particular lengths. First of all, he jammed an amendment to the criminal code into an omnibus budget bill. Since when do we amend the criminal code in a budget bill? Liberals on the Finance Committee, who discovered it late night as they were going through the 600-page document, were astonished. The chairman of the committee said he didn't think it belonged in a budget bill. That is a Liberal. As I said, I would be relying on the words of Liberals. The Liberal member for Hull-Elmer, Greg Fergus, said that he thought the amendment to the criminal code amounted to a slap on the wrist for large corporate criminals, that it would create a justice system where people were more punished for stealing $10 than for stealing $10 million. All that being said, the amendment became law. And after it did, the Prime Minister's office engaged in, again, what Liberals describe, and I'm going to quote some words here. Some of them are verbs, some of them are nouns. Harassed, hounded, veiled threats, bullying, and more. These are the words that I'm taking from current members of the Liberal caucus. Up until recently, among the most senior ministers in the Prime Minister's government. If Liberals now say that the people who uttered these words have no credibility, well, they weren't saying that only 2 months ago when these same people were actually administering large departments with immense power. So I come back. What would motivate a Prime Minister to engage in this kind of activity? To amend the criminal code to help a company get off charges, to then engage in sustained and consistent interference, to harass, hound, issue veiled threats, and carry out bullying. What would be behind that move? Well, originally, we were told it was jobs. That if the company didn't get off the charges, that it would, 9,000 jobs would disappear and the headquarters would move. Well, just days ago, the CEO of SNC-Lavalin said both of those claims are false. And let me show the discrepancy. The Attorney General says the Prime Minister twice claimed to her that the headquarters of SNC-Lavalin would leave if she did not immediately help shelve the charges against the company. Prime Minister has later denied making that comment. Unfortunately for him, he had repeated it at his press conference on March 8th, where he said, "We had heard representations from various sources, including the company itself, that this was an issue of deep concern to them, and that if the trial would potentially have consequences as dire as the company having to leave Canada altogether." He claims the company told him that. Well, Neil Bruce, the CEO, let me quote what the Toronto Star said in December. CEO Neil Bruce also insisted the company is committed to remaining headquartered in Montreal. We absolutely want to be based here in Quebec, here in Canada. BNN asked him, did you threaten to move your headquarters from Montreal? No. Never? No. Mr. Bruce, I don't know what people make up or why they or what they have in their minds. So the Prime Minister said the company headquarters would be gone if he didn't, if the charges proceeded. And now we know from the company itself, from the statements by the CEO, I might add also from public filings showing the company has to stay in Montreal as part of a loan agreement, and from public press releases showing the headquarters is signed in for a 20-year lease in Montreal, and that headquarters has just recently been renovated to keep its employees in Montreal. We now know that the Prime Minister's claim that the headquarters and the company would leave Canada was patently false. So it wasn't about jobs, which raises two additional questions. One, if he wasn't protecting jobs, who was he protecting? And two, Mr. Chair, we're not just investigating whether the Prime Minister interfered in a criminal prosecution, but whether he and his team lied to the Attorney General about the prospect of the company headquarters leaving in order to manipulate the Attorney General into shelving the charges based on false information. These are questions that we need investigated. These are questions we never had an opportunity to investigate at the Justice Committee. Another question. Today, Canadian Press and CTV reported that effectively that Gerald Butts lied to the Justice Committee. He claimed that Jody Wilson-Raybould was moved out of her position as Attorney General because of a musical chairs phenomenon that resulted from Scott Bryson's resignation. Today, CTV and CP report that no, it wasn't because of that. It was because the Prime Minister didn't like her choice of judges. We need to find out which story the Prime Minister's office is sticking with on that question today. Now, our friends, the Prime Minister has said, enough has been said. We know everything we need to know. We need to know. Time to move on. Well, let me go back to quoting Liberals on that question. This is Jody Wilson-Raybould's letter to the chairman of the Justice Committee. She's writing here about the waiver that allowed her to appear before the committee. And she says of the waiver, that the OIC addresses only my time as Attorney General of Canada and therefore does nothing to release me from any restrictions that apply to communications while I served as Minister of Veterans Affairs and in relation to my resignation from that post or my presentation to Cabinet after I resigned. Why is that important? Because we know that in the period after she was removed as Attorney General, she witnessed something that was so egregious, it required she resign from Cabinet altogether. Now, do we know why she resigned? Well, she can't say because of the aforementioned restrictions contained in the Prime Minister's limited waiver. So let me illustrate the problems that limitation caused at the Justice Committee. Deputy Conservative Leader Lisa Raitt, for clarity, can you tell us what you discussed with the Prime Minister at your meetings in Vancouver on February 11th? Jody Wilson-Raybould, I cannot. Can you tell us what was discussed with the Cabinet on February 19th? I cannot. Can you tell us why you've resigned from Cabinet? I cannot. These are examples of things that she has not been allowed to speak about. Now, some Liberals have suggested that she had unlimited license to speak and say anything she wanted because of parliamentary privilege. This is merely a distraction. If that were really the position of the Prime Minister, he would have said so instead of issuing a limited waiver at the outset. And furthermore, he wouldn't have limited the time frame of that waiver. It is merely a procedural distraction. As the old saying goes, complexity is the last refuge of the scoundrel. So let me further quote Liberals on this matter. I'm now going to quote current Liberal Member of Parliament and former Treasury Board President, who says, and I quote, on the matter of whether there is more to discuss, and I'm quoting, "There's much more to the story that needs to be told." She goes on, "There's been an attempt to shut down the story," end quote. Again, that is a Liberal. This is not an allegation from a Conservative or a New Democrat. This is a present sitting member of the Liberal caucus, someone to whom the Prime Minister had recently entrusted 3 very senior cabinet positions. So you don't need to take our word for it. You can just listen to what Liberals themselves are saying. And keeping with Liberals' comments on this matter, Judy Sgro, Liberal MP, has implored all of you to vote in favor of allowing this study to go ahead. She has said that she believes Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott should, and I quote, "put up or shut up." Those were her words. So we could let them do that. We could let them put up their testimony before us in this committee. If Liberals, backbenchers, and Liberal ministers who are going out and telling the media that they just want Wilson-Raybould and Philpott to just say what they got to say, well, let's invite them here to say it. Now, Ms. Sgro was not obviously just speaking for herself, because the Prime Minister's democracy minister Karina Gould, went out and said that they should put it on the record. Everything else they have to say, put it on the record. Well, we can do that right here at the Ethics Committee. So if these Liberals, including a current Liberal cabinet minister, are being honest and sincere, and they really want to give Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott the ability to put up or shut up, or put it on the record, as they've said in their own words, then Liberal members should honor the wishes of Ms. Sgro and Ms. Gould and vote in favor of letting them do that. So the decision for Liberals representing the Prime Minister on the committee today is this: are you going to put up or cover up? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. Next up, we have, again, speaking to the amendment, Mr. Blakey. Go ahead, Mr. Blakey.
Thank you very much. So I do want to add what I hope is a new contribution to the debate in a moment. I mean, we've heard that that what's at issue is not just a victimless crime. It's why the OECD Anti-Bribery Unit has taken an interest in this, which I think is a serious taint on Canada's reputation, and one that we'd like to see corrected as quickly as possible. I think we've heard many arguments over the last number of weeks, and including here today, about the importance of the rule of law and what it means to live in a country where top political leaders feel free to interfere in decisions that ought to be independent when we talk about criminal prosecutions. I think it's something that Canadians don't want to see happening in their own country, and there's serious concern about the allegations that it has, that kind of inappropriate political pressure has been put. I think, simply asking that, nothing criminal have gone on in that regard is far too low a bar for Canada. I think Canadians expect, and the Prime Minister highlighted in his mandate letters at the beginning of this Parliament and subsequently that the standard of ethics for his government and for his ministers would go beyond simply meeting legal requirements for ethics, but that ethics to him, he said, meant going above and beyond those requirements, and not only not having done anything wrong, but to be seen to be not to have done anything wrong. And all of this reinforces the anxiety that I think a lot of Canadians feel, that there's one set of rules for wealthy and well-connected folks here in Canada and another set of rules for everyone else. There's certainly enough to feel like that may be happening. And I think until we get to the bottom of what's happening, Canadians are going to continue to lack confidence that that's the system they have and that it's working properly for them. So, I mean, as my colleague said earlier, it's why we think that the gold standard for restoring confidence on this is a public inquiry, not just to ensure that we can hear from everybody. So not just the people who are mentioned in today's motion. And I'd say that today's motion is really just a minimum in terms of who the committee can call. It just says for certain we should be sure to call these people. But of course, if the committee wants to call people beyond what's mentioned in the scope of the motion, the committee has every right to do that. And we certainly have some further suggestions about who we might hear from. But it's important that we launch the study and then we can have those discussions about who else would be appropriate to include. So there's that question in terms of having that led by someone independent. But the other thing that a public inquiry would do would be to provide some findings, presumably, which was not something that we got out of the Justice Committee hearings so far, that would give Canadians some idea as to what are the salient facts and how to interpret those and what should be the takeaway from what we've learned through all this testimony. The Justice Committee process, such as it was were inadequate. As I say, it didn't produce any findings, at least not as of yet, although it ought to have. There were clearly more people to hear from that we didn't hear from. And so, we're in an attempt to try and make sure that those other things that need to be heard get heard. And we've heard, I won't re-quote, but we've heard from Ms. Philpott that there's more to the story that needs to be told and that she feels she has something important to contribute. We've heard from Ms. Jody Wilson-Raybould that there's more to the story that needs to be told that she would like to tell. And there's two reasons why they're not able to do that. One is having an appropriate forum, and the second, and ultimately the most important, is being released by the Prime Minister and Cabinet from Cabinet confidence so that they can say what it is that they have to say without fear of reprisal. And there are some arguments out there that I want to just take a moment to address, saying that they're already in a position to do so, which I don't believe is the case, not in any real or meaningful way. And those arguments, particularly in recent days, have had to do with parliamentary privilege and the nation and a cabinet oath. So the first thing I think that needs to be said about this that we haven't heard enough in that discussion, and I would query my Liberal colleagues on, is just to say that, I mean, do we really want it to be the case that the only reason we think people who have served in cabinet would keep their oath of secrecy is on pain of being fired from cabinet? And so if they're already out of cabinet, then what's the point? Why would they bother? Surely we have to think that there's a higher threshold for keeping the secrets of Canadian cabinet than that you might get kicked out. That means that anybody who's no longer in the cabinet who has served in cabinet, if we're to believe the Liberal line on this, could get up at any time in the House, and Liberals would have no problems with this, divulging cabinet secrets or details of what's happened at the cabinet table. We have other former members of cabinet who are still MPs and who could exercise parliamentary privilege. I'm surprised, although it seems to be an implication of the Liberal argument, that they can and could get up, no problem, anytime in the House and start talking about details of cabinet meetings and other important issues that have come before the cabinet table. I think that's incoherent, and it certainly doesn't meet the kind of standard that I think Canadians expect of their government. And the reason why people want to hear from Ms. Wilson-Raybould and from Ms. Philpott isn't because it's just because it's juicy to get information about what happened in a cabinet, and it doesn't matter what the details are. The reason why people want to hear from these particular former ministers is because we're concerned that the Prime Minister's office was inappropriately interfering in what should be an independent judicial system. And we're concerned not just because we're concerned, although we are, but we're concerned also because organizations like the OECD Anti-Bribery Unit have said that they are concerned. And so we want to clear Canada's reputation, and we want to get to the bottom of what's happening. So this isn't just any circumstance of something that happened under the rubric of cabinet confidentiality that these women are being asked to talk about. And it doesn't make sense to say that, oh, well, because they have parliamentary privilege, anyone who has cabinet secrets could just get up in the House at any time. I don't think that that's a credible argument, and I think we should all be giving more respect to the oath of cabinet. So that's why it was important to get a waiver in the first place. That was something that the Prime Minister seemed to recognize when he issued a waiver to Ms. Jody Wilson-Raybould in the first place. He might have been thinking of the Treasury Board directives on cabinet confidence, which stayed in Section 5, and I'll just quote, because I think this is important for members, particularly Liberal members who are out talking in the media about this, to know that these guidelines state there is no discretionary power provided to an individual minister or government institution to make a cabinet confidence accessible to the public. That's pretty clear. And that's a government document. That's not me making that up or coming up with that. That's a document that lays out the expectations around cabinet confidence. That's something that the Prime Minister seemed to understand when he issued a waiver in the first place. The only problem with that waiver was that it didn't extend for the full period in question. It stopped when Jody Wilson-Raybould was fired from the position of Attorney General and doesn't permit her to speak about the things that happened between then and when she resigned from cabinet. Now, it's perfectly plausible. Anybody who's ever had somebody in their life who is behaving in a way that you thought was erratic or strange, and then discovered a detail that helped make sense of that behavior in hindsight, will understand that it's perfectly plausible that something happened after she was fired from the post of Attorney General that made her go, ah, that wasn't all a coincidence. That wasn't just a mishmash of meetings with different people who were concerned, but actually that was something quite deliberate and there was more to it. And she's hinted that there is something more to tell. I think Canadians deserve to be able to hear what that is. And if the Prime Minister doesn't feel that that something is incriminating and that he did nothing wrong, I don't understand. And if he's of the view that she could have said it under privilege at any time, well, it raises the question, why did you issue a waiver in the first place? The waiver, incidentally, which is confined not just in terms of the period of time, but also specifically to the Justice Committee hearings. Why issue that waiver in the first place? Why wasn't the position in the first place that she could share whatever she wanted to share under the rubric of parliamentary privilege? And it seems to me that the answer, the only credible answer I can come up with for that, is that the Prime Minister was concerned to limit her ability to speak only to the Justice Committee study, which we found was then summarily cut short by Liberal members on that committee, and that he was concerned that she only be able to talk about a particular point in time. So now, outside of that study and outside speaking about only that period of time that the Prime Minister wants her to be able to speak about, the risk is on her. And it's a risk that she will face legal proceedings. And it may be that ultimately a court will decide that parliamentary privilege trumps, but that's only after potentially it gets dragged through the courts for a long time. That's only after there are potentially other career implications, even outside of politics. We've heard a former law clerk who said it's unlikely she would be prosecuted for breach of trust and other things, but not that it's impossible. And we all know that court cases come with real costs, financial and otherwise. And even if you're vindicated in the end, by the time you get to the end of that process, it can be cold comfort that you were ultimately right. And all of this is happening. And the reason why she would have to take that risk if she spoke under parliamentary privilege is only because the Prime Minister refuses to give her permission to just tell her story. If the Prime Minister gives that permission, all of these debates go away. She could be released to go talk about this at a press conference, not just within the confines of a parliamentary committee or having to awkwardly find time in the House when we all know no member can get up and speak about anything that they want at any time, subject to no conditions. And we haven't seen an effort from the government to work with the other parties to try and set aside that time. Where there was a space created at the Justice Committee, that was closed down. We're going to find out later today whether or not this becomes a space for that testimony to take place. And there hasn't been the kind of cooperation that you would expect. To make it easier to create that space at this committee, again, only because the government, and particularly the Prime Minister, by order in council, isn't making it easy by extending the waiver, we're trying to create that space. And our amendment today is about making it easier for our Liberal colleagues to create that space. Our amendment takes out some of the more politicized language in Clause A of this motion. The motion, if this amendment passes, would no longer refer to corruption. It defines clearly and relates clearly to the mandate of this very committee to take away all doubt that there is an appropriate way of tackling this issue at this committee that bears upon the proper work of this committee. And that's why we refer to the particular standing order. And the other thing that this amendment does that isn't so much for our Liberal colleagues, the first part is, the second part is for Canadians who want to understand the decision-making on these files and want to understand why they're getting to hear or not getting to hear the full story. and that's having a public vote. Because when the Justice Committee process was shut down, that was done in private. Canadians didn't really get to hear the reasons why. They heard the reasons why that Liberals gave afterwards in the press conference, but they didn't get to hear the discussion. This is a discussion we're perfectly comfortable having in public. We think it's a discussion Canadians deserve to hear. They deserve to hear the reasons why, the real reasons why Liberals have voted against this motion. It's why I hope we don't proceed to a vote without hearing from any Liberals today. I think it would be a shame if they didn't put anything on the record that indicated why they're voting one way or another. That would be a shameful spectacle to walk out of here and have no indication on the record as to why it is that they would vote against this motion. And so all we're asking for is for that vote in public. And I hope we're going to hear from one of them before we have that vote so that Canadians can understand if this doesn't go ahead, why it's not going ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blakey. Next up, we have Mr. Weir speaking to the amendment once again. Mr. Weir.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess I'd just like to add a couple of points that I think would be very worthwhile for this committee to consider. The first one is that in cases of wrongdoing abroad, such as what SNC-Lavalin has been accused of, I think that our objective should be to hold accountable the people guilty of the wrongdoing, while at the same time not unduly damaging Canada's economic resources. Now, there's been a lot of debate about this figure of 9,000 jobs. I and others have been skeptical about that number, but I think at the end of the day, there's no doubt that charges and convictions and a ban from federal contracts against SNC-Lavalin would do some pretty serious damage to a very important Canadian enterprise, the largest construction company in Canada. So it strikes me that there's a bit of a dilemma here about how to go after wrongdoing without having these negative side effects on our economy. There was a disagreement within the government about whether a deferred prosecution agreement would be an appropriate tool to achieve that goal of going after the wrongdoing without damaging the economic assets. It strikes me something the committee should consider is whether we should be entirely focusing on penalizing the company either through a prosecution or a deferred prosecution agreement, or whether that goal might be better achieved with a renewed focus on prosecuting the individuals who actually committed the wrongdoing. So it seems to me that there is a place sometimes for prosecuting companies. There may be a place for deferred prosecution agreements, but one of the best ways to achieve the goal that I think we all want to achieve is to put a renewed emphasis on prosecution of the actual individuals within that enterprise who are accused of paying bribes and corruption abroad. Mr. Chair, the second point I would encourage this committee to consider is that in this new area for Canada of deferred prosecution agreements, there clearly needs to be some sort of oversight or some sort of possibility of appeal beyond just one individual, the Director of Public Prosecutions. And that oversight or appeal needs to be from someone who is independent, someone who isn't political. And a big part of the problem in the SNC-Lavalin case is that the only way to appeal a decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions was to go to an Attorney General who was not just a member of Parliament, but also a member of Cabinet, also the Justice Minister. So one way that's been suggested to achieve some sort of independent oversight or review in these very complex and difficult decisions would be to reinforce the independence of the Attorney General by splitting that portfolio from the justice portfolio. I think that would be a possibility that this committee should consider. There might be other ways of coming up with some sort of mechanism for review or oversight of decisions of the Director of Public Prosecutions in an independent, nonpartisan way. That's one idea that's been floated. I would encourage the committee to consider it and others. Thanks very much for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Next up, we have, again, speaking to the amendment, Mr. Gord. Go ahead.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je vais prendre seulement quelques minutes pour ajouter mon grain de sel à cette discussion. Je vais essayer de ne pas répéter ce que les autres ont dit. Par contre, dans la vie de parlementaire que nous vivons, il y arrive des occasions où on doit prendre des décisions face à des intérêts ou avec notre conscience, et j'espère que mes collègues d'en face pourront le faire avec toute la liberté qu'il se doit face à cette situation qui inquiète beaucoup les Canadiens et qui nous inquiète aussi. De prendre la décision aujourd'hui de permettre aux ex-ministres qui malheureusement ont dû quitter leurs fonctions. Ces personnes-là ne l'ont pas fait de gaieté de cœur, sûrement, et ont choisi une voie très courageuse. Parce que renoncer à des fonctions aussi importantes pour aider les Canadiens, par principe, et ne pas pouvoir expliquer aux Canadiens pourquoi ils l'ont fait, ça demeure très troublant. Et pour nous, qui faisons le même métier que ces personnes-là, on se demande à quel point leurs consciences ont dû être dévastées pour prendre cette décision. Donc, je pense que notre motion ici est très légitime et ça revient sans doute à notre comité. Parce qu'au comité de la justice, ils l'ont refusé. Ils l'ont refusé parce que la justice, sans doute, elle a été respectée. L'ex-procureur général a dit simplement non et ça l'a été non. Donc, la justice a été rendue face à au ministère de la Justice. Mais s'il y a eu des conflits d'intérêts ou s'il y a eu des pressions, ça revient vraiment à notre comité ici de faire la lumière sur les agissements peut-être de certaines personnes et sur toute la pression qu'on a, nous, les parlementaires, face à ces situations-là, quand on obtient des niveaux aussi importants qu'être ministre, d'être procureur général, d'être ministre du Conseil du Trésor ou n'importe quel autre ministre, quand on tombe dans des obligations exécutives. Ici, vraiment, il faut vraiment protéger la séparation entre la justice, le politique et l'exécutif. C'est la base même de notre démocratie et c'est toute la confiance des Canadiens qui est mise dans notre système qui nous dirige et qui nous oriente vers une société vraiment qu'on aspire tous. Malheureusement, on semble que notre pays ne va pas dans la bonne voie. On reçoit même à l'international des signes qui nous disent carrément de faire un ménage chez nous. Et beaucoup de gens sont déçus. On n'aurait jamais pensé que notre pays serait rendu à ce genre de situation-là parce qu'on a toujours défendu la liberté d'expression, on a toujours défendu une société de droit à l'international. Là, on se fait cogner sur les doigts. Là. Puis on ne comprend pas pourquoi. On ne comprend pas à quel point les dommages peuvent être à court, moyen et long terme. Et la responsabilité qu'on a tous aujourd'hui, c'est une responsabilité quasi historique, car on doit permettre à la vérité d'être dit et on se doit de donner l'occasion à ces personnes de le faire librement. Et j'interpelle toutes consoeurs et confrères à prendre la meilleure décision qui soit. Ça arrive dans la vie de parlementaire où on doit prendre des décisions difficiles. Mais il ne faut jamais oublier qu'on est là pour l'ensemble des Canadiens, pour la vie et l'avenir des Canadiens. Et nos institutions, on se doit de les protéger. C'est à nous qui revient cette responsabilité. Et on va savoir peut-être dans quelques instants ou dans quelques minutes, est-ce que cette histoire-là va continuer d'une façon plus transparente avec ce qui va arriver ou l'abcès va continuer de grossir. De prendre la décision de crever un abcès, c'est sûr que sur le coup, ça fait mal, ça sent pas bon. Mais à un moment donné, il y a des choses qu'on doit faire pour guérir, puis là, pour guérir vraiment notre société. Donc, c'est à nous d'avoir le courage de nos actions et j'espère que ça va aller dans le bon sens. Merci, M. le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Gord. We'll go back to Mr. Kent to respond to the amendment to the motion.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank Ms. Ramsey for proposing certainly what I consider to be a friendly amendment to the motion. And Conservatives will accept that proposed amendment to the motion and vote for.
So we'll go to Mr. Erskine Smith to respond to the amendment. Go ahead.
Mr. Blakey, of course, I'm not just going to let people quote liberals. I'll say something myself. Although Mr. Kent and Mr. Poilievre, you sound great quoting liberals in comparison to your normal selves. In jest. I want to start actually by agreeing with Mr. Kent. It is outrageous that there's a leak with respect to the Supreme Court judicial appointment process, and without question, that kind of leak undermines the confidence in the judicial selection process and appointment process. So I think people from all parties ought to condemn that kind of thing. Completely inappropriate. I also want to acknowledge, I mean, I've voted for a more public-facing inquiry to get at the truth, but I think everyone on this side cares at getting to the truth. It's just a question of how we can best do that. And so you'll remember, Mr. Kent, informally when the SNC story started in the news, I had come to you and come to Mr. Angus and said, is this something that you think we would look into? And I think if at that time, before justice was seized with it, if at that time we had seized it instead, we would have absolutely been an appropriate forum, and then the waiver would apply to this committee. And I can speak for myself. I don't know that it would have been closed down quite so quickly, but the fact of the matter is we are where we are now, and the waiver does not apply to this committee. And more than that, I didn't hear anyone say today already that Ms. Wilson-Raybould has written a letter to the Justice Committee and said, not only do I have more to say, but I am going to say it. And no one is going to hold her back from writing a submission to justice, providing emails and text messages. And having spoken with Mr. Housefather and also seen his public statements, I understand all of that information is to be made public. And so for me, in my previous lifetime as a lawyer, we would call motions like yours, Mr. Kent, premature. But to me, it makes far more sense to see what is said in that public statement, to see how justice reacts to that, frankly, and whether they think any of that new information is something worth reconsidering their previous decision to close off their study. And for us to, if necessary, revisit this conversation. But frankly, at this time, justice is seized with it, the waiver applies, and there are more documents forthcoming to justice. It seems like we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves at this committee, when even if we had Ms. Wilson-Raybould and Ms. Philpott sitting there, I know because they take their oath very seriously, having spoken to them both, that they're not going to be able to say anything to our committee because of the oaths that they've made and because the waiver doesn't apply. And even if a similar waiver applied to our committee, we'd be relitigating with Ms. Wilson-Raybould in particular. We'd be relitigating the very same information that she's providing, not only that she provided in person, but that she's now going to provide in writing. And so my view would be twofold. One, I think this is appropriately before justice, and we ought to wait and see what justice does in the wake of the additional information that is provided. And two, and not everyone here today has been part of our inquiry into Cambridge Analytica, but I've said this publicly in interviews already. I have not found committees like ours to be very effective at conducting inquiries. When we had AIQ come before us and they provide written documents, the ability for our committee to do the work of effectively a commissioner It was very important for us to do that kind of work and to pass it off to the privacy commissioner. But for us to conduct that inquiry ourselves, we clearly ran into roadblocks and were unable to proceed based on our inability to compel documentary production in the same way, our inability to revisit testimony in the same way. Frankly, the tools we have at our disposal are more cumbersome, and the privacy commissioner was well placed to pursue that further. In this case, what can we do if we want to get at the truth as far as this committee is concerned that is within our purview? Well, the ethics commissioner reports to us, and the ethics commissioner has undertaken, as I understand, in a letter to Mr. Cullen and to Mr. Angus, that he's proceeding with an investigation. I know that the ethics commissioner is to attend before this committee for estimates in early May already. If we want to bring him here earlier, so be it, if that's the will of the committee. But certainly I think it's fair for us to ensure that the ethics commissioner has the tools, resources, and mandate to do his job effectively and to do his job in a timely fashion, such that we are able to get at the truth. When I voted the way I did for a more public-facing inquiry, it was because I did not think that committees were best placed to do this kind of work, and I thought that an independent, nonpartisan, commissioner-style process was much more effective. And if the ethics commissioner doesn't have a full mandate to do this kind of work, we can ask those questions. We can ask him about the limitations that he might have to his mandate, and he can express concerns if he has any. And I think that fundamentally is the job that this committee should undertake with the current waivers as they apply and with the status quo as it is. And if additional documents and testimony are produced that would make me change my mind, then so be it. But as I say, I hate to be technical, but I think the motion is premature.
Thank you, Mr. Erskine-Smith. To respond to that amendment, once again, Mr. Kent.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I thank the Vice Chair of this committee for a very thoughtful response to the motion, to the presentation by all members on the opposition side of the table. And I sense that I see the direction that he and his colleagues will take in terms of voting on this motion and the amendment. But he should not be surprised that I disagree with him on a number of points. First of all, it is true that the Justice Committee has agreed to receive the transcripts and records offered by Ms. Wilson-Raybould in response to other witnesses before that committee, but the waiver has not been extended to allow her to respond to those still important issues that both she and Ms. Philpott say they wish to speak to. And our motion says in B that a formal request be made by a committee chair, by our committee chair, to write a letter to the Prime Minister and to request that he waive all constraints that would apply to any individuals that the committee may decide to invite, whether it be Ms. Wilson-Raybould or Ms. Philpott primarily, or to others who I believe do have a right to respond to Ms. Wilson-Raybould's testimony, as well as to the clerk and to the former principal secretary. With regards to the AIQ investigation, I agree. This committee did not have the tools or the authority to demand completely honest responses from the executives of AIQ, and we stated such in our report. They were unwilling witnesses. There's no question about that. They had to be dragged kicking and struggling to come back before this committee to not answer questions that we still had. I think certainly in the case of Ms. Wilson-Raybould and Ms. Philpott, we have willing witnesses that are anxious to present testimony. And if indeed the Justice Committee in reopening or accepting and releasing the documents that Ms. Wilson-Raybould will table sooner or later, there is a possibility, although I sense it's remote, that they would reopen their study to include a request to the Prime Minister to extend the waiver or to remove entirely all constraints on their testimony. and third, with regards to the Ethics Commissioner's investigation himself, I think he has expressed in his appearances before us in the last within the last year, the last half year, his concerns that he doesn't have the necessary authority to conduct investigations to the extent that he would like, and that in fact his not only his order making powers but the penalties that he may apply are rather modest. So although again respecting and I appreciate your remarks with regards to agreement on the leak regarding the judicial appointment process, I think I would still urge you to support the motion before us today, with the understanding that it would not interfere or conflict with whatever remaining study the Justice Committee may wish to. Although again, I say I'm not not optimistic that beyond the release of whatever Ms. Wilson-Raybould intends to send to them, I'm not optimistic, given some of the statements by the members of that committee when it was shut down, that it might be reopened.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. We'll go next to Mr. Blakey again.
Thank you very much. So I guess the first thing I'd like to say in response to Mr. Erskine-Smith is that I don't accept that he speaks for his colleagues on the committee here. I mean, I take the argument from him, and of course the NDP would prefer to have a public inquiry. So if the argument is that he would prefer we have a public inquiry as opposed to what's being proposed today, we're happy to accept that any day of the week. Our impression is that that's not on offer, at least not so far. My question for all the other Liberals on the committee who voted against having a public inquiry is why they would be voting against this motion. And I'm not satisfied from Mr. Erskine-Smith's answer, which is particular to him, that we have the reasons why they will be voting against this motion. And I think Canadians deserve to hear why Liberals who are not supportive of a public inquiry are also not supportive of creating other forums for Ms. Wilson-Raybould and Ms. Philpott to come forward. We don't yet have that. We should have that before the vote. I invite all five of them to give their own reasons, as Mr. Erskine-Smith has done. I also would just like to say that I take it from the position that because the waiver doesn't extend to this committee, if we take that as a reason not to invite the Prime Minister, as this motion does, and as Mr. Kent has pointed out, that this motion does invite the Prime Minister to extend the waiver, that the Prime Minister would refuse to cooperate with an independent committee of Parliament. It's from the Prime Minister himself and from his House Leader. Often in the House, we have heard that they respect the work of parliamentary committees, and I think if a parliamentary committee therefore said that they thought it was appropriate to study this issue, and they wanted to hear from these witnesses, that the Prime Minister should have no problem in extending the waiver, as he did somewhat for the Justice Committee. So, I mean, I also just don't accept that as an argument. I think it's important that this committee express its desire to get to the bottom of this issue, and that it make a request, as this motion would, of the Prime Minister to extend that waiver. So that's part of what we're doing here today. We're not just trying to launch a study at the Ethics Committee. We're also trying to call on the Prime Minister to extend that waiver out of fairness for Ms. Wilson-Raybould and for Ms. Philpott, who want to be able to tell their story. That's part of what we're doing here today as well. And so I think that's an important point that ought not to get lost. And I would hate to think that, all of this talk about respecting the work of committees and wanting to allow them to do the work that they see fit was disingenuous in the House. And I take that by implication that that's the position of the Liberals on the committee. If they think that somehow if we call for this study and ask for the extension of the waiver, that the Prime Minister wouldn't grant it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blakey. Up next, Mr. Weir.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I think that Mr. Erskine-Smith raises a valid point that Ms. Wilson-Raybould is in the process of making a written submission to the Justice Committee, and that written submission would probably be of interest to members of this committee before undertaking a study of some of the same issues. in the spirit of trying to find a reasonable compromise, I wonder if Liberal members of this committee would be amenable to tabling the motion before us until after we've had a chance to see Ms. Wilson-Raybould's written submission rather than voting it down altogether.
Certainly, Mr. Ware, you're able to suggest that, but not as a current sitting member of the committee. That would be something that they would have to consider, I guess, and could talk about after.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting that I recognize someone else would actually have to make the
Yes.
motion to table it.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Ware. We'll go next to Ms. Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address some of the things that have been said by my colleague. First of all, that it's, maybe not the appropriate place at this particular committee. And I want to again reiterate that the Ethics Committee deals with lobbying. And at the heart of this story, what we're talking about is extensive lobbying from SNC to influence the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, Michael Warnick, to intervene and to go to the former Attorney General to pressure her to change her mind. So lobbying is absolutely within the scope of this committee, and I believe that it really does firmly belong in this committee as a study. Committees may not be the best place to hear this, and I completely agree that the gold standard is the full public independent inquiry. But if the Prime Minister was going to do that, he would have already initiated it. We are seeing clearly that that's not going to happen. If it was going to happen, we'd have it launched. This is 7 weeks of torture for Liberals. Every single day, the story changes and becomes worse. If you truly believe that the Prime Minister wanted to have a full independent public inquiry, we would already see evidence of that. Canadians would already see that. So I agree with you, committees aren't the best place, but it's the only place we currently have. The only place that we have to be able to have a forum, to create space for people to be able to speak, who very publicly indicated that they would like the opportunity to do so. So it may not be the best, but it's the only option before us right now as parliamentarians. And the other thing I want to talk about is, well, first of all, before I leave the committees, I have to say that the Justice Committee has been very clear. The study is done. There is no further conversation or study. There have been multiple attempts to bring this back to the Justice Committee that have been voted down by members of the Justice Committee. No one in Canada believes that the Justice Committee is going to revisit that. And I say that as a member of the Justice Committee, as vice chair of the Justice Committee. There is absolutely no indication that they will entertain any further conversation. The letter from Ms. Wilson-Raybould to the Justice Committee is very, very narrow in what it represents. She was asked a direct question by Mr. Rankin during her testimony, and the letter that she has sent is a response to that direct question. It's very limited. I do not believe that we will anticipate some big, long, full statement from her coming to the committee. She has indicated she will provide the text messages and the emails as was requested of her by Mr. Rankin. That is what we can expect to see inside of that communication, if you will. But that communication will land at the Justice Committee and nothing will be done with it. There is no study that indicates that something must be done with it. There is no will towards doing anything with it. It will come, but how meaningful will that be if there's just simply a letter that becomes public? What I think is going to happen is it will raise even more questions than we currently have. So the idea that this letter is going to clear everything up, I think is not the case at all. And I think it's being taken out of context in the spirit that it was delivered. I mean, she even references a report. There's no report. There's no study at Justice Committee, so there's no report to come forward. The Justice Committee is not going to revisit it. I think that Canadians understand that and see that clearly. And as a member of that committee, I'm telling you that I do not believe there will be any further efforts at the Justice Committee in terms of this particular focus. So we land back at Ethics Committee, which is just another space for us to have this study. And it's entirely appropriate. It's entirely appropriate to have that here, regardless of what she may say. And if there isn't an order in council for this committee, then I'm certain that Liberal members can go to the Prime Minister and say, we need an order in council for the Ethics Committee, and we need for you to expand it. Don't limit it in a way where it leaves so many questions unanswered. And you have your own members who are going out publicly and saying, there are things to say beyond this scope. Please let us say them. I think in the interest of fairness, that you should pursue the study here. You should allow the study here is really what we're talking about. Let's be honest, because you hold the majority of the votes and we all can count. So ultimately you're holding the fate of this truth coming to light for Canadians in your vote today, because the Justice Committee will not revisit this. Multiple attempts from the opposition parties there to see that happen. And we're left with what other options? Other committees where Liberals have majorities, where you will continue to listen to, I think, very reasonable arguments that any reasonable Canadian can see a path forward on, and yet vote along your party lines in order to support your Prime Minister and keep the truth from Canadians. So I would like you to consider those things, because I really believe that all that we have at this point is this committee. And, you know, when you were like, Liberals have been out talking about parliamentary privilege, they can just stand up. They can just say this. If you really want them to be able to speak their truth, if you really want them to have a space, here it is. We're offering it to you. It's on a silver platter. We're saying, here is the space for something that you're telling Canadians that you want. You want them to be able to speak. You would like that to be able to happen. Here it is, all packaged up for you to say, yes, we also would like our colleagues to be able to have an opportunity to speak. And yes, we would like the truth for Canadians.
Thank you again, Ms. Ramsey. Next up, Mr. Poliev.
Thank you. I just wanted to very quickly to respond to something Mr. Weir said. He mentioned that a deferred prosecution agreement might be necessary in order to protect the company's ability to get federal contracts. That is actually not true. That is another falsehood that has been disseminated about this controversy. The government has already granted an exemption to the ineligibility and suspension policy. And that exemption allows SNC-Lavalin to continue to bid on federal projects, even though it would otherwise be banned due to its charges. And the government has already indicated plans to extend that exemption, even if the company is convicted. So the company can get an exemption even after convicted from the ban on federal bidding. If that were the government's only goal here in shelving these charges, it doesn't need to interrupt the trial. It can do so under its current with its current powers with an exemption from the bidding ban. But to Mr. Erskine-Smith, he mentioned that the motion is premature, that we ought not hear from Jody Wilson-Raybould until such time as she's had her chance to submit her additional documentary evidence to the Justice Committee. We would be prepared to amend the original motion to read that she would appear here within a week of having submitted additional documentary evidence to Justice. That would solve the problem that Mr. Erskine-Smith is worried about. It would ensure that her documentation is received by committee, published by that committee's chair, available to all committees around all members around the table, and that way we would all be dealing with the most up-to-date evidence when the hearings go ahead. So I know I don't control the speaking list, but I'd invite Mr. Erskine-Smith to respond to that compromise.
Okay, so we do have the amendment before us. I guess it's a friendly amendment to the amendment, to the motion. And he has asked, and we have Mr. Kent up next, but would you like Mr. Erskine-Smith to respond first? Go ahead, Mr. Erskine-Smith.
To the extent that it makes sense to consider this question on a later occasion, it would make far more sense, in my view, to see the documentary production, see what is said, see if there is anything new there substantively that needs to be addressed, see how justice reacts to that. And I take, Ms. Ramsey, your concerns to heart, but it's still appropriate, I think, as far as our parliamentary colleagues are concerned, to see how they react and where that committee is properly seized with it, and then to make a determination. I don't think it makes any sense today to make any determination when we don't know what is to come. And so, Mr. Kent, if you want to have this conversation again down the road, but my view, as I've expressed, is we are going to have the ethics commissioner sit right here, and we're going to be able to put to him questions about limitations or problems or problems insufficient resources, problems with his mandate, or if he is sufficiently tasked with this. And those are the questions I think that this committee should be seized with right now, absent new information that we don't know yet what is to come. So, I respect the attempt to put this back on the agenda for me today, but the fact that this is premature isn't cured by saying, well, let's make a decision today and have it take effect a week from now.
Seeing this as a bit of a conversation, I'll put it back to Mr. Polyev and then we'll move on to Mr. Kent.
All right. So I had understood Mr. Erskine-Smith's position to be that we needed to see the evidence that Madam Raybould Wilson would provide the Justice Committee, and that we couldn't hear from her until that time. So I think I had a solution that would allow us to do that. I still think we unfortunately we don't appear to have support for that compromise. That said, I think we should vote on the motion and the amendment here and give Liberals an opportunity to either put up or cover up as is their option, as are their options. And then I take from Mr. Erskine-Smith's position that even if the motion doesn't pass, he'd be willing to reconsider after Ms. Wilson-Raybould's information is tabled before the Justice Committee. So that is another avenue that to be pursued down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. We'll go to Mr. Kent.
Well, thank you, Chair. And I understand the attempt to use premature consideration of this vote, but I think that that it is important, as we have heard from everyone on the opposition side here today, that we get an indication. I don't think a no vote based on this goes far beyond the current situation before the Justice Committee and the submission that Ms. Wilson-Raybould will be making there. I do agree that it may well be necessary for us to bring a subsequent motion which responds to the reality of whatever the Justice Committee does do once they've received those submissions. But Chair, I would suggest we go ahead with consideration of the motion and the amendment to the motion before us today.
I have two other speakers still wishing to speak. The vote and the amendment for the vote for the amendment has been called. Do you still want to speak to the amendment? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Blakey.
Partly, I'd just like to address some of what's been said in conversation, particularly the idea that we ought to wait on an appearance by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner in order to undertake a study. There's a couple of issues with that. One is that we know it's been made public that the commissioner himself is sick and on an indeterminate leave, and so we don't know that even though our parliamentary process around the estimates will continue, the commissioner himself may very likely not appear. Even if he did, if the investigation were still underway, I'm quite sure that it's not his usual practice to comment on investigations that are actually happening. So until he concludes his investigation, there would be nothing for him to say at this in this place. And further, with respect to that investigation concluding, without him back in his position, the Conflict of Interest Act, under which he reports in Section 44(7), says that the commissioner shall provide the prime minister with a report setting out the facts, etc. In other words, the act says that only the commissioner provides that report. It's not clear that without an interim commissioner, and there has been no interim commissioner appointed, that report could actually be issued and therefore the investigation concluded. So absent having an actual interim commissioner, I don't think it makes sense for the committee to wait on the ethics commissioner's appearance before the committee, because we really have no idea when that would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blakey. Last before the vote, I believe, is Ms. Ramsey. That's who we have on the list so far. So Ms. Ramsey.
I just want to put onto the record that the chair of the Justice Committee, Anthony Housefather, has written an op-ed in the National Post commenting on the fact that he has drawn his conclusions already
on the Justice Committee. And I just want to offer that as, I think, further evidence that there will be no further action at the Justice Committee. It would be quite, I still feel it's quite inappropriate for a chair who's meant to be impartial in the House of Commons to be writing publicly about an ongoing I would say, issue here on the Hill in general. But certainly in him going public and writing this op-ed, he's making it quite clear to Canadians that it won't return. And how can it possibly return with, you know, his comments being made quite publicly and the fact that he now has drawn conclusions that it's done. So I just want to put that into the record that it will not be returning to justice. And if it does, it will just have kind of all of these things swirling around it about Liberals having already made up their mind on the committee, but now the chair being quite public about his personal opinions.
Any further comments on the amendment? Okay, a recorded vote, Mr. Kent.
Well, thank you, Chair. I would, it has been raised already, but I would appreciate hearing from other Liberal members of the committee with their thoughts with regards to both the motion and the amendment, but also to the conversation that has gone on across the table with the Liberal Vice Chair. And I would welcome any comments that that they might be willing to offer now.
I'll just quickly say, I think this is one of the very rare occasions where they're all going to let me speak for them.
Okay. I think that leaves the persons and members speaking to the amendment is exhausted at this point. So we'll call, I've heard a voice vote called by Mr. Recorded vote, Mr. Kent. So go ahead. This is on the amendment, of course.
Mr. Erskine-Smith?
No.
Mr. Sani?
No.
Madame Fortier?
No.
Monsieur Lauzon?
No.
Monsieur de Berg-Graham?
No.
Monsieur Picard?
No.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Monsieur Gould?
Wait.
Ms. Ramsey?
Yes.
So the amendment is defeated 6-3. So now we'll move on to the motion before us. Is there any further debate or discussion on the motion? Recorded vote. So we're going to the vote. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Erskine-Smith?
No.
Mr. Sani?
No.
Madame Fortier?
No.
Monsieur Lauzon?
No.
Monsieur de Berg-Graham?
No.
Monsieur Picard?
No.
Mr. Kent?
Yes to end the cover-up.
Monsieur Gourde?
Wait.
Ms. Ramsey?
Yes.
So the motion is defeated. So any further discussion before us today, before committee? Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? I see none. We're adjourned. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Committee will come to order. Good morning, and we want to welcome our witness, U.S. Secretary of Treasury Stephen Mnuchin. Today, we will discuss President Trump's proposal to cut more than $1.4 trillion for four programs to help American families. The President's fiscal year 2020 budget cuts to health care, Medicare, Medicaid, threatening Social Security, and undermining many critical programs for parents and other caregivers will be in front of us this morning for discussion. It's no coincidence that this administration, as they simultaneously have looked to cut trillions of dollars from these important initiatives, come barely a year after supporting unpaid tax cuts for the wealthiest amongst us, totaling $2.3 trillion to the nation's debt. Now, in this budget, the president wants to pay for those cuts on the backs of working families. I want to be clear that these tax cuts have not had the miraculous economic effect that we have been told to believe. Yes, by some measures, the economy is doing well, and we continue to understand that the broad economic recovery has now been underway for more than 100 months, which would include the efforts of President Obama. But at best, the tax cuts were a short-term sugar high. Credible and independent forecasters put long-term economic growth at about 1.8%, a far cry from the promised indefinite growth above 3%, and nowhere near the 6% that the president suggested could happen. Tellingly, I've heard from many of those in Massachusetts who haven't seen the $4,000 pay raise that they were promised under the tax law. They can't afford medications, they struggle to keep up with basic expenses, and they're being hit with the surprise of owing taxes in this filing season. This has been confusing and surprising to these filers. For taxpayers with a balance due question, such as those finding that they owe taxes for the first time, the IRS answered only 15% of their calls, and the average wait time was 1 hour. As the IRS works to implement the new tax law and recover from the work backlog caused by the government shutdown, we need to ensure that it has the resources to fully assist with and resolve taxpayer issues. That means supporting the agency's taxpayer services and reversing a decade of declining funds for the IRS. Before I turn it over to my colleague, Ranking Member Brady, I want to underscore, Mr. Secretary, that while we have some differences of opinion, I know that we agree that no one can beat American workers and businesses when they compete on a level playing field. I want to note your staff's good work at the OECD on digital taxation issues. That work has the potential to affect a wide range of U.S. businesses and taxpayers and the U.S. tax base. I intend to pay close attention to these developments, especially in light of France's recent unilateral imposition of a digital services tax. I encourage you to stay in close contact with us. I also encourage you to continue to reach out on the basis of staff work to our shared priorities. At the top of this list is infrastructure. Your comments have been very encouraging. The President's comments have been very encouraging on the issue of infrastructure. Repairing our aging roads and bridges, investing in the 21st century infrastructure system is a win for everyone, workers, consumers, businesses, and the economy as a whole. I know and expect that we can count on you to partner with me and my colleagues on this very important initiative, as well as other ways to grow the economy and increase opportunities for the middle class. And with that, I want to recognize Ranking Member Mr. Brady for his opening statement and point out that Mr. Brady and I are in full agreement on St. Patrick's Day.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Neal, and thank you, Secretary Mnuchin, for being here with us to discuss the President's recent budget proposal. Mr. Secretary, 2 years ago, you sat in that very chair to discuss the President's initial budget proposal. You told us your number one priority was growth. The tax reform and balanced regulations could unleash the economic potential of America. You had plenty of skeptics. Experts told us there was a new normal in America. Sluggish 2% growth for as far as the eye could see. They said we had to simply accept that paychecks would remain flat, jobs would keep going overseas, and U.S. manufacturing jobs were gone, unless, of course, you wield a magic wand. Larry Summers scoffed that we believed in tooth fairies, and then leader Nancy Pelosi famously declared it would be Armageddon for America. Man, were they wrong. Thanks to a new modern tax code and balanced regulation, we've launched a new era of prosperity for America, where workers have first claim over their earnings. Small business and manufacturing is back, and American companies can compete and win anywhere in the world, especially here at home. America's economy is growing 50% faster than predicted by the Obama White House. Local businesses are investing 4 times faster than the last year of the prior administration. U.S. manufacturing is no longer losing jobs, but growing 6 times faster than President Obama's last few years. Blue-collar employment is surging. The unemployment rate is at historically good rates for those who were left behind in the past: Hispanics, African Americans, Asian Americans, women, teenagers, those without a high school degree, and our neighbors with disabilities. Paychecks stagnant for far too long are growing at their fastest rate in a decade, and even faster among those with low incomes who need it most. Today, median household income rose above $61,000 for the first time since 1999, and hardworking Americans haven't felt this optimistic about their financial future in a long time. New business starts are skyrocketing, and small businesses along Main Street are the most optimistic on record, with historically high job openings, plans to hire more workers, higher paychecks, and growing profits. Here's what makes me optimistic. Nearly 5 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps since President Trump was elected. The poverty rate for Hispanics and African Americans have improved dramatically and is now the lowest on record. Maybe that's why American consumer confidence reached an 18-year high recently. With investment and jobs coming back from overseas, millions of workers with higher paychecks, bonuses, and larger nest eggs, local businesses no longer saddled with billions of dollars of Washington red tape, U.S. Energy now the largest producer in the world, and America once again the most competitive economy in the world, that optimism makes sense. But we must not go back to the bad old days by repealing the tax cuts and harming the very Americans who need help the most. Rather than wasting time in Congress on a rush to impeachment, Democrats and Republicans need to work together to grow the economy. America needs more customers and more workers. This means approving the new modernized U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement this year so we can reach more customers, create more jobs, and sell more made in America products to our two best trading partners. It means working together on the number one economic challenge facing America today, our workforce. Lack of qualified workers is holding down economic growth across the country and will slow growth even more in the future. And it means working together to ensure America remains competitive internationally by challenging France's recent proposal to tax cross-border digital services. This is a naked revenue grab that targets U.S. companies, double taxes our businesses, and violates long-standing norms. I'm hopeful that together we can work on other shared priorities, like increasing retirement security for our workers and families, reforming the IRS, and growing America's infrastructure. Mr. Secretary, there are many good pro-growth proposals in the President's budget for Congress to consider. We thank you for being here. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
We thank the ranking member, Mr. Brady. Without objection, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. And a reminder that we will adhere to the Gibbons rule, meaning when one was seated as the gavel came down. Welcome, Mr. Secretary, and appreciate your presence here this morning. We've received your written testimony, and I ask that you summarize those remarks in 5 minutes, and then we will begin the questioning. Please proceed.
Thank you. Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. It is good to be here with you today. I am pleased to report that President Trump's economic program of tax cuts, regulatory relief, and improved trade deals is working for the American people. During 2018, real GDP increased by 3.1% measured from the fourth quarter of 2017 to the fourth quarter of 2018. This is the highest growth rate since 2005. The unemployment rate remains historically low at 3.8%, and earnings rose by over 3% in 2018, the highest nominal increase in a decade. More Americans are entering the workforce because of a renewed sense of optimism. The World Economic Forum's most recent competitiveness report announced that the United States is the #1 most competitive economy in the world, receiving the top ranking for the first time in more than 10 years. Companies are investing hundreds of billions of dollars in new and expanding business operations in the United States. This is in large part because the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act made our tax rates competitive, moved us from a worldwide system towards a territorial system of taxation, and allowed immediate expensing of capital expenditures for hardworking families. It also cut rates across the board doubled the standard deduction, and expanded the child tax credit. I would also like to highlight opportunity zones, a key component of TCJA. Opportunity zones will ensure that more Americans benefit from economic expansion and robust job market. They provided capital gains tax relief to encourage investments in business located in distressed communities. This policy has generated a great deal of enthusiasm. These measures are fueling growth along with our efforts to provide regulatory relief in our trade negotiations. We are aiming to break down barriers to markets around the world. As you know, China has gained many advantages through unfair trade practices. This administration is committed to rebalancing our trading relationship in order to level the playing field for hardworking Americans. We are negotiating with China on structural reforms to open their economy to our companies and protect America's critical technology and intellectual property. The administration is also prioritizing the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA. It is the most comprehensive trade agreement ever negotiated and will modernize our trading relationship across North America. The USMCA will create the highest standards to protect intellectual property rights, support small and mid-sized businesses, open markets for agricultural products, spur manufacturing. I encourage all members of Congress to support its passage because it will have a positive impact for American workers, business owners, farmers, and families. In addition to enhancing overall growth prospects, I want to note positive impact that the administration's economic agenda will have on our country's debt and deficits going forward. During the last administration, analysts predicted that 2% growth was the highest America could achieve and that it was the new normal. We have already shown that we can and will do better. An extra 1% of GDP growth per year means trillions of dollars of additional economic activity and more revenue to the government. Turning to the budget, the policies and priorities in the President's fiscal year 2020 budget will continue to foster stronger economic growth, reduce spending, and create a more sustainable fiscal outlook for our country by reducing the deficit as a share of GDP. Of special interest to this committee, the Treasury portion of the 2020 budget includes $290 million for business system modernization account funding, which is foundational for a new 6-year IRS IT modernization plan. Investment in modernization of IRS information technology systems and infrastructure will protect the integrity of our tax system and improve customer service for taxpayers. I am pleased to continue working with you on policies, and especially, Mr. Chairman, as you noted, infrastructure, that will help to create jobs and increased wages for the American people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Without objection, each member will be recognized for 3 minutes to question our witness today so that we may ensure that all members have an opportunity to inquire before the Secretary's schedule requires that he leave. And I will begin by recognizing myself. Mr. Secretary, as you know, the debt limit was reinstated at the beginning of this month, and your department has started extraordinary measures. Thank you for your response to my January letter and the shared commitment that we have to addressing the debt ceiling to protect the full faith and credit of the United States. We've seen what brinksmanship does on the debt ceiling question. Last year, it led us to a shutdown. We got a shutdown. The American taxpayer suffered during the longest shutdown in history. And similar brinksmanship on the debt ceiling is not only dangerous, it's reckless and irresponsible. Do you support, Mr. Secretary, raising a clean debt ceiling extension sooner rather than later?
I do, Mr. Chairman, and I encourage Congress to do that sooner rather than later, as you said.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, we've had many encouraging conversations about infrastructure. And the system that we recognize in America today is suffering from years of underfunding and neglect. I believe we have an opportunity to make a meaningful, sustained investment that will lay the foundation for economic growth for years to come and create thousands of good-paying jobs. We must be ready to put real federal dollars behind this commitment and maintain the traditional 80-20 split between federal and state spending. The President campaigned on a $1.5 trillion infrastructure package, and he mentioned infrastructure again in this year's State of the Union. Are you and the President still committed to the $1.5 trillion bold infrastructure package that you have previously outlined?
Mr. Chairman, the President and I are fully committed to that. I've appreciated the opportunity that you and I have spoken on the phone and had the opportunity to meet and talk about this, and we very much look forward to working with Congress on a bipartisan basis to pass infrastructure quickly.
Another encouraging note where I think there's an opportunity for cooperation here is on the multi-employer pension plan dilemma that the country is about to face. Do you have any immediate plans to address that issue based on conversations I have recently had with many of the stakeholders? They've said that the words of the administration have been encouraging. This is a huge problem. It conceivably could take down the pension benefit guaranteed trust. And I think working on this sooner rather than later also makes good sense. Is that still the administration's position?
It is, Mr. Chairman. As you know, both as my role as Secretary of the Treasury and my role as a member of the board of the PBGC, this is very important to us. I've had the opportunity to meet with workers who are impacted by this. I know there is a bipartisan group that is working on this, and we look forward to supplying you help and work with that.
The legislation that I have proposed on this issue has many Republican co-sponsors, and I would hope that other Republicans would sign up. I think just about every member of the Democratic Party in the House in the past session signed the legislation. I think it's a good starting point in the conversation for hopefully getting something done before the problem really gets out of hand. And with that, let me recognize Ranking Member Brady for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I think of the work, Mr. Secretary, that you did, President Trump and Republican Congress on tax reform, I think of Russell Marine back home. They gave their workers $1 million in bonuses, raised everyone's pay 10%. They bought millions of dollars of new equipment they couldn't afford before, and they green-lighted a new company office because the building I was in was plenty old. I think Lone Pint Brewery in Magnolia, Texas. Christy and Trevor Brown started this craft brewery a number of years ago. They told me because of tax reform, they now can give all 10 of their workers full health care, vision and dental, some of which their kids had never had before. In the back porch we were standing on is going to be their new cold room because of the savings they have from the tax code. And I think of the 2 new manufacturing plants I toured a couple weeks ago in the poorest part of my district in East Texas, built in part because now businesses can write off that new equipment and machinery the very year they buy it. But when I'm back home, people tell me that I think the silliest thing they hear is that tax refunds are down, so tax increases must be up. And while that claim has been fact-checked as misleading and nonsensical, the media covered it like it was life discovered on Mars. As we know, your refunds have zero to do with your tax bill. It merely reflects what you overpaid the IRS last year. And we know that 95% of Americans either got a tax cut or their tax bill stayed the same. So we also know refunds vary from year to year and even within the tax season. And the truth is the new Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was designed to help families who live paycheck to paycheck to make sure they got their help each month when they needed it, rather than to have that relief delayed for a year. Can you give us the latest update on the tax filing season and where refunds stand today?
Mr. Brady, thank you very much. And I personally want to thank you for your incredible work that you did on the Tax Act. I think, as you've known, based upon the most recent data, tax refunds are flat on last year. Now, let me just give you an example. For an average married couple with 1 job and 2 children under the age of 17, their taxes would go down from approximately $3,800 to $1,700, or a reduction of $2,000. If they had been properly withheld, their withholding, their refund would have gone down 55% as well as their taxes. So the fact that refunds are an average the same means in essence, people did not adjust their holding enough to take advantage of the Tax Act. We've encouraged people to use the calculator, but I would just emphasize, because taxes are down, refunds should be down.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Lewis, to inquire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Mr. Secretary, there were 11 billion disclosure of tax records last year under Section 6103 of the tax code. Mr. Secretary, did you personally sign the form to release any of these 11 billion tax records?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, Mr. Lewis. Could you just repeat it?
Well, I do my very best to make it plain and simple. There were 11 billion disclosure of tax records last year under Section 6103 of the tax code. Did you personally sign the form to release any of these 11 billion tax records?
I don't believe I did, but I could check with my team. I'm not aware of that, Mr. Lewis.
You don't have any idea who approved?
I've been advised that that's not something I would normally sign. It would be something that the IRS commissioner would sign off on.
Is there a representative of the IRS commissioner present today?
No, he's not. But I'd be more than happy to follow up with you in your office and get back to you on the specific facts
Let me
on
just
that.
ask you, Mr. Secretary, didn't you prohibit the IRS director from meeting with us?
I believe we made available the IRS's team of experts that are available, and I believe at the appropriate time, the IRS commissioner will come and testify as I am doing.
When is the time right? When would the time be right?
I'd be
Mr.
more than happy to follow up with the chairman and schedule it at a mutually available time.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit a statement from veterans groups against this budget.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair would recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the Secretary for his leadership in terms of the Job Act and tax thing that we put together. But one of the big issues is on growth. For 50 years, as you know, or the last 10 years, it's been the slowest growth that we've had in the last 50 years. So the impact that this has had is very clear when you look at, if you want to look at it from a report card standpoint. Optimism is at all-time high. That makes a big difference for people that are in business to invest going forward. Wages at 3.1% in terms of growth. Consumer confidence at 18-year all-time high. Unemployment is lower in terms of the last 50 years. And 7 million, they claim, job openings available today for folks across the country. So to me, when you look at the report card, there's no question the impact that the Jobs Act and tax has had a huge difference. Let me ask you, the Fed is looking at, they've been raising rates. A lot of people think this is kind of throwing a cold blanket somewhat on the economy going forward. What's your thoughts? And I know in this last go around, they backed off of that a little bit, but it seems a lot of people feel, why don't we have the opportunity to realize the full potential of this economy going forward? So I just wanted to get your comments in terms of the Fed's actions on raising rates.
Well, first, let me just comment on the growth as you've mentioned, and I do agree with the growth has led to tremendous opportunities for hardworking Americans. I think, as you know, I meet with the Fed chair on a regular basis. We do discuss the economy and other issues on a weekly basis. It would be inappropriate for me as Treasury Secretary to comment on specific Fed actions in the future.
Thanks. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I thank the Secretary for that answer, incidentally. Thank you. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mnuchin, I must say I'm a little surprised to see you here. During the time that the massive tax breaks for those at the top and the multinationals were being forced here, neither you nor any member of the administration had the courage to come and be questioned about the contradictions in that move. You refused to be questioned in public about the special deal that you cut on the enterprises for Putin's buddy Deripaska. You ignored Chairman Neal's letter to permit a reasonable time for congressional review of this shady deal, even after Congress voted to stop it here in the House. You continued to deny every request for documents from multiple congressional committees about this wrong. You did show up one time here and insisted, like today, that questioning of you be limited to a few minutes. And then with Mr. Brady's very effective protection, you managed to give no oral answer to the questions that I posed, but instead agreed that you'd supply written questions, answers to those questions in writing that I still don't have more than a year later. Let me just ask you directly, since you are fully aware that Section 6103 F1 of the Internal Revenue Code reads, quote, upon written request from the chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, the secretary shall furnish such committee with any return or return information specified, end quote. Are you willing to provide and fulfill the command of the statute and your mandatory duty to promptly release any personal and business tax returns of President Trump that you're requested to provide?
Well, Mr. Congressman, let me first comment on the first part of that.
All right,
which,
well, I just want to be sure I get an oral answer to my question.
I will make sure I answer the end, but let me just make
You've got
sure
a
I
minute
answer
to
the
do it.
first part, which I think is highly unfair, okay? First of all, I did come and give a classified briefing
Yes, sir.
to the
Which the
entire
speaker
Congress.
called a waste of time.
That's your view.
That's
I
her
came-
view.
I came with experts in
Shared
the
by many.
Treasury to
Mr.
provide
Chairman,
classified-
if the witness could be allowed to answer.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Secretary, you can give any explanation of the time and the chairman and Mr. Brady will provide, but will you comply with the command of the statute and provide the returns under 6103? Yes or no?
I'm going to answer that, but
Or would you just answer it now? You got 30 seconds.
The answer is I will, if I receive a request, which I presume from what I've read in the press, I will receive, I will consult with the legal department within Treasury and I will follow the law. That's my answer, Mr. Congressman, but I would like to answer the previous part, which I think
You're
that-
welcome to do so. Have you received any instruction or guidance from anyone regarding how to handle these requests?
I'm more than happy to answer your question,
you.
but in due respect, I'd like to just finish my
proceed.
previous answer, which is, Mr. Chairman, I think I've worked with you on a mutual date. I was not aware of that the committee didn't think they had enough time today. I'd be more than happy to stay an extra half an hour if that's necessary so that people feel like they have the proper amount of time to ask me questions. And I believe that we've accommodated all requests from the committee. And if there's open requests on documents or anything else, Mr. Chairman, we'd be more than happy to work with you and Mr. Brady. Now, I think, was there a second part of the question I didn't answer?
Yes, sir.
On the tax return?
There was.
Let me just say something. By precedent here, the witness is always allowed to finish their answer.
Well, not last time. When I asked question, there was no answer given.
I
And no
want to make
written
sure I've
answer.
answered all
No
your
written
questions.
answer provided.
Is there anything else I didn't answer?
Yes, sir. Have you received any instruction or guidance of any kind about how to handle
You
congressional?
just answered that question, Mr. Dodd.
I'm sorry, from whom?
Let the witness finish the questioning.
Have you received any instruction or guidance of any kind about how to handle congressional requests for President Trump's tax returns? And if so, from whom?
I have, because I've read this in the press. So first of all, I haven't received the request. If you have the request for me today, I'm happy to accept it. If not, if you decide in the future to deliver this, we will receive it. I can't speculate on the request until I see it. I have discussed with the legal department in the Treasury that we will most likely receive this request. As I've said, based upon the request, we'll examine it and we will follow the law.
Thank you.
I would expect that we would, I'm not aware of there's ever been a request for an elected official's tax return, but we will follow the law and we will protect the president as we would protect any individual taxpayer under their rights.
Are you seeking advice on the meaning of the word shall?
With that, let me recognize Mr. Smith to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly thank you, Mr. Secretary, for appearing before the committee today. I know that time is short, so I'll try to be brief. I want to thank you for ensuring the final regulation implementing Section 199 Cap A appropriately recognizes businesses which physically hold, store, and transport commodities such as grain elevators and energy services firms are eligible for the deduction and not lumped in with paper traders. Both of these industries are economically important to my state of Nebraska, and this was an important issue that was addressed. At the same time, I do continue to hear concerns regularly about implementation of many other provisions of TCJA, particularly the international provisions. As you know, our goals for tax reform included simplifying compliance, modernizing international taxation, and ensuring as many taxpayers as possible benefited from tax relief. I do continue to hear concerns that regulations implementing provisions known or called GILTI and BEAT are not easy to comply with, and in many cases are capturing long-standing legitimate transactions, which no reasonable person would consider tax avoidance strategies as newly taxable events, which is not and certainly was not our goal. Could you provide us with some insight on why this seems to be happening regularly as the regulations are produced? And can you assure us that TCJA is being implemented as intended by those of us who were so involved in its passing and being signed into law?
I can assure you it's being implemented as intended. We reach out to try to make sure we have the proper interpretations of these issues. I will tell you, I want to thank the hardworking people at the IRS and at the tax group within Treasury. We meet on a daily basis. There were very many regulations, as you know, that were left to us to draft. We want to make sure that we do this carefully in a way to protect companies and implement the law. And we've gone through an extensive period of reaching out to affected people. I've personally met with many companies, and we'll go through a comment period on these issues. So as you said, the GILTI and BEAT issues are things we are looking at very carefully.
Okay.
And thank you for your comment on the commodities. We worked hard on that.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I now yield time to Mr. Brady. Yes, Mr. Secretary, you asked about $11 billion request for 6103 provisions. Seems like a lot. Turns out $9 billion of that is routine requests from states as they verify their state income. Other is to comply with the Affordable Care Act and those requirements passed by our Democrat friends. GAO and joint tax also makes routine requests so that Congress can be provided information about the impact of policies. And of course, the census makes those requests. Here's the key number. 0 of those requests are for purely partisan reasons that weaponize the tax code. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit this article into the record. It reads, the headline reads, Trump vowed to eliminate the debt in 8 years. He's on track to leave it at least 50% higher.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here this morning. When the president and the Republicans pushed through their tax cut last Congress, the warning from Democrats and outside experts was very clear. If you pass an irresponsible $2.3 trillion tax bill that explodes our national debt and deficit to benefit the richest Americans and large corporations, it will inevitably be working families and our nation's most vulnerable who end up paying the bill. This president's budget, unfortunately, could not be clearer in bringing that warning to reality, as this budget reads like a laundry list of cuts to our country's essential programs. $500 million in cuts to Medicare, $1.5 trillion from Medicaid, cuts to CHIP, food stamps, affordable housing, the list goes on. All while the very same budget would make permanent a reduced top rate, an over $11 million estate tax exemption, and a host of other loopholes benefiting the richest 1% of Americans. And as disturbing as these cuts are, as harmful as they are to children and to seniors, the president's budget will add $1.1 trillion to our deficit next year. And that, I might add, is based on numbers that most experts don't see as real. The 3.2% economic growth, far above the 2.3 growth that CBO says that we should be expecting, which, by the way, drops in the out years in 2019 to 1.8%. Secretary Mnuchin, could you please explain to us, to the children and the seniors across the country who are going to be expected to pay for these tax cuts, to the richest Americans, why they should be paying for that?
Thank you very much. So first, let me just comment on the tax cuts themselves. As I've said in the past, I do think with additional growth, the tax cuts.
Excuse me,
will-
Mr. Secretary, we've got very limited time. We know what the tax cuts did, but this budget makes children and seniors pay for the tax cuts that the richest people are going to receive. And can you please justify that?
I don't believe that it's paying for the tax cuts, as you've said. I believe that the tax cuts will pay for themselves through previous growth. What I would say is that
Mr.
on the
Secretary,
things
that has
that you're.
never happened. You know it, and I know it.
Are you-
And the
you know-
budget is very explicit. The cuts are right there in black and white. We've all read them.
Mr. Chairman, can I answer the question or?
By precedent, the witness can answer the question.
So again, I just want to separate the two issues. The previous tax cuts, okay, which were 1.5 trillion, okay? The difference between policy and baseline is 250 billion. That takes it down to $1.25 billion based upon growth last year alone. That will bring this down to 850, which is a simple math. If we do get the growth we expect, they will pay for themselves. Now, as it relates to the budget going forward, we have not cut those programs. We've reduced the rate of growth on those programs.
Thank you. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Marchant, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here today. And thanks to your team for working through all of these difficulties in interpreting some technical aspects of the tax reform bill. Many businesses in my district have called me, and I've assured them that the Treasury is really working hard on trying to correct them. One of the big issues that I am hearing from my constituents and small businesses in my district that have over the years paid their taxes on time, withheld the proper amount, et cetera. But in this year of transition, many of them, whether they got bad advice from their HR department or whether they just guessed wrong or were too optimistic, some of them did not have enough withheld. And they're now faced with a penalty for the first time in their lives. They've never paid a penalty, and it's created a hardship. And my ask today is, will the Treasury, will you consider, I know that you've said that you would lower the penalty from 90% to 85% penalty before you fell into the penalty. But would you consider 80%? Because we believe that there is some confusion, some genuine confusion out there. And I think it would be a good faith effort on the part of us to our hardworking constituents, not the ones that are trying to con the system or calculate how much they can get by with, but just normal people that are trying to do the right thing.
Well, as you've noted, we did reduce it from 90 to 85 to try to take into account many hardworking people who were caught in that. And yes, we will consider 80, and I'll go back and review that with my team.
Thank you, Mr. Treasury. Mr. Secretary, the other thing that I would like with my remaining time to ask you to consider, the 800,000 people in my district in Texas value the integrity of the IRS and the Treasury Department. They do not want their tax returns. They do not want to go to bed at night thinking that there might be some possibility that the IRS or the Treasury could view their tax return and make that tax return public to anybody.
President.
Not somebody on this committee, to anybody. So as a member of Congress, to you, before you make that kind of a decision, please take that into consideration.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, appreciate you joining us again. I am encouraged by some of the conversation we've talked about in terms of infrastructure. I'd like to turn to that for a moment, but I would like to submit a written request to you for the department to help clarify some of the activities going forward dealing with the financial status of the cannabis industry and how it's going to be treated in terms of banking and treasury. If I could submit that to you for your consideration.
I'd be more than happy for you to submit it. I think you know we are struggling with these issues of
Agreed.
federal law versus state law. You know, putting on my IRS hat for the moment, it's not in our interest for people to bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars of cash into IRS locations where we have to build safe.
Agreed. And I'll submit that to you in writing and appreciate further clarification. I would like to turn, though, to the infrastructure question. We had a very encouraging hearing with the leadership that has been invited by our chairman, the head of the AFL-CIO, the head of the U.S. Chamber, the head of the Trucking Association, talking about the need to invest in our infrastructure. It's a priority for us. The president, in the course of his campaign, talked about $1 trillion. This has been $1.5 trillion. And I appreciated the encouraging comments a little moment ago between you and the chairman. However, the budget that is submitted calls for only $200 billion in infrastructure. And in the past, that was paired with cuts to infrastructure spending by the federal government. Can you tell the committee how you propose to finance $1.5 trillion if that's the goal for infrastructure funding?
Well, thank you very much for bringing up infrastructure. And I would just emphasize that anything we do on infrastructure needs to be done on a bipartisan basis. So whether it's the issue of how we spend the money, how we work with the states, how we pay for it, we very much look forward to working with you and the committee on this to see if we can reach an understanding.
Well, I agree with that. I'm trying to get a sense of what the administration will support. The president in the past has talked about a 25-cent gas tax increase. Is that in the realm of possibility? Do you have specific proposals that we could work with on a bipartisan basis to fund the $1.5 trillion without further adding to the deficit?
I have heard the president talk about the gas tax. I don't think any decision has been made. I've also heard the CEO of UPS and FedEx basically tell me that they would be in favor of increasing it if the money were spent on roads. Again, I would just emphasize, because this needs to be done on a bipartisan basis, this is something we want to sit down and listen to your ideas and work with you and the rest of the committee on this.
Thank you very much.
Thank the
you, Mr.
gentleman.
Chairman.
With that, let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Reed, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here, and as always, to making yourself accessible to our office and to work with you. I want to narrow in on an issue that is directly related to my home state of New York State. And there's been a lot of conversation and a lot of public statements by my governor, Governor Cuomo of New York, that says the state and local tax deduction cap of $10,000 that many of us here worked very hard to get into the tax cut bill hurts, quote unquote, low and middle class income workers. I believe that statement is blatantly false. Why do I say that? I look at the Tax Policy Center, often a expertise and experts in the field of taxation relied upon by many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to support their criticisms or objection of tax policy here in DC. And as they concluded, the benefit, if you restore the full state and local tax deduction, goes to 56% of that benefit goes to the top 1% income earners. Top 1% income earners are $755,000 per year taxpayers. 96% of the benefit goes to those in the top 1/5 of the income earners. Those people are making approximately $153,000 per year. Mr. Secretary, first of all, do people making $755,000 per year or $153,000 per year, is that a definition of a low and middle income worker from your perspective?
I don't believe so.
So is Governor Cuomo's assertion then that the state and local tax deduction cap of $10,000 hurts low and middle class workers true or false in your opinion?
Mr. Reed, I think it's false. We worked very closely with you and others and Mr. Brady on the 10,000 to make sure that most people. Now, I will tell you, there's no question that wealthy people in New York have been impacted by this. I can tell you I personally pay taxes in New York and California, and my tax rate did go up because I've no longer have the SALT deduction.
And one area of agreement I will agree with our governor on, and that's because people are mobile, especially on the upper income level, those making $750,000 and higher, correct? So people respond to increased taxes by avoiding those taxes. That seems to me to be human nature. Would you agree with